Forecast says the wind's going to blow up a little bit after lunch. Talking about 20 kilometres an hour around 1 or 2 o'clock apparently, but it does blow the same way for all teams in a race. So that's just, I think the people who are out here early this morning are going to appreciate the conditions. Could I remind everybody that you do need to sign in using the QR codes around for our COVID plan. It's really important that everybody does that. The other thing I'd remind everybody that there are breakfast muffins, there's sausages, there's whatever your stomach desires at this hour of the morning in the canteen, which is just in the Emu Park Surf Life Saving Shed on the town side, on the city side of the Rockhampton Grammar School's rowing club, which is where our commentary position is. Quite a long and quite a big day of racing today. So as Ray said before, it's important that everybody does keep on time. Our first event this morning is going to be the Schoolgirls Year 11 Double Scull. In this, there are 3 heats of this race, and the way progression will work, it's the first 2 crews across the line in each heat, plus the next 2 fastest crews. So 8 to go through to the final. We'll start to give you the details now. These races are starting at the 2K mark. So you'll just need to remember where they are as they get a bit closer. But in lane 1, we're going to have Somerville, and that's the team of Eliza Bridgefoot and Minyaya Bishop. In lane 2, Genesis Christian College, and that's Michaela McGinley and Acacia Rich. In lane 3 is the Cathedral College pair of Phoebe Doolan and Merrin Lawrence, and they're coached by Dan Healy. In lane 4 will be Stuart Home, the pairing of Georgie Hedberg, Isabel Allen, and they are coached by Richard Patterson. In lane 5, the crew from St Pat's Townsville, that's Emily Black and Sarah Burke, and their coaches are Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, Sunshine Coast Grammar School, Talia Smith and Remy Neville, and they are coached by Donna Muller. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the team of Alice Barker and Adelaide Chalmers. In lane 8, just filling out the field, will be Cathedral School's Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon, and they are coached by Stefan Muhlenberg, who I think would agree, Ray, had a pretty fair day yesterday with his crews on the water.
And these girls that you just mentioned were part of that winning Northern crew in the inter-regional championship late yesterday afternoon. Yes, Stefan's done an outstanding job in Townsville over a number of years. Was a coach on the Australian team. I think he was the head coach at the Western Australian Institute of Sport when he first came to Australia, and a good international reputation, but has done a wonderful job developing rowing, and particularly at Townsville Grammar, but Cathedral College, particularly at Cathedral College, but the other schools in Townsville have all benefited from it.
No, certainly the inter-regional competition adds another layer to the day. It certainly gives an extra dimension to what we're watching at the schools' championships. Well, that's 7 a.m, so we're just trying to figure out whether the race is underway. So Ray has the opera glasses out and says we're still in the starters. Hands up there, haven't got underway. Once again, we should just remind you of our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Higgins Coatings, one of our major cash sponsors, who have largely not only sponsored races but enabled us to have the large screens around the ground so that everybody can keep up with what's going on. Advanced Rockhampton, they are the economic development and tourism peak body for the Rockhampton City Council, have certainly come in and, as always, put their efforts and money behind the event. The Rockhampton Regional Council, of course, have been great supporters of us, continually great supporters. They put the course in for us, they maintain the bank where we launch boats, and certainly do a great job for rowing in central Queensland. Rockhampton Grammar School. Rockhampton Grammar School, of course, we are in their building at the moment, and they are a major force in rowing in central Queensland. Movement Improvement, the team of physiotherapists are there providing support to that. We are underway now, ladies and gentlemen, so we can see the blades flashing in the early morning sun. We'll just quickly get through Acumentis, the independent property valuation and advisory services in Rockhampton. We thank them for their support. Likewise, Central Queensland University and Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. PKF, a leading accounting and tax audit and business advisory firm, have also pitched in, as have MB Plant Hire. Professional earth moving. Amber Brennan is the contact there if you'd like to see them. The Cassidy Hospitality Group have once again chipped in from the Empire Apartments and the Edge Apartments. If you are looking for somewhere to stay in Rockhampton, they are on Key Street on the waterfront, or Victoria Parade on the waterfront, and absolutely magnificent premises.
No rooms available this week.
No rooms this weekend, though. You're quite right, Ray. The NAB, Godwin Commercial, Tricia and Sid Godwin, the Leeson Cattle Company, Scott and Dana Leeson, our friends at the Frenchville Sports Club, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Resar and Sydney Jones, Queensland's oldest law firm, Bernie's Pies, and also our friends at Grant and Simpson Lawyers. So please bear them in mind when you are looking for services around central Queensland.
And if you've got a spare minute after the regatta's over, have a walk along Key Street and Victoria Parade. Some of those beautiful old sandstone buildings along the waterfront there, it's just stunning.
Yeah, Rocky was fortunate. We tend to forget that Mount Morgan was the richest gold mine in the world, and the cash from that built these buildings down Key Street.
And now we're the beef capital of Australia.
Yeah, yes, a 2 meatworks town. You can't ask for better than that.
So the first race is underway. It's first two directly to the final, and from these heats, the next two fastest crews. So again, times are important in these three first races of the day. And away well is the Summerville House crew of Eliza Bridgefoot and Manea Bishop. I certainly remember Eliza Bridgefoot being in the crew that won the under-17 Cox Quad at this year's National Championships. I do have the document somewhere. I'll just try and check up to see if Manea Bishop was in the same crew. The Cathedral crew, Scobie and Simon, were part of the winning inter-regional crew yesterday. They're in lane 8. For those of you here for the first time today, lane 1 is on the eastern bank, lane 8 is on the western bank. So the television numbering system, the top of the screen is lane 1, the bottom of the screen is lane 8. Absolutely scintillating conditions, as my former co-commentator at the Nationals, Roger Wilson, used to say. And it is the crews on the extremities that lead lanes 1 and 8.
So you can see fairly tight racing at the 1 kilometre mark by the look of that. If I was a betting man, Ray, I'd think lane 4, 5 and 8 maybe.
Yeah, have a look at lane 1 though, down there.
Oh, yeah, lane 1.
Yeah. So we've just had confirmed that Manea Bishop was in that winning under-17 quad scull from the Australian Championships at beautiful Lake Barrington earlier this year. It was interesting there as well. It was affected by COVID. By the time Friday came around, there was an outbreak in Queensland, and all hire cars were being checked. And where are you from? I drove in, and one of the Rowing Australia staff said, "Hello, Raymond, you dirty Queenslander." So yes, and national championships in the year to come. March in Sydney, Perth for the Masters in May. So who knows? We could all end up in Rockhampton.
Well, I have a friend who I row with regularly here, and he went down to see his grandchildren in Melbourne 12 weeks ago. We sent him the change your electoral address forms the other day.
He's still not back.
We're not sure when he's going to get back.
Yeah. So the Somerville crew on the inside station leading out, their lead appears accentuated because the Genesis Christian College crew is unable to keep up with them, and they're just back a little off the pace there, along with a couple of other crews. But certainly lane 1 and lane 8 are well out in, and I'd suggest lane 8 may be leading.
Yeah,
As I've said a couple of times yesterday, it's like the straight 6 at Flemington, almost impossible to line up looking at them coming towards you. But I have no doubt that lane 8 and lane 1 are the two lead boats, and I'm thinking lane 8 might be leading, but don't hold me to it.
Bit of a competition between 4 and 5 too at the moment, Ray.
Yeah, so they realise the next two fastest crews get through. If you're in a fast heat,
yes.
If you can't finish in the first two, well, maximise your result, get the fastest time you can, and you might get into the final.
Ray, could I ask, the races in these heats, are they just done on a draw basis?
Yep, this is just a random draw. Once the first round of heats are done, there's a process then from your heats to your semis or your heats to your repechage. And there's normally two different pathways. One of the greatest stuff-ups in rowing ever was the 2012 Olympic Games, when the two favoured men's fours, Australia and Great Britain, the Fiji used the one draw and they ended up in the same semi-final. Surely you would have gone back and said, let's use the other system that would have kept them apart.
Let's seed it. Well, I think, as you said, it's certainly 1 and 8.
And looking like 8, doesn't it?
8 at the moment, I would think. Yeah, certainly they're a bit further into the red boys, for those people who are not used to the rowing course, indicate the last 250 metres. So that tells crews, obviously, in rowing, you're facing the other way. So when you start to hit a heap of red boys, you know you've got 250 to go.
And pushing through is the Stewart home crew. They're not going to beat the first two crews, but well aware that the next fastest time may get you into the final. It's probably closer than we think, you know, but I still think I think lane 8's in front. But plenty of encouragement already for the first race of the day. That is very close. If you count the number of boys to go, there's 3 to go and 4 to go. Lane 8's going to get across first.
8, yes.
Lane 1 will be second.
So the Cathedral School followed by Somerville, and we're just...
Stewart home in lane 4 will be third, and then fourth will be St Pat's of Townsville. Both of those crews may get through if their times are quick enough. Fifth will be Brisbane Girls Grammar in station 7. And then sixth, I reckon it'll be lane 3 Cathedral
TCC,
over Sunshine Coast Grammar, and then back to Genesis Christian College. And Heat 2's well down the course as well, Simon.
Yes, in Heat 2,
1,000-metre mark.
We've got there about halfway down the course now. In lane 2 there is the Cathedral School's Eliza Gisberts and Grace Abdi, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar's Jessica Cook and Faith Maynard, coached by Robin Fay. In lane 4, Brigidine College, Emma Searle and Gemma Thompson, coached by Tanya Bramer and Cody Elam Allen. In lane 5, All Hallows, Kate Jessup and Lucy Hales, coached by Augustin Rodero. In lane 6, Ryan Catholic's Kelsey Donaldson and Jordan Turner, coached by Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Emma Paul and Dominique Harrigan. And in lane 8, Sunshine Coast Grammar, Alana Scott and Sari Lombard, coached by Donna Muller.
And it is the Gus Rodero coached All Hallows crew in the middle of the course that leads out. Again, a nice lead for that crew, but little to choose between lane 2, Cathedral, lane 4, Brigidine College, and then across on the far side, 7 and 8, Girls Grammar and Sunshine Coast Grammar. But a handsome lead for Kate Jessup and Lucy Hales. I'd suspect they're part of the first 8 from All Hallows. Gus Rodero coached the first 8 this year at All Hallows for the Head of the River that was won very impressively by St Margaret's only a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago.
We're a bit spoiled up here on the veranda of the rowing club, but it is an absolutely magnificent view of this time of the day.
I might have to get the camera out, I think.
Yeah, it's just absolutely magnificent and a beautiful day to be on the water.
The great sight you see here will be tomorrow afternoon when 8 8s in the final of the Schoolgirl 8 come towards you. It's it's something to behold, and when the conditions are near perfect like they are at the moment, everybody gets the opportunity, and the level of rowing goes up with the conditions. Yes. You know,
no such thing as a bad lane here, is there?
No, we saw yesterday some of the youngsters struggled a bit in the last couple of 100 metres with a bit of a cross breeze, but as you said, it was even across the whole course. It was just who handled it the best, and at the moment no one can complain about the conditions. Absolutely perfect. I am going to put a 1 beside lane 5.
Yes, I think there'd have to be something go phenomenally askew for that to be anything else. The battle does seem to be for second at the moment, though, between 2, 4 and 7.
Yep, absolutely. .27 strokes to the minute, All Hallows. That's how comfortably they're doing it. I used to buy batteries for my old worn-out rating watch, and then I discovered an app called Stroke Me, and it's all on just 1 stroke. Unbelievable.
Oh, I should be looking for that in the break.
Yeah, look, there it is. There's the icon for it there.
Wow. Looks very handy.
So still 2 and 4. I reckon lane 4's got their bow in front now. The direct path is the easiest way to the final. All Hallows are going to achieve that. Kate Jessup and Lucy Hales. And lanes 4 and 2 now fighting out second place and a direct path to the final. Brigidine College, Emma Searle and Gemma Thompson, coached by Tanya Bremer and Cody Allen. And Cathedral, Eliza Gisberts and Grace Abdi, both coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. And then back in 4th place is the crew in lane 7. That's Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Emma Paul and Dominique Hurrigan. And it looks like the Cathedral School getting the upper hand, don't you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. By the look at that, we're just looking up at the. We seem to have lost our finishing line on the screen at the moment. But yes, you're quite correct.
Yeah. So there they go. Cathedral second. Brigidine College will be third. 4th will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School. 5th will be close between Sunshine Coast Grammar and Rockhampton Grammar. And the Ryan Catholic crew have a bit of work to do to get to the finish line yet, as Heat 3 comes through the 1,000-metre mark and towards 750 to go.
Yes, our starters are keeping us honest here this morning. So in the race 87, the 3rd heat of this, the Year 11 Schoolgirls Double Scull, in lane 2 is Somerville, Tess Graham and Molly Salisbury, In lane 3, the Cathedral College, Georgia Crichton and Georgia Slack, coached by Dan Healy. In lane 4, Somerset College, Amelia Fink and Natalie Brown. In 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Charlotte Wagland and Jade Somerville. In lane 6, Stuart Holmes, Lucy Sullivan and Lucia Allen, coached by Richard Patterson. In lane 7, Brisbane State High School, the team of Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm, coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. And in lane 8, the Cathedral 1, Isabella Egan and Abigail Cox, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg.
And 2 national champions in this race. Somerville, Molly Salisbury was part of that under-17 winning quad. And Sophie Malcolm in the Brisbane State High School won the, I think it was the under-19 single scull championship in Tasmania earlier in the year. But lane 8 doing well. Cathedral again. Stefan Muhlenberg, Isabel Egan and Abigail Cox may well be the leading boat. And again, difficult to line up because Somerville, Tess Graham and Molly Salisbury are on the far side of the course. In lane 7, State High, Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm are right there in the mix as well. And in the middle there, lane 4. Is it or lane 5?
Lane 5, yes.
Yeah, Girls Grammar, Charlotte Wagland and Jade Somerville.
So certainly you can see the, as Ray mentioned before, it's really important to get a good time, even if you're not across the line first or second. There are another two crews that will go through to the final on time. So the incentive is always there, and as Ray mentioned, it's so important. If you can fluke a really fast heat, you may well find that in a fast heat, the 3rd and 4th boats may well get through. If the other heats were a bit slower on the winning time. So, but looking here as all the way by the, actually it's got quite a bit tighter now in lane 8. The Cathedral, Isabella Egan and Abigail Cox in there. We've got lane 5. Charlotte Wagland and Jade Somerville, and in lane 1, as we said, the Molly Salisbury, who was in the Australian victorious quad down at the Nationals. So we've got lane 7 coming up to Brisbane State High School, Una Murphy and Sophie Malcolm. So just going to be a bit interesting here. It looks like this side of the river might have the slight advantage at the moment, but this is a grandstand finish. So eight across first. That's the Cathedral number 1. Oh, that's a bit close. Yes, that one was certainly Somerville and State High, Brisbane State High, crossed within a bow ball of each other. So you're gamer than we are if you'd like to pick that one. So that's one we will be waiting for the official result. Race 88 is up next. It again starts at the 2,000 metre mark, and this is the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 pair. There are a couple of heats in this, 2 heats, and so it'll be 1 first, second, third and fourth will progress to the final. The teams are in lane 2, Shalom College, Matthew Parker and Archie Bury, coached by Michelle Ricow and David Ruth. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace 2 of Felix Lewis and Pat Murphy. In lane 4, Cathedral Schools, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5, Brisbane Boys, and that's Lex Tucker and Finley Harris. In lane 6, Townsville Grammar School's Thomas White and Owen Beanie, coached by Corby Green. In lane 7, Brisbane State High's Annan Waller and Jackson Martin, coached by Cameron Stevenson. And in lane 8, Ignatius College, William Leone and Riley Masters, whose coaches are Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. And a bit far away at this moment to see
our first sweep races of the
Yes.
regatta, all sculling, singles, doubles and quads yesterday, but our first foray into sweep rowing, and interesting. The pair is a challenging boat.
Yes, I was just going to say, you know, you're among friends if you can row a pair properly. For people who are new to rowing, it of course is 1 oar each for the 2 people in there. So you have to have people who are perfectly in sync, because if someone puts in a big one and you put in a miss, they will turn sideways or upside down fairly briskly.
Yep, I've even seen it at the Olympic Games, exactly the same thing. Actually, this year's Olympic Games, there was a couple of doubles that one person lost it at the end, and they came across 2 lanes, I think, and at that level, things can go wrong. You actually announced Gregory Terrace, Felix Lewis, and Pat Murphy. So is that late change that my program doesn't have?
Yes, I believe it is.
Yeah, okay.
I think this is the...
You've got the up-to-date one.
I've got the 632 copy.
Okay.
And you've got the 555 copy. So I'm happy to swap. So as we mentioned, there's 2 heats in the Year 11 pair, and then we go to the 1,500 metre mark for the Year 10 schoolboys coxed quad scull. And there are two heats in that, and then race 92 we move into some of the semi-finals from the Year 8 sculls yesterday. So truly, if you remember some of the racing we saw yesterday, it's going to be an absolutely great day watching these semi-finals, because by the time everybody gets paired up appropriately, it's going to be very exciting racing. By the look of that, I think I can see movement. So we do have the Year 11 schoolboys pairs on the way.
And I can thoroughly endorse the bacon and egg rolls from the catering area, Simon. So anybody's looking for breakfast, plenty of food outlets, coffee on sale, and if you go to the canoeing shed there, the Besser Block building, there's catering going on there. And as I said, I can vouch for the bacon and egg burgers. They're very good. Good start to the morning. 1935, no. I raced on the river, though. The steering's surprisingly good in the early stages, and the crew from Ignatius Park in Station 8 doing well. And you've got some official results there, Simon?
Yeah, we've got the first. Yes, Ray, we've got the first results through for the day. This was race 85, the first heat of the schoolgirls Year 11 double scull. And our winner there was the Cathedral School's Scobie and Simon in a time of 8:03.89. 8:03.89. Second was the Somerville combination of Bridgefoot and Bishop followed by Stuart Holmes, Hedberg and Allen. In 4th place, St Pat's, Townsville, Black and Burke. In 5th place, the Cathedral Colleges, Doolan and Lawrence. In 6th place was Sunshine Coast Grammar, Smith and Neville. 7th place, Genesis Christian, McGinley and Rich. And rounding out the field there was Brisbane Girls Grammar Schools, Barker and Chalmers. So the thing to remember there when you're looking who is going to progress, the first 2 teams there go straight into the final, which of course was Cathedral and Somerville. But a fairly sharp time, you would think, at 8:03.89, Ray. So wait to see what the others are. Actually, we've got a little bit of time now. We do have the other 2 heats through in that. If I could just...
Really close race in this pairs race, and after you read these out, they'll be much closer and we'll be able to give a more informed view. But lane 8 doing well, but all of the crews are within about a length and a half of each other.
So we're going to go straight on to race 86, which was the second heat. That was run by All Hallows team of Jessup and Hales in an 8:05.02. 8:05.02. And the Cathedral College second, the team of Gisberts and Abdi. In 3rd place, Brigidine College's Searle and Thompson. In 4th place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Paul and Hourigan. In 5th place, Rockhampton Grammar's Cook and Maynard. In 6th place, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Scott and Lombard. And in 7th place, Ryan Catholic, Donaldson and Turner. Just to round out all the heats in that, in the 3rd heat, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just bring that up. Sometimes the electronics are about as keen as I am to get going in the morning by the look of this.
So
there we
while
are.
while you look for that, lane 8 Ignatius Park, lane 6 Townsville Grammar, lane 4 Cathedral. Certainly the 3 boats that appear to be leading from Shalom, Gregory Terrace and Brisbane Boys College.
And it is the first 4 in this race that'll go through to the final. Just quickly then, race 87, ladies and gentlemen. The winner there was the Cathedral Schools, Egan and Cox, in a time of 8:12.17. 8:12.17. In 2nd place was Somerville, the team of Graham and Salisbury. In 3rd place, Brisbane State Highs, Murphy and Malcolm. In 4th place, Brisbane Girls Grammar Schools, Waglan and Somerville. In 5th place, Stuart Holmes, Sullivan and Allen. In 6th place, the Cathedral Colleges, Crichton and Slack. And in 7th place, Somerset Colleges, Fink and Brown.
Jim, are they in this year's first eight or next year's? Depends on what they do in selection. So what were they in this year?
They were grade 11.
Year 11?
Year 11.
Yeah.
Did you want to move over there?
Oh, the sun's getting higher. I think we'll be right, won't we, once it gets high? Sure. Because we'll only have to move back later. So making a good push through there is the crew from Cathedral, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. If my information is correct that Stefan's retiring, he's certainly trying to bring more coaches through, and that's a wonderful thing for all coaches, experienced coaches, to mentor young coaches. So Luke Thomas, the co-coach here of Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot. Far side of the course, Ignatius Park, William Leone and Riley Masters, Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. Harrison Parks must be a busy man. He's got his name against about 50 athletes here. Then back to Townsville Grammar, Thomas White and Owen Beanie, coached by Corby Green. Corby equally busy. Those 3 look comfortable to go through. The battle for 4th now between Shalom in Station 2, as you were, Gregory Terrace is there. Now, hang on, I'm missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we got 7.
Shalom might have been a scratching there because we've only got 6.
Yeah.
6 out. So certainly lane 2 not starting.
Yeah, so that's Gregory Terrace, not Shalom. That are in a fight for 4th and a place into the final. That's Felix Lewis and Pat Murphy over the Brisbane Boys College crew, Lex Tucker and Finlay Harris. And on the far side, Brisbane State High, Annan Waller and Jackson Martin. So that'll be interesting, but it's the three country schools that are going to win this and win as well. No, that's Gregory Terrace. That's Gregory Terrace that's won that. So our lanes have confused me, if no one else. Looks like Ignatius Park that's run second.
Yes.
And then third is Townsville Grammar. Fourth, that'll be Shalom. And fifth will be Brisbane Boys College. And sixth will be Brisbane State High, I think. So I'd say it's Cathedral who hasn't started. So we'll have to wait for the official result of that. We're a bit confused here.
Yes.
And only picked up those colours late when they got nearer. The sun is beaming in here and it's beautiful. No doubt about that, but we couldn't see.
Race 89 on course at the moment, the second heat in this, the schoolboys year 11 pair. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar's Carl Stanky and Jed Napper, coached by Max Napper and John Smythe. In lane 4, Gregory Terrace, Max Spork and Bailey Clark. In lane 5, Brisbane Boys, Hugh James Patterson and Edward Deering. In lane 6, the Cathedral Schools, Joshua Nilder and Toshiro Larson. Coaches there are Stefan Muhlenberg and Luke Thomas. In lane 7, Ryan Catholics, Roman Robinson and Matthew Burgess, coached by Erin McGuffey. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Thomas Gray and Callum McClure.
We know. We're just in a state of flux here. The Rockhampton Grammar crew that just came down, we have on our program to be in this event, and they're actually in that one that just came down. So we'll wait for the official results of these two races, and we'll muddle our way through, Simon.
Always important as you go along to increase the degree of difficulty, I say. So.
Fools of ourselves as it is without even trying.
It's pretty hard from this angle.
Yeah, it is a bit.
What lane is Terrace supposed to be?
They're supposed
lane
to be
4. So you should be the boat that's in front. No, well,
no, that's 5.
Yeah. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. And there's no lane 2.
There's no 2.
I don't think you can go by the program because
no.
Them were in the last one. You'd have to check the colours because there's nothing like
It's all under the shop. Yeah. So it looks like Brisbane Boys College crew in front. The green, white and black oars are a dead giveaway there. Aha, there you go. So Heat 2 came down first and Heat 1 is coming down now. Second place, Tim. Okay.
How about them Broncos, Ray?
Great game of footy last night. Penrith and Parramatta, the battle of the Westies.
Yeah.
But Brisbane Boys College are going to be too strong here. Lex Tucker and Finlay Harris. Our apologies to everyone on the bank. We had no idea what was going on either. Gregory Terrace look as though they'll hang on for second. Then out to Townsville Grammar, I'd suggest, in third. And fourth will be Cathedral. And some interesting steering, Simon.
I think you might see a bit of fatigue settling in by now, but they're not exactly the easiest things to turn.
No, not by this time in the race.
No.
So the Gregory Terrace first aid coach was here coaching the Australian men's pair at one stage. I hope they steered better than that, Tim.
So it looks as if the starting orders for that particular race were swapped. So we will wait for official confirmation of the placings for that, because we do have it backwards in our paperwork. I am confident, though, that we now move to race 90, which is the first heat of the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 Quad Scull. These are a coxed boat. And in lane 2, you're going to have Gregory Terrace, the team of Cooper O'Rourke, Ged Sheehan, Emmanuel Koga and Tom Robinson, coached by Tom Coogan. Coxed by Tom Coogan. The Rockhampton Grammar team in lane 3 of Riley McRae, Connor Leeson, Liam German, Fletcher Hewitt, coxed by Austin Alloway and coached by Austin Cox and John Smythe. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar, the team of Brian Hayes, Charlie Mariff, Will Pascoe, Austin McClellan, coxed by Skylar Corliss and coached by Corby Green. In lane 5, the Cathedral Schools, Henry Chin, Aidan Bryce, Max Strickland, Cooper Walmsley, coxed by Arden Walmsley and coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. In lane 6 will be William Hall, Kenmore State High School's William Hall, Lachlan West, Matthew Burgess, Angus Proctor, coxed by Charlie West and coached by Michael Swainston. And in lane 7, the Ignatius College crew of Thomas Bartels, Joe Murphy, Sonny Crawford, Vincent McCarley, coxed by Jude Foyle and coached by Harrison Park and Zachary Judge. So just waiting for the results for 89 and 88. We've got the results for 89 through. Just waiting for that to come up. So the first heat is through in the Schoolboys Year 11 pair, and that was won by Gregory Terrace, the team of Spork and Clark, in a time of 8:03.17, 8:03.17. Second, the Cathedral Schools, Nalda and Larson. Third, Somerset College's Gray and McClure. And fourth, Rockhampton Grammar Schools, Stanky and Napa. They are the teams that will go through to the final in this event. Fifth place was Brisbane Boys, Patterson and Deering. In sixth place, Ryan Catholics, Robertson and Burgess. So that was the first heat, or heat number 1, which was actually, that was race 89 in your catalogue, and it was actually, so the second race in that heat will be race 88. I hope that's clear to everyone. So fairly tight race coming down the course now, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, in this, the Year 10 Quad Sculls. And it looks as if lane 4 and lane 7 may have the slight advantage at the moment, which would be the Townsville Grammar team and the Ignatius team. In lane 2, Gregory Terrace, there or thereabouts as well. Must remember, of course, that the first 4 teams across the line will go into the final this afternoon, which is race 130, 130 this afternoon. So, first 4 through. And as we continue down the course, you can see that lane 4, by the look, lane 4, lane 7 and lane 2. So it's Townsville Grammar, Ignatius and Gregory Terrace at the moment seem to be setting the pace, although in lane 5, the team from the Cathedral School putting in a few big ones to catch up, but just might not have the space, of course, left to do that. You can see now we're into the last 250 metres as all these crews hit the red buoys. Gregory Terrace is far over. So it's at the moment it certainly is. So it is lane 4, the Townsville Grammar team leading them home at the moment, although on the outside, the far side, Gregory Terrace certainly making a race of it, as is the team from Ignatius. And Cathedral look like the 4 that are going to progress. Yeah. So that'll be Townsville Grammar across the line first in lane 4. Second is tight. Yeah, Terrace followed by Cathedral, and then Ignatius Park will be the 4 to progress there. Rockhampton Grammar and then Kenmore fill out the placings there. Turn our attention back down the course for the second heat of this, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 3 is the Ignatius crew of Harrison Barrett, Hamish Mitchell, Benjamin McDougall, Sebastian Aarons, and that's coxed by Kai Birchall. Their coaches are Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 4, St Luke's Anglican School's Zachary Freeman, Oliver Baldwin, Harrison Baldwin, Saxon Blair, with Jacob Wangman, the cox there. That crew is coached by Joseph Black. In lane 5, the Cathedral Schools, Charlie Patrick, Jack Weekers, Kyle Wood, Jarrah Moncrief, and that is coxed by Paulus Nicholas Grobler, and their coach is Stefan Muhlenberg and Sean Keogh. In lane 6, the St Peter's Lutheran College team of Sebastian Jovanovic, Oliver Blunt, Sam Sikolovsky, Dominic Bell, and coxed by Elliot Jackson. In lane 7, the Townsville Grammar team of Sabir Naya, Charles Cronin, James Blackshaw, Jack Valentine, coxed by Cato Dempsey and coached by Corby Green. And rounding the field out in lane 8 is Brisbane Boys, Matthew Cashman, Thomas Stevens, David Granson, Daniel Cashman, and coxed by Bo Palmer.
Yeah, sure. Later program has more information than mine. There was a couple of differences there. Just on the Kenmore State High School crew, they would be rowing from Centenary Rowing Club up Kenmore Way on the Brisbane River. So I'm not sure that there's actually a program at Kenmore State High, but I think all those kids row for Centenary Rowing Club. To the best of my knowledge, I've been known to be wrong before. Ask my wife.
It's great to see the facilities shared around like that. So
absolutely. Yeah. Well, on the Brisbane River there, you know, you've got sharing of facilities. All Hallows and Nudgee College shared facilities there for a long time to begin with. But there's a greater depth of equipment now. Brisbane Grammar and Girls Grammar certainly share the boat shed and the equipment. St Margaret's have their own shed these days on Breakfast Creek. Far too close to the Breakfast Creek Hotel for some.
Nice to be able to have a lunch. Yes, well, certainly the sharing went on, like after the floods in 74 when some of the university colleges lost their boat sheds. I remember Emmanuel College rode out of BBC for a while, and then there were others that...
And Toowong's boat shed went flying down the river, and they built that magnificent shed up there beside the current Brisbane Boys College shed, and University of Queensland continues to expand its rowing program and its boat shed. So yeah, this is a very equipment intensive sport. It's a bit like equestrian, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly, I think it's still, as far as apparent or participation, when you think that for your $500 a year, you can row 7 days a week in great boats and compete, and you know,
it's actually cheap.
It's not the price of a cup of coffee, really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And Brisbane Boys College are well clear here, Simon.
Yes, they're
wearing the white strip by looks, not the green, white, black, but the colours on the oars are usually a dead giveaway. Yep.
Yeah, certainly. Now that rating, Ray, would be looks a fairly comfortable.
They're certainly doing it nicely.
Middle to high 20s, maybe.
I'll have a look and get on my app here. I'm like a young person with my phone. $31.
Low 30s. Ah, there we are.
So that's a handsome lead they've got, Brisbane Boys College, over the rest of the field.
You need to get this app, ladies and gentlemen. I just watched how he worked his voodoo to get it come up. Tap the screen twice and it's called.
Unfortunately, it's called Stroke Me, but
goodness.
it is a good rating app for your watch, and I save batteries on an old-fashioned rating watch.
Yeah, wow.
Anything that's free now that I'm retired, you know.
Yeah.
St Luke's Anglican School doing a terrific job in lane 4. They're right there with St Peter's Lutheran College, I'd suggest it is.
1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress in this heat. But you're right, it's the... So first across the line.
And BBC first, and then there's battle between St Peter's Lutheran College and St Luke's Anglican School. There's very little to choose. I reckon the St Luke's boys from Bundaberg might have their bow in front, but they're just steering off a little there.
Yeah.
Coxon having a look across, but I reckon St Luke's have just got there in front of St Peter's Lutheran College.
I think
both will go through anyway, and then follows the Cathedral School from Townsville. Another mentoring, Sean Keogh assisting Stefan Muhlenberg with that crew. Townsville Grammar will be 5th, and Ignatius Park from Tasmania, from Townsville will be 6th. So the first 4 to go through to the final there: Brisbane Boys College, St Luke's Anglican School, St Peter's Lutheran College, and the Cathedral School.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take your attention to the 1,000-metre mark for the first of the semi-finals in the Year 8 single scull. First and second will progress automatically to the final race, which is race 132 this afternoon, but it'll also take in the next 2 fastest crews. So again, a race where a good time is important for your chances to progress to the final. In lane 1 is Ignatius's Seth Chun Tai, coached by Harrison Parks and Anthony Gresh. In lane 2, Trinity Lutheran's Ben Zorner. In lane 3, Cathedral School's Nathaniel Talbot, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Gregory Terrace's Rowan Clancy. In lane 5, Gregory Terrace's Jack Alford. In lane 6, Varsity College's William Crayley, coached by James Harkham. In lane 7, Ignatius College's Harrison Biggin, coached by Harrison Parks and Anthony Gresh. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Benji Liu. Just while they're coming down, I shall give you the results of a couple of races. If I can just find the cursor on this screen. So this is the results of race 88, which was the one we had may have confused you ever so slightly. This was the second heat of the schoolboys Year 11 pair. It was won by BBC's Tucker and Harris in a hot time of 7:55.67. In second place was Gregory Terrace's Lewis and Murphy. Townsville Grammar's White and Beanie were in third position. In fourth, the Cathedral School's Pratchett and Talbot. In fifth position, Brisbane State High's Waller and Martin. In sixth position, Ignatius's Leone and Masters. And rounding out that field was Shalom College in seventh, the team of Parker and Bury. Couple more results for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is race 90, race 90. Just waiting for it to come up. And it was the Year 10 quad sculls. This was the first heat there. It was run by Townsville Grammar's team of Hayes, Maroof, Pascoe, McClellan and Corliss in a time of 5:27.03. Second place was Gregory Terrace, the team of O'Rourke, Sheehan, Kroger, Robinson and Coogan. In third place, Cathedral Schools, Chin, Bryce, Whitehead, Walmsley and Walmsley. In fourth place, Ignatius Parks, Bartels, Murphy, Crawford, McCarley and Foyle. In fifth place, Rocky Grammars, McRae, Leeson, German, Hewitt and Alloway. And in sixth place, Hall, West, Burgess, Proctor and Brooks from Kenmore State High.
And the first semi-final of the Champion Schoolboys Year 8 Single Scull, sponsored by Higgins Coatings. And as Simon said, it's the first two only to go directly through to the final. It's the Varsity College sculler William Crelly, who's coached by James Harkham, who's leading. Fantastic race for second. Trinity Lutheran Ben Zorner over in Station 2, right in the mix, along with the Gregory Terrace sculler Jack Alford. So first two to go through from each of these semi-finals, and the next two fastest boats to go through also. So plenty to race for. It is the Varsity College sculler that leads. Trinity Lutheran and then Gregory Terrace and Gregory Terrace are all in the mix.
Certainly lane 2, Ben Zorner seems to
be... he's coming home with a wet sail, the Trinity Lutheran sculler in Station 2.
He's given it some now.
He's making a bold bid for victory, and the Varsity College sculler William Crelly may have spent all the petrol tickets in the early stages. Bit of a head breeze just blowing up there, and it will be Trinity Lutheran in lane 2. Gets across first. I reckon Varsity College will hang on for second. Yes, he'll get second. Then Gregory Terrace will be third. And Gregory Terrace will be fourth. Cathedral, as you were, Ignatius will be fifth. Cathedral will be sixth. Ignatius will be seventh, and Somerset College will be eighth. But a good, tough win to Ben Zoyner of Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast.
Let's take you straight to race 93 now, the second semi-final. In lane 1, Varsity College's Jay Poitevin, coached by James Harkham. In lane 2, Trinity Lutheran's Christian Ratio. In lane 3, Cathedral Schools' Toby Kennedy, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Cathedral Schools' Ethan Warrington, again coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5, Cathedral Schools' Braden Rebgetz, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Kenmore State High's Charlie West, coached by Michael Swainston. In lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar School's Clay Rabbit Hicks, coached by Nicholas Story and William Howland. And in lane 8, Brisbane Boys College, Frederick Bromell. So you can see as these boats are coming down, looks like lane 5, which is the Cathedral School's Braden Rebgetz, seems to be sneaking in front. Competition coming from lane 3 in Toby Kennedy. But a good close race at this stage. You can certainly, no one's out of it. Lane 3, yes, Toby Kennedy in lane 3 for the Cathedral School. Looks like he's got his nose in front, because, and then just behind him's Braden Rebgetz, also from Cathedral. So still looks at the moment as if we've got lane 3 from Cathedral School leading, oh geez, in a tight tussle with his compatriot Braden Rebgetz, also from the Cathedral School. Looks like they're heading for the line, and they will be the two to automatically progress at this stage. And it may well be the third Cathedral School rower going to get third place in this one. So that's a 1, 2 and 3 for the
Cathedral in 3 is going to win it.
Yes,
Toby Kennedy from Cathedral in 5. Braden Rebgetz. And then it looks like Cathedral in 2, as you said, Ethan Warrington. So that's a great result for Cathedral School from Townsville. And what a wonderful race for 4th. I think Kenmore State High 4th, Rockhampton Grammar 5th. And maybe Varsity College 6th, Brisbane Boys College 7th, and Trinity Lutheran 8th.
Moving now to the third semi-final, race 94. Going to be in lane 1. This is the Year 8 single sculls for schoolboys. In lane 1, St Luke's Anglicans Campbell Baldwin, coached by Dane Mortimer and Phoebe Ellum. In lane 2, Somerset College's Luke Oishi. In lane 3, Brisbane Boys College's Henry Wake. In lane 4, Brisbane Grammar School's Benjamin Bailey, coached by Nicholas Story and William Howland. Rockhampton Grammar School's Benjamin Bailey. In lane 5, St Luke's Anglicans Harry O'Connor, coached by Dane Mortimer and Phoebe Ellum. In lane 6, Varsity College's Caden Hatchett and coached by James Harkham. In lane 7, Ignatius Parks, Angus Woodhouse, coached by Harrison Parks and Anthony Gresh. And in lane 8, Rockhampton Grammar School Zachary Kemp, coached again by Nicholas Story and William Howland. And a fair line across the river there, Ray, by the look of it.
Rockhampton Grammar and maybe Varsity, but wow, it's close. Rockhampton Grammar in 8, is it?
Yeah, Rocky Grammar in 8 would seem to be travelling pretty well, and lane 6, lane and 5. A bit hard to tell at the moment.
There's very little to choose between about 5 scullers there, but certainly looks like the Rockhampton Grammar sculler is in the lead. But the red colours always stand out. You know, it's a bit like when Somerville comes to a national championships. I think they get the limest of lime green colours they can because they stand out from about 1,500 metres away from the finish line usually. But certainly looks like the Rockhampton Grammar sculler. I think you said Rocky Grammar before. Former headmaster Isla Lee once chastised me to within an inch of my life for calling Rockhampton Grammar School Rocky Grammar.
I stand corrected, having felt the wrath of Isla myself once or twice. Just while we've got a moment, I'll give you the results, ladies and gentlemen, of race number 91, the Year 10, another heat of the Year 10 Quad Sculls. First was the Brisbane Boys College's team of Cashman, Stevens, Granson, Cashman and Palmer in a time of 5:22.21. Second, St Luke's Anglican, Freeman, Baldwin, Blair and Wangman. In third place, St Peter's, Jovanovic, Blunt, Sukolovitsky, Bell, Jackson. And in fourth place, the Cathedral's Patrick Weaker, Wood, Moncrief and Groby. 5, Townsville Grammar's Naya, Cronin, Blackshaw, Valentine, Dempsey. And Ignatius College's Barrett, Mitchell, McDougall, Aarons and Birchall in 6th.
Crews rowing to the start or scullers rowing to the start. Please make sure you keep away from the line of boys there, particularly at the pinch point. That sculler rowing up about 150 metres from the finish line. Make sure you keep away. So Townsville Grammar in lane 4. Yasmin Eaton, as you were. Rockhampton Grammar, Benjamin Bailey. I'm looking at the next race. Calm down. Benjamin Bailey of Rockhampton Grammar. Got a nice lead here. Looking back at the Varsity College sculler, Caden Hatchett and Rockhampton Grammar over in Station 8. So the first two only to go through automatically, and it'll be Rockhampton Grammar's Benjamin Bailey, coached by Nicholas Story and William Howland. He'll go through. The great race for second. Varsity College on this side, then across to Brisbane Boys College, and again Rockhampton Grammar. Varsity College, has he got, I think he got through there before he lost his oar. It's never good when the handle's behind your back.
No. Oh, to have the flexibility of youth.
The
To still be able
dexterity to do that.
To be able to do
You
it.
should have seen me climbing into my car from the passenger side this morning because I was parked in.
God.
The word dexterity was not prominent, I can assure you.
So race 95 scheduled to start at 8 a.m. Looks like they're on course now, and that is the first semi-final of the Year 9 Schoolgirls Double Scull. It'll be 1 and 2 to go through to the final, plus the next two fastest crews. In lane 1 is St Peter's Lutheran, Lara Al-Izzadin and Tiara Rayner. In lane 2, Brigidine College's Kira Stewart and Malalia Kurukatoga, coached by Tanya Bramer and Cody Allen. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran's Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar's Yasmin Eaton and Naomi Kutash, coached by Emma Green. In lane 5, Rockhampton Grammar's Aisha Stewart and Carolyn Sparks, coached by Kynwyn Fay and John Smythe. In lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran College's Laura Kenny and Mac Burley. In lane 7, Genesis Christian's Jeslyn Curtis and Magdalene Gregson. And in lane 8, Stuart Holmes, Emily Betts and Alice Marriott, coached by Grace Gaston. And we welcome Todd Wells to the commentary box.
Morning, Simon, and welcome everyone to another cracking day here in Rockhampton. And we're moving into the Championship Schoolgirls at Year 9 Double Sculls. So we have 3 semi-finals in this division, and as per the Year 8 Single Sculls prior to this, the top 2 go through, and then the next 2 fastest out of those 3 semi-finals will sneak into their finals. So plenty to row for this morning, that's for sure.
We've got just a bit of a moment here, ladies and gentlemen, so I'll give you some results. This is race 92, a heat of the Year 8 Single Sculls for boys. In first place was Trinity Lutheran's Ben Zorner in a time of 4:19.51. In second place, Varsity College's William Crelly. In third place, Gregory Terrace's Jack Alford. In fourth, Gregory Terrace's Roman Clancy. In fifth, Ignatius Park's Seth Chun Tai. In sixth place, Cathedral School's Nathaniel Talbot. And in seventh, Ignatius Park's Harrison Biggin. And in eighth place, Somerset College's Benji Liu. And then we'll bring you the results of 93, race 93, which was the schoolboy, another heat of the single scull. In first place there was the Cathedral College's Toby Kennedy in a 4:27.97, followed by Cathedral's Braden Rebgetz, followed by Cathedral's Ethan Warrington, followed by Kenmore State High School in fourth place, Charlie West. In fifth, Rockhampton Grammar School's Clay Rabbits Hick. In sixth place, Varsity College's Taj Poitevin. In seventh place, Brisbane Boys College Frederick Bromel. And in eighth place, Trinity Lutheran's Christian Rashu. We've got the results just come through, got correct weight on race 94. Coming through nice and briskly. So race 94 is the the last of the Year 8 Single Sculls. In first place was Benjamin Bailey from the Rockhampton Grammar School in a 4:30.76. In second place, Varsity College's Caden Hatchett. In third place, Brisbane Boys College Henry Wake. In fourth place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Zachary Camp. In fifth place, St Luke's Campbell Baldwin, followed by in sixth, St Luke's Harry O'Connor. In seventh place, Ignatius Angus Woodhouse. And in eighth place, Somerset College's Luke Oishi. So that takes you up to date in race 94. So this, we're now watching the first semi-final of the Year 9 Double Scull.
Yeah, too early to call here, Simon. It looks like right across the field that everyone is even, I would suggest, at this early stage. So we know we're going to have some cracking races after those heats yesterday. It wasn't too far away from each other in the heats, so as it gets tighter in these semi-finals and finals, you expect that these races are going to be significantly close, I imagine, and challenges for the race commentators and the judges on the side there, working out who's who in these races.
Yes, if you were having a punt, you'd wait for the judges rather than relying on the commentators, I can assure you that. At the moment, you'd think, what is it, lane 6 maybe? Lane 6, lane 8 seem to be travelling fairly well. A bit hard to see at this stage, but we'd put that down. St Peter's Lutheran's Laura Kenny and Emily Betts from Stewart Home. Emily Betts and Alice Marriott and Laura Kenny and Mac Burley from St Peter's. But, geez, you could throw a blanket over the lot of them at the moment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I reckon that grammar crew.
Yeah, the Grammar Crew in 5 too, the team of Aisha Stewart and Carolyn Sparks. If I was a yeah, it looks like Rocky Grammar have just snuck half a canvas in front.
Yeah, they definitely had a good couple of strokes there over the last couple of 100 metres, and looking like they might have a boat length at this early stage. Second place, not much in that, I wouldn't have thought.
No,
between
tough one.
Yeah, lanes 4, 6 and 8 would be our best guess at this stage. Oh, no, 3 as well is right up there. So
three's starting to put a bit of pressure on by the look. But as we very hard from this angle, ladies and gentlemen, as you'd appreciate, but fairly confident in saying it's the Rockhampton Grammar Crew in lane 5 that's got their nose in front at the moment. Needing 1 and 2 automatic progression to the final, and then the final 2 places would be filled on times. So down with about 100 to go.
We're already getting nervous about second place here. This looks like it's going to be a cracking. I think the crew in lane 3 there.
Lane 3 look like they're in second place, which would be the Trinity Lutheran College's Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood, but it is fairly tight at the moment. So
it looks like Rockhampton Grammar coming through in first place there, so they'll qualify straight to the Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull final. Congratulations, a fantastic road there, and it was the crew in lane 3 there. Trinity Lutheran, Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood come through in second. And then it looked like the Townsville Grammar Crew in third there. So a fantastic race there by Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks in the Rockhampton Grammar School crew. Closely followed by Trinity Lutheran in lane 3.
Back to the 1,000-metre start, ladies and gentlemen, now for race 96, the second semi-final for this, the Year 9 Double Scull for girls. In lane 1 is St Pat's Townsville, the team of Ella Meyer Woodhouse, Emily Edison, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 2, Somerville House, Jasmine Gunn and Alexandra Inwood, coached by Alan Jones. In lane 3, All Hallows, Annabelle Dalheimer and Zara Shaw, coached by Joseph Patterson. In lane 4, St Hilda's Lana Thika and Eva Pinkerton, coached by Anthony Cook. In lane 5, Stewart Home's Eloise Hill and Eva Hosking, coached by Emma Tucker and Lucy Hope. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's Greta McCosker and Georgia Brennan, coached by Kynwyn Fay and John Smythe. In lane 7, Somerville House's Rosie Riley and Felicity Bishop, coached by Alan Jones. And in lane 8, St Luke's Anglican, Alexina Milbank and Ella Cayley.
And as expected, not much in this race as they're probably getting towards the 500-metre mark. Full 8 crews in this race, which is great to see. I'd suggest conditions are pretty perfect out there for these crews as they're coming down.
Yeah, just looks beautiful, doesn't it? So we'd hazard the guess that lane 5, the Stewart Home team of Eloise Hill and Eva Hoskins, might just have their nose in front. But certainly, as Todd just said, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Wouldn't discount 3 and 4 either at this moment. So it's a fairly close race in this, the semi-final for the Year 9 double scull for girls. 1 and 2 straight through, and then on times, that final this afternoon will be race 131. 131, the race this afternoon for the final in this division. So, yeah, middle of the field starting to sneak away a bit. I'd say lane 5, the Stewart Home rowers of Eloise Hill and Eva Hoskins would be holding a lead at the moment. Lane 3, the team from All Hallows of Annabelle Dalheimer and Zara Shaw are up there with them. And in between them, the St Hilda's pairing of Lana Thika and Eva Pinkerton. Certainly not out of contention at the moment.
No, it's certainly going to be a battle. It looks like the crew there in lane 5 from Stewart Home, probably half a boat length in front at this stage, or a little bit sideways there in lane 3, which has slowed them down. So trying to get back into their lane and get their rhythm back. So that's made a significant difference to this race. That's the All Hallows crew, and it looks like St Hilda's are powering home here and should get second, I imagine. Stewart Home,
Eloise Hill and Eva Hoskins. Looks like they're, well, mind you, there's a big push on at the finish. So that will be lane 5, Stewart Home, followed by lane 4, St Hilda's, and then All Hallows in 3. Bit tight here for the 4th place. Going to be, the Somerville team, followed by Rockhampton Grammar School. And then we'll have the second Somerville team, Somerville 2. On lane 1, St Pat's Townsville. In 6, and rounding out the field will be lane 8, St Luke's Anglican School.
Yeah, fantastic race there. Well done to the Stewart Home girls. And the All Hallows girls just went off course there towards the end. And St Hilda's came home very strong to get that second place. So All Hallows will now be waiting on their second next fastest cruise to try and sneak into that final this afternoon in race 131.
We go back down the course to the 1,000-metre mark for the 3rd semi-final. In this, the schoolgirls Year 9 double scull. In lane 1 is St Hilda's, Piper Holtzbaum and Annabelle Boots, coached by Anthony Cook. In lane 2, Stewart Home's Molly Coventry and Lucy Hedberg, coached by Emma Tucker and Lucy Hope. In lane 3, Varsity College's Lilybeth Owerton and Alexis Graham, coached by James Harkham. In lane 4 will be St Hilda's Abby Long and Gemma Kowalshe, coached by David Hamilton. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, Olive Dury and Lily Bragg, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nelson Burke. In lane 6, All Hallows, Nell Murphy and Grace Valentine, coached by Joseph Patterson. In lane 7, All Hallows again with Willa Battersby and Caitlin Craig, again coached by Joseph Patterson. And in lane 8, St Hilda's 3, Holly Birtwistle and Ella Ramsey, coached by David Hamilton. So just while those boats are coming down the river, we have the results of race 95 have just popped up on our screen. Race 5, of course, was the first of the Year 9 double scull heats. And the winner of that was the Rockhampton Grammar School's Stewart and Sparks in a time of 4:17.84, 4:17.84. In second place, the Trinity Lutheran pairing of Clifford and Wood. In third place, Townsville Grammar's Eaton and Curash. In lane 5, St Peter's, Kenny and Burley. In lane 5, fifth place, Brigidine College's Stewart and Curricatoga. In lane 6, in place 6, Stuart Holmes, Betts and Marriott. In 7th place, Genesis Christians, Curtis and Gregson. And there was a scratching for the St Peter's Lutheran team that would have been in lane 8. So we turn our attention back now to the third semi-final of the Year 9 double scull for schoolgirls.
Yeah, it looks like the St Pat's Townsville crew of Olive Jury and Lily Bragg in the middle of the course there, lane 5, holding court at this stage, about half a boat length in front of the All Hallows, one of the All Hallows crew. And it looks like lane 8 on the outside, there's St Hilda's crew of Holly Bestwhistle and Ella Ramsey. Look like they're in the mix there, but there's certainly not much in this race, that is for sure. We are thinking that lane 5, St Pat's from Townsville.
Yes, St Pat's and just St Hilda's 3 in lane 8, just taking a bit of a deviation, caught a couple of
They have to, yes.
deep ones on the stroke side and headed off course. They'll need to come back. But I think you're right, Todd, at this stage, lane 5, the team from St Pat's Townsville of Olive Jury and Lily Bragg look to be, well, you wouldn't call it comfortable, but certainly they're in front.
I think the All Hallows crew of Nell Murphy and Grace Valentine in second place, but there's not much back to the St Hilda's 4 crew, Abby Long and Gemma Kowaszek.
So there we are, St Pat's first across the line. And we would call the team next to them an All Hallows team of Nell Murphy and Grace Valentine. And
we're just stopping the St Hilda's crew in lane 8 there. They were a little bit off track and heading towards the judges at the finish line there, but they're okay.
So once again, we'll bring you the confirmed results as soon as we have that. That was the final of those semi-finals for the Year 9 girls double scull.
Yeah, it looks like the top 2 places in each of those heats were Rocky Grammar and Trinity Lutheran in Heat 1, and Stuart Home and St Hilda's in Heat 2, and All Hallows and St Pat's in Heat 3. So they'll all go through to their final, and then we wait to see the next best, fastest crews to make up the 7th and 8th to go into that final. It's a race at 1:31 later on this afternoon. So the nervous wait for a lot of those crews that came in 3rd or 4th in those 3 heats to see if they've snuck into a final, which is a great achievement in itself. So congratulations to all the rowers out there today, competing as hard as they can to get through to finals later today.
We're back to the 2,000 metre start now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 3 races. Actually, be more than 3. This is the Championship Schoolgirls Single Scull, sponsored by our friends at Grant and Simpson Lawyers, 4th generation law firm here in Rockhampton. In lane 3, you're going to have the Townsville Grammar's Jasmine Rose, coached by Taylor Donnell Wales. In lane 4 will be the Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Nancy Duncan Banks. In lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Hannah Pinson. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's Laura Cypher, coached by Robin Fay. In lane 7 will be Genesis Christian's Jave Probitz. And in lane 8, St Peter's Lutheran College, Ella Harp. So in this race, ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 heats, and the first 2 will progress directly to the final, and that field will be topped out by the next 2 fastest crews. So as we've mentioned before, it is important for all rowers, even if you look like you're not going to be first or second, to go as hard as you can, because the 2 places that are available will come down to a matter of hundredths of a second in some cases. I have one more result come through for you at the moment, which will be the result to race 96, the second semi-final of the Year 9 double scull. And the places there are, first was Stewart Home, the team of Hill and Hosking, in a time of 4:14.67. 4:14.67. In second place, St Hilda's 1, the team of Theka and Pinkerton. In third place, All Hallows, Dalheimer and Shaw. In fourth place, Somerville's Gunn and Inwood. In fifth place, Rockhampton Grammar's McCosker and Brennan. In sixth place, Somerville's Riley and Bishop. In seventh place, St Pat's Townsville, Woodhouse and Edison. And rounding out the placings in eighths was St Luke's Anglican, Millbank and Cayley.
So interesting to see those results coming in. That semi-final 2 was a faster final than the first final. So the Stewart Home crew came in 4:14, and the RGS crew came in 4:17 in those semi-finals. So I'm interested to see how fast the third semi-final was to get a bit of a gauge on that the final later this afternoon as they progress through.
Yeah, I don't know if my fingers work quickly enough to work this computer to be able to tell us that, but certainly that was a 4:14.67 in that heat, and the first heat was a 4:17. So certainly we're not a lot in it.
No, definitely not, especially when it comes down to the final. Those 2 or 3 seconds is one clean stroke, I imagine.
So we're now watching the first heat of the Schoolgirls Single Scull, as I said before, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. And there are 3 heats in this particular division, and the first and second plus the 2 fastest will go through to the final this afternoon, which is race 133, 133. Will be the decider for the Schoolgirls Single Scull. Just coming past the 1,000-metre mark. Laura Cypher looks like she's travelling pretty well in lane 6 from the Rockhampton Grammar School. Lane 7, we think Genesis Christian's Jave Probert's travelling pretty well at this stage as well. So about 900 to go. So at this stage, it looks like it's Genesis Christian's Jave Proberts and Laura Cypher from Rockhampton Grammar School, but probably at 750 metres now, so just a bit hard for us to pick it up. But certainly from here, it looks like those are the 2 that would be looking to progress automatically at the moment. Fair bit of rowing left between here and there, though. For the rest of them, lane 8, it looks like St Peter's Lutheran Ella Harp is up there, as is lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Hannah Pinson at this stage. But certainly the battle for line honours is in 7 and 6 at the moment. Geez, I'm not sure. Perhaps Laura Cypher may have a bow ball in front at this stage.
Yeah, both girls might be able to just drop back their rating and have some smooth strokes to maintain that lead at this stage, so that they'll know that first 2 goes through and maybe looking to save some energy and get a good strong hit out today in this semi-final, progressing through to a final this afternoon. So because they both rowers there look like they're going to be quite comfortably through in first and second. And it'll be up to the third place rowers there to try and get their fastest time possible to sneak into that final this afternoon.
It's got the better of me. I'm going to have to download that app that Ray's got because I'd ideally like to know what they're rating. But the Genesis rower has just wafted off the middle of the lane but come back before having to dodge the boys. Just at this stage, it looks like Laura Cypher has managed to get a little bit in front by the look of that, but as the first two comfortably through. So
yeah, it looks like a comfortable row at this stage for both.
Yeah, you'd be
rowers.
surprised if something would have to go reasonably amiss for those two not to progress at the moment. And since you go through on time, it looks like lane 8, the rower from St Peters, and lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Nancy Duncan Banks, having the crack for the third place in this heat. But yeah, I'd say at the moment it looks like Laura Cypher.
Yeah, I think Laura will hold on here.
Yeah,
she's looking quite comfortable as she comes into
bit of a lead at
the
opening
finish
up
line.
now.
Both girls there look like they're conserving some energy. So that'll be Laura Cypher from the Rockhampton Grammar School, coached by Rob Fay, coming through in first place there. Well done, Laura. And second place, the Genesis Christian College Drave Probitz, comfortably there in second place. And at the row of St Peters, Ella Harp coming through in third place. So she'll be keeping a close eye on those times as they come through. And Nancy Duncan Banks from Brisbane Girls Grammar in fourth place. And fifth place looks like Hannah Pinson.
Yeah, possibly.
And Jasmine Rose there from Townsville Grammar, fighting it out for fifth and sixth. And over the radio we hear lane 5, then lane 3 for fifth and sixth.
Just a reminder for the Girls Open 4, if you are the coxswain, you need to report to the office downstairs at the Rockhampton Grammar School for the weigh-in. So if you are a coxswain in that event and you have yet to be weighed, could you please come now so that we can have everything organised for the start of that race.
Thank you very much.
Easily done.
Is there a time for that heat 3, that semi-final 3?
No, I haven't got the print out yet. We only go to 127, so we'll get all that.
I don't know for the last race.
I'll just run through and give them the...
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Just give you the start order on race 99, which is the second heat of the Schoolgirls Single Sculls, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. First, there's a scratching, which is lane 3. Lindisfarne is out, but lane 4 will be Stuart Home, the team of Xavier Horder, coached by Richard Patterson. In 5 will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Michelle Cluley. In lane 6, St Peter's Lutheran's Giselle Graham. In lane 7, Genesis Christian's Ella Smith. And in lane 8, St Margaret Mary's College, Abigail Barr, coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson.
I don't think there's anyone in 6, mate. I can't see anyone. On the actual course, I can't see anyone in 6 at all. I can't see anyone in 4.
So just looking down the...
3, 5, 7 and 8.
As we look down the field, it doesn't look like there's anybody rowing in 6, which would be St Peter's Lutheran's Giselle Graham. So we're not sure what's happened there, but it does look like there are only... she's a late scratching. Giselle Graham was a late scratching from St Peter's. Just to top out that last event in the Year 9 double scull, The results for race 97 were first placed St Pat's, Townsville, Dury and Bragg in a time of 4:16.40. 4:16.40. In second place, All Hallows, Murphy and Valentine. In third place, St Hilda's, Long and Kowalche. In fifth place, St Hilda's, Birtwhistle and Ramsey. In fifth place, St Hilda's, Holtzbaum and Boots. In sixth place, Stuart Hopes, Coventry and Hedberg. In seventh place, Varsity Colleges, Urton and Graham. And in eighth place, All Hallows, Battersby and Craig.
So, Simon, looking across those three semi-finals, it's the Stuart Home crew in the second semi-final that qualified the fastest with 4:14, closely followed by St Pat's with 4:16 and Rockhampton Grammar School in 4:17. So that puts us in a good position for a cracking final later this afternoon with the Stuart Home girls going into that final as hot favourites.
We now have the results through on race 98, which was the first heat. That was just the race that's just been completed. And that was won by Rockhampton Grammar School's Laura Cypher in a 9:06.03. 9:06.03. In second place, Genesis Christian's Jave Probitz. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran's Ella Harp. In fourth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Nancy Duncan Banks. In fifth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar's Hannah Pinson. In sixth place, Townsville Grammar School's Jasmine Rose. So that's the placings in the heats thus far. Yeah. Just not exactly sure. We don't have confirmation of who's rowing where at the moment because our sheet doesn't line up with the lanes. But be that as it may, you'd be fairly confident in thinking Genesis Christian's Ella Smith is certainly on track to comfortably get home in this event, in this heat, the second heat.
Yeah, and we think it's the Stuart Home and Brisbane girls rowers on the right-hand side of the course in lanes 3 and 5. Look like they're the ones that are going to be fighting it out for second place to automatically qualify for the semi-final, the final later this afternoon. But it certainly is the Genesis Christian Ella Smith, a strong row here. It'll be interesting to compare this to Laura Cypher's row in the previous semi-final. Just get a bit of a gauge, and that's something that we know all of the rowers out there are accessing all this data and double-checking the race times to see where they sit going into their finals. Whether they're working out they need a little bit of extra power as they're progressing into that final, or whether they cruised into that final. It'd be interesting to see how Scullers manage that. But great row there by Ella Smith, Genesis Christian College. Convincing win there by her, and it looks like a battle between Stuart Home and Brisbane girls here.
So lane 3, which we would...
It's close, mate.
Yeah, not a lot in this.
Looking for that side on camera, but we don't have it at this stage. But we do think it's the Stuart Home. There it is now. Yeah, Stuart Home coming through there in second place to qualify for the final. And about a boat length back to Michelle Cluley in lane 5 there.
And that will be rounded out by St Margaret Mary's College, Abigail Barr will complete the that heat. We now move to race 100, back to the 2,000 metre mark, which is the third and final heat of this, the schoolgirls single scull, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar's Sophia Lloyd, coached by Robin Fay. In lane 4 will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Ellen Hill. In lane 5, St Margaret Mary College's Savasti Aarons, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 6, Brisbane State High School, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. In lane 7, Bundaberg North State High School's Jane Wake, coached by Thomas Lavin. And in lane 8, Brigidine College's Gemma Thompson. So they're coming down the course now. So it looks at this stage lane 6, which is Brisbane State High School Sophie Malcolm and Brisbane Girls Grammar School Ellen Hill seem to be sneaking in front. That's about the 750 mark. So still a way to travel at this stage. Looks like lane 8. The rower from Brigidine College too, Gemma Thompson, is keeping up fairly well in lane 8.
I think there are three standouts at this early stage, but
Yeah.
it is the Sophie Malcolm from Brisbane State High that looks like maybe a boat length lead, closely followed by Ellen Hill and Gemma Thompson in lanes 4 and 8 would be our best guess at this stage.
Just coming up on the 500 metres. And the race is sort of settled into that pattern. This stage of the race, of course, people would be, their plan was to possibly go fairly quickly for the first bit, settle in and row smoothly for the middle bit, and then make sure you leave nothing on the course for the last 250 metres. But as Todd said, the people who are rowing in these heats, many of them experienced rowers, will know that they need to qualify, not necessarily lap the field. So to keep a bit in the tank for race 133 this afternoon, which will be the final. And as you said, Todd, the times in all these races are tight enough. It's going to be quite an entertaining afternoon.
Oh, definitely. I think we're all looking forward to the finals. And we saw that yesterday afternoon with the inter-regional finals. A lot of emotion and cheering on the sidelines from all of our regions. And I think that's something that we can continue to grow within this regatta, is that inter-regional competition late on the Saturday afternoon, day one of the event. It's just fantastic to see students get out there and dust off their school colours and join all together as a region and compete. And yeah, I thought it was some fantastic results there. And it did look like on the medal. As they were presenting their medals, that all those rowers were getting checks as they were getting their medals, but it was actually a Frenchville Sports Club gift card for all of the students that came first, second or third and placed in those inter-regional. Were given a gift voucher for Frenchville Sports Club to enjoy the hospitality over there throughout this weekend or over the next couple of weeks. So thank you to Frenchville Sports Club for their sponsorship of that. As we're coming down to the final 100 metres or so here, and it does still look like Sophie Malcolm from Brisbane State High School is holding on to her lead, but it does look like it's going to be a tight race between Ellen Hill in lane 4 from Brisbane Girls, and the Brigidine College, Gemma Thompson on the far side. I think Sophie Malcolm's just cruising into home here, knowing that she's got that first place wrapped up. And I'd suggest that Ellen Hill would be
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
place.
We'll see it there. It looks like Ellen Hill's got the second, so they're the automatic progressions. So Ellen Hill next, and then our rower in lane 8 from Brigidine College, Gemma Thompson. So Gemma will be now looking for it on times, as automatic progression was only for the first two. Lane 7's going to come in 4th place. Bundaberg North State High School's Jane Wake. Looks like lane 3, Brisbane Rockhampton Grammar's Sophia Lloyd. And then rounding out the numbers in lane 4 will be lane 5. Sorry, will be St Margaret Mary's Savasti Aarons. We can give you the results and the times for race 99, which was the second heat. That was run by Genesis Christian College's Ella Smith in a time of 9:13.40. 9:13.40. In second place was Stuart Holmes Xavier Horder. In third place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Michelle Cluley. In fourth place, St Margaret Mary's Abigail Barr. And then we had 2 scratchings, so they rounded out the placings in that heat.
Yeah, so looking back at the 2 semi-finals that we know the results of at this stage that have come through. So Laura Cypher 9.06 in her semi-final, and then Ella Smith 9.13 in her semi-final. So depending on how fast Sophie Malcolm was in that third semi-final, it does look like Laura Cypher will go through as the hot favourite in the Open Girls Single Scull.
Right, take your attention to race 101 on course at the moment, which is the first heat of the Year 11 Coxed 4 for schoolgirls. 1, 2, 3 and 4 go through to the finals, which will be race 135 this afternoon. There are 2 heats. In lane 4 is the crew from Somerville of Tess Graham, Minyaya Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, coxed by Catherine Cairns. In lane 5, the St Margaret's crew of Greta Howes, Josephine Spooner, Lucinda Hudson, Georgia Campbell, coxed by Ella Steinberg. In lane 6, Stuart Holmes, Georgia Betts, Georgie Hedberg, Isabel Allen, Lucia Allen, and coxed by Brooke Tate and coached by Richard Patterson. In lane 7, All Hallows, Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Georgie Pryor, Olivia Morgan, coached by Bridget Obertha and coached by Gus Rodero. And in lane 8, St Hilda's Pippa Hemming, Jamie Stridham, Eliza McTaggart, Emma Chandler, coxed by Mika Free and coached by Ross Lindstrom.
Yeah, Simon, it does look like a race between Somerville and All Hallows at this stage. So Somerville in lane 4 and All Hallows in lane 7.
So first 4 progressed to the final in this one, ladies and gentlemen. As Todd said, looks like a fairly comfortable finish for Somerville, followed by lane 7, All Hallows. And then a bit of a toss-up for third between the crew from St Hilda's and St Margaret's. And in lane 6, Stuart Home rounding out the field there. But at the moment, in the Coxed 4, it looks pretty... Oh, that's closer than you think, I think. But certainly the Somerville team... I suppose. So here we go. So we're going to be fairly comfortable in saying this. Oh, it's a tight finish. This. Oh,
geez, that's very tight.
Yeah, very tight. But we'll say Somerville got that over All Hallows, with the St Hilda's team coming in third place, and it looks as if lane 5. The team from St Margaret's will go through,
yep.
And which means the eliminated there will be the Stuart Home crew. So we'll bring you a time on that as soon as we can. We'll go straight to race 102, which is the second heat. This is a bit different. There are 4 crews in this, although if you actually... No, there's 4 crews there. It'll be the first 3 to go through for this. And I mention again, they'll go through to race 135 this afternoon. So in lane 5 is the All Hallows crew of Nicole Watt, Phoebe Gallagher, Ruby Dollar, Eddie Russell and Polly Gascoigne in the Cox's seat, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Emma Paul, Jade Somerville, Adelaide Chalmers, Dominique Hourigan with their Cox, Isabel Scarrett. In lane 7, the Cathedral Schools, Grace Abdi, Eliza Gesbitz, Steffi Simon, Scarlett Woodbury, with the Cox Wendy Crawford, that is coached by Stefan Muhlenberg, and the St Hilda's team in lane 8 of Alexi Jurcic, Gemma Jansen, Kanina Murta, Jazz Ingle and Mia Harvey, their Cox, coached by Ross Lindstrom.
And at this early stage, there's certainly not much between these four crews. As Simon mentioned, the top three go through to the final later on today. So
we'll just give you the result of race 100, which was the third of the heats in the schoolgirls single scull. In first place was Brisbane State High School's Sophie Malcolm in a time of 9:35.76, 9:35.76. In second place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School's Ellen Hill. In third place, Bridgetine College's Gemma Thompson. In fourth place, Bundaberg North State High School's Jane Wake. In fifth place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Sophia Lloyd. In sixth place, St Margaret Mary's College, Savasti Aarons.
So if you look across those three semi-finals, the favourite in that open schoolgirls single scull will be Laura Cipher from Rockhampton Grammar School. She went through in 9:06. Then you've got Ella Smith from Genesis Christian College. She went through in 9:13, and then Sophie Malcolm went through in 9:35. So it'll be interesting to see what the rates were in those semi-finals when they get to their final. But Laura, Ella and Sophie are in a strong position there, especially Laura Cipher qualifying significantly faster than her other competitors in those other semi-finals. So we'll see what happens this afternoon. And it still looks like, I'm thinking lane 8 and lane 5 here, Simon, look like they've got a bit of a lead.
Yes, 8 and 5. If anything, I'd say lane 5, the crew from All Hallows may have their nose in front, but it is a bit difficult at this stage. Just going past the 500 metre marker, which for those with eagle eyes will see is that red buoy in the line of yellow ones.
And the race within a race will be the crews in lane 6 and 7. So that's the Brisbane Girls and Cathedral.
Yeah, certainly it looks like lane 5 steadily increasing the lead. Although, now that I've said it, I don't believe it. So it's certainly 5 and 8. So the real battle is going to be in those middle two lanes, ladies and gentlemen, because it's only 3 to progress. So the Cathedral School and the Brisbane Girls Grammar School are battling it out for direct advancement to the final. And unfortunately, there's no going through on time after this. If you miss, you are out. So the team in lane 4, the All Hallows team, you can see they're keeping their rating up and certainly...
Yeah, they do look comfortable at this stage, don't they?
Yeah. Just need that smoothness. The hardest lesson for all of us to learn is if the boat's stable and you're rowing smoothly, you go quicker than trying to lift it out of the water with every stroke. A habit that old blokes are particularly prone to.
It does look like the Cathedral School are moving into that third place position by about a boat length, I would suggest, over the Brisbane Girls in the race for third there. But it does look like the All Hallows crew here will go through in top spot. Some great vision on the big screen there from cameras all over the course. But it is All Hallows crew that will go through in first place in a wonderful row there. Congratulations.
Comfortable win in the end.
St Hilda's coming across the line now in second place. And it does look like the Cathedral School will sneak into that third place to progress through to the final in race 135 this afternoon.
So you will look up the course again to the 2,000 metre mark, ladies and gentlemen, for the first heat of the schoolboys Year 11 quad scull, the Coxed event. In lane 3 is going to be the Cathedral Schools Jaya Pradnam, Toshiro Larson, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot, and that boat is coxed by Trinity Bennett. Their coaches are Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4 is Ignatius Park, William Leone, Riley Masters, Sonny Crawford and Noah Lau. Their cox is Jude Foyle and they're coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 5, St Peter's Lutheran College, the team of Oscar McIntyre, Alad Thomas, Archie McPhee, Angus Gardner and their cox Elliot Jackson. In lane 6, Gregory Terraces, Felix Lewis, Pat Murphy, Sam Allen, Matt Sport and their cox Tom Coogan. In lane 7, Brisbane Boys College, Flynn Bruce, Kai Vladusik, Regan Pratt, Lennox Tune, coxed by Lachlan McLean. And in lane 8, the Rockhampton Grammar School team of Joshua Sparks, Bradley Taylor, Carl Stanky, Jed Napper. Their cox is Austin Alloway and their coach Max Napper and John Smythe. So you can see there just about the 1750 mark at the moment. I do have the result in for race 101, which was the first of the schoolgirls coxed 4. And the winner of race 101 was first place Somerville, the school of Graham Bishop, Bridgefoot, Salisbury and Cairns in a time of 8:25.95. 8:25.95. In second place, the crew from All Hallows of Jessup, Hales, Pryor, Morgan and Bertha. In third place, St Hilda's, Hemming, Stridham, McTaggart, Chandler and Free. In fourth place, St Margaret's, Howes, Spooner, Hudson, Campbell and Steinberg. And in fifth place, Stuart Holmes, Betts, Hedberg, Allen and Tate.
And the Year 11 Quad Scull Coxed Schoolboys event on the water right now. First 4 qualifying through to the final this afternoon. And through the binoculars, it looks like a very even race across the field. I'm suggesting the crew in lane 6 might be slightly out in front at the moment. And there's not much between the rest of the crews as you scan across the water there. But our first impressions would be the Gregory Terrace crew would be slightly out in front at this early stage as they get past the 1,000 metre mark. I think second place would be Brisbane Boys in lane 7. And then it's very even across the field. Rockhampton Grammar in lane 8. St Peter's in 5. Ignatius in 4. And you wouldn't count out Cathedral in lane 3 as well. So what looks to be a very tightly contested race here across the board for our Year 11 boys.
It doesn't seem to be much in it, does there? Looks like, is it lane 6, Todd? Is that?
Lane 6.
Lane 6 does seem to. The Gregory Terrace team seems to be opening up a bit of a break, but it's just a bit hard to see next, really, because the teams, on the 2 on the far side, the Cathedral College and Ignatius Park, are certainly up there too. And it's just at this distance, I'm starting to wonder whether it's actually lane 4 who is starting to.
Yeah, I think they're definitely moving through the field there. The Ignatius Park crew, they might actually be in the lead at the moment. So. I hope no one's placing bets on our commentary here and who's coming where. But yeah, it certainly looks like the Ignatius Park crew in lane 4 there are the ones that have rode through the Gregory Terrace crew and look like they have a strong lead at the moment. So, and then third place, you would suggest anyone between lanes 3, 5 and 7. Looks like the Rockhampton Grammar crew in lane 8 have just dropped back a little bit at this stage, but it's certainly first place looks like a race between Ignatius Park in lane 4 and Gregory Terrace in lane 6. And as we said, top 4 go through. So the next, there's a battle for 3rd place, and that's across 3 different crews, and one of them are going to miss out at this stage. So that'll be very interesting to see how that plays out over the next couple of 100 metres. But it does look like the Ignatius Park crew.
We'd call lane 4 in front at the moment, the Ignatius Park crew, and then 6 or 3 by the look of that. So we'd say lane 6 possibly, which is the team from Gregory Terrace, and then lane 3, the Cathedral Schools. But only need a bit of a mishit here, and it's going to change a few things. But
yeah, it does look like Ignatius Park should take this out. By looks, Gregory Terrace, I'm saying, they're going to come in 2nd, closely followed by the Cathedral School. But there's not much between them and Brisbane Boys in lane 7, so it's going to be tight. Looks like the St. Peter's crew have dropped back a little bit, so they're the ones that are going to qualify, we believe. So
yes, lane 6, Gregory Terrace next.
On the far side there, Cathedral in 3rd.
Through.
And Brisbane Boys in 4th. And it looks like St. Peter's 5th there and miss out on going through. And the Rockhampton Grammar School coming through in 6th place there. So that race definitely ebbed and flowed there. Certainly Gregory Terrace came out a lot faster, but it was the experience there of the Ignatius Park crew who rode extremely well over that back 500 to come through and win that race. So congratulations to Ignatius Park there, the first place in the first heat of the Year 11 Quad Scull Coxed Schoolboys event. And
we've got our next heat coming down, 5 crews in that. In lane 4, ladies and gentlemen, is Brisbane State High's crew of Annan Waller, Charlie Simpson, David Byrne, Jackson Martin and Nicholas Barlow in the Cox seat, coached by Cameron Stevenson. Brisbane Boys College in lane 5, Hamish McGregor, Joseph Thine, Mitchell Owen, Xavier Rubens, coxed by Bo Palmer. In lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, the team of Troy Heron, Robert Vanderpoel, Johan Tan, Erman Gucic, and Giorgio Gaganis in the Cox's seat, coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 7, Shalom College's Oliver Jansen, Denyon Rose, Matthew Parker, Archie Bury and Cody Pole in the Cox's seat, coached by Michelle Rico and David Roth. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Lachlan Ray, Armani Kujovic, Thomas Gray, Callum McClure and Luke Oishi in the Cox's seat.
And at this stage, it does look like the crews in the middle there in lane 5 and 6 holding court at this stage, and they look like they'll progress quite easily. This looks like an easier race to call than the last one, which is nice to see. But our first guess here is Trinity Lutheran in lane 6, slightly out in front of the Brisbane Boys in lane 5. And then we're going back to Brisbane State High in lane 4 in 3rd place, and Shalom in 4th place. Look like the 4 crews that may qualify at this stage. Still a lot of rowing to go, obviously. But the race looks pretty tight here for first place between Trinity Lutheran and Brisbane Boys.
Yeah, actually that is tight. It'll be certainly as a heat. They're looking for bragging rights at the moment. Both those crews will go through to the final.
That's exactly right. They'll convincingly through to the final, but
Brisbane Boys look like they've...
This stage, I dare say the Coxons are still barking their orders at their crew. A win's a win at any level.
Oh, here we go. Just looking at that on the screen, this is... yeah. We'll say Brisbane Boys got there, followed by Trinity Lutheran. It looks like Brisbane State High in lane 4 are going to come in 3rd place. Then we'll move to lane 7 for Shalom College. And then rounding out the placings will be Somerset College in lane 8. We'll change to the 1,500 metres now, ladies and gentlemen. Race 105 will commence. It's the Schoolgirls Year 10 Double Scull. But before we do that, I'll just give you some results for race 102. So 102, which was the second heat of the Schoolgirls Year 11 Coxed 4. And the winner of this was the All Hallows crew of Watt, Gallagher, Dollar, Russell and Gascoigne in a time of 8:26.64. 8:26.64. In second place, the St Hilda's crew of Jurcic, Jansen, Murtagh, Ingle and Harvey. In third place was the Cathedral College. Just Todd, that winning time there was 8:26.64. Cathedral College in third place, Abdi, Gisbert, Simon, Woodbury and Crawford. And in fourth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the team of Paul, Somerville, Chalmers, Hourigan and Scarrett.
Well, if the heats in the Championship Schoolgirls Year 11-4 is anything to go by, we had Somerville will qualify in first place with 8:25 and All Hallows in Heat 2, 8:26. So depending on what their stroke rate and how hard they were working in that race, it'll be a cracking final coming up this afternoon between the Schoolgirls Year 11-4. So it's certainly looking like a cracking afternoon of rowing here as we get to the finals across a variety of different events. So stay tuned. It's going to be a very exciting afternoon, that's for sure.
Just run through the 8 lanes for you, ladies and gentlemen, in race 105. In lane 1, this is in the Year 10 double scull. The team from Brisbane Girls Grammar School of Georgia Peterson and Harper Hammer. In lane 2, the Stewart Home crew of Georgia Sharp and Gigi Kelly, coached by Olivia Mendonca. In lane 3, St Hilda's crew of Lucy Corish and Grace Champion, coached by Ian Hawley. In lane 4, Somerville's Amy Bidstrup and Madeline Warhope, coached by Reese Jones. In lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, the crew of Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, and their coaches are Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6, the Brisbane State High School Zoe Waldron, Jenny Tran, coached by Ben Birchall. In lane 7, All Hallows crew of Tabitha Sully and Anna Belloso James, coached by Dino Castellano. And in lane 8, the team from Somerset College, Amelia Fink and Eliza Strong.
And at this early stage, I think we've got a pretty challenging race to call here, but I'm saying I think lane
5 maybe?
Lane 5, yeah, lane 5 out in front there. I'd say lane 7 and lane 3 would be the closest competitors for that. But looks like lane 5, maybe half a boat length or a boat length in front at this early stage as they come with 500 metres to go.
Good. Yeah, that'd be good. I'll just do one result. Actually,
Kissed a few babies and shaken a few hands.
doesn't get better than that. So we'll just bring you up to date with the result, ladies and gentlemen. I have the result of, actually I've got an unofficial result. Oh no, it's just come through official. So we'll take you to race 103. Actually, we'll worry about that after. We're a bit close now. I'll hand you back to Ray.
Thanks, Simon. I'll hand you straight to Todd because I've got to catch up with where we are. I've been kissing babies and shaking hands.
Very good. So the schoolgirls at Year 10 double scull, and it does look like St Pat's Townsville in lane 5 going to take this one out. They've got a couple of boat lengths lead there over our next best guess would be All Hallows in lane 7. And in lane 3 would be St Hilda's. So that's our top 3 at this stage. Top 4 go through to the final, and the rest are eliminated in this semi-final number 1. So
pretty impressive, the Townsville crew, Todd. They've got a lovely lead there, haven't they? Handsome lead.
Yeah, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Lily Bragg's certainly a name that's been popping up a couple of times throughout this event so far. So she's had a good regatta. And they look very comfortable out in front there. They'll be very happy with that. So will their coaches, Harrison Parks and Hayley Nelson Burke. The St Pat's crew over the line now in first place. So they'll qualify first. And then we're looking at, I think it's going to be the St Hilda's crew would be coming through, right?
Yeah, I agree. St Hilda's will be second and All Hallows will be third.
Yep.
And then the interest in fourth and a place in the final.
Yeah, not much in this one. It looks like...
Stewart home, do you think?
I think Stewart home, yes, in lane 2. Yeah, they'll go through in the very important 4th place there to qualify for that final. And looks like lane...
I think lane 1 would have been 5th, then lane 6 would have been 6th.
Yeah.
Somerville would have been 7th, and Somerset College will be 8th. So we're getting into the fair dinkum stuff now with the semi-finals going through. So we were going to give you the result of race 103. First was Ignatius Park, second Gregory Terrace, third Cathedral, fourth Brisbane Boys College, fifth St Peter's Lutheran College, sixth Rockhampton Grammar School. And the winning time there was 7:23.87. 7:23.87 in race 103. This curse is hard to see with the sun shining and me being blind. Yeah, 104 is just coming up now, Todd. Just waiting for it to appear on my screen. Refreshing. First was Brisbane Boys College, McGregor, Tyne, Owen and Rubens in 7:25.02. Second Trinity Lutheran in 7:25.61, so a close race. Third Brisbane State High School. Fourth then was Shalom. Fifth Somerset College, and we don't have 105 as yet.
So very tight race there, the Year 11 Quad Skull Coxed event. First place was in their heat. Ignatius Park went through in 7:23, and the first place in the second heat was Brisbane Boys with 7:25. So that'll be a good final this afternoon.
And we're up to date, almost spot on with the results. So thank you to our boat race officials and the marshal at the start, Jeremy Parsons, doing an outstanding job when you're running regattas at 5-minute intervals. So semi-final 2 of the Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 double scull. The first, same progression, first 4 through to the final. Lane 1, Somerset College, Georgia Daly and Lillian Tan. Lane 2, St Peter's Lutheran College, Brianna Duval and Bridget Dennis. Lane 3, St Hilda's number 1, Annabelle Montgomery and Kyra Bender. Lane 4, Somerville number 1, Lillian Slatter and Madeline Milne. Lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School, Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark. Lane 6, Ryan Catholic, Hayley Davis and Courtney Davis. Lane 7, St Margaret Mary's College, Katie Prian and Maya Williams. And Lane 8, Townsville Grammar, Ella Watchenfeld and Skylar Corliss.
And this looks like a cracking race here, Ray. I think it's St Luke's, Asia Heaps out in front there in lane 5.
She and Sienna Clark, I'm pretty sure they won their heats of the single yesterday.
Yeah, won't be much in this. And the St Hilda's crew there.
In lane 3, it'd be certainly holding down second at this stage, but if not close to the win. But it looks like St Luke's from Anglican School from Bundaberg. What do you reckon? Half a length clear over St Hilda's in second place?
Second place, and Somerville in third place in lane 4 would be next guest. And then lane 6, Ryan Catholic College. The loudest cheer squad when you head to the North Queensland Championships, Ryan Catholic College. But it certainly looks like St Luke's will get across the line here as we just scan to the camera, and that is correct.
St Luke's first.
St Luke's, then St Hilda's.
Yep. And then third will be Somerville.
Somerville third.
And a close fourth then will be Ryan Catholic. Is that right?
That's right. That's what I saw. So
yeah, Ryan Catholic would be next.
Congratulations.
Then across to St Peter's Lutheran College, I think. Townsville Grammar, Somerset College and St Margaret Mary's College in lane 7 will be in 8th position. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark both won their heats yesterday, so no surprise. Now, it doesn't always equate to a good double, 2 singles that are going fast, but if they've got the same coach and they're rowing the same technique, the chances are the double will go fast. judge him. Just needs to populate. Just wait. Yep. Maybe I should get my better glasses out. Race 105 is official now. First St Pat's Townsville, Bragg and Burke in 6:19.06. Second St Hilda's, third All Hallows, fourth Stuart Home, fifth Brisbane Girls Grammar School, sixth Brisbane State High School, and seventh Somerville House number 2 crew, and eighth Somerset College number 2 crew. We're up to date there with giving you all of those. As semi-final one of the champion schoolboys Year 9 single scull. Again, the first 4 to go through to the final. This race from the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 1, Corinda State High, Cameron Dugdale. Lane 2, Cathedral number 4, Cooper Walmsley. Lane 3, St Luke's Anglican School, Oliver Meehan. Lane 4, Bundaberg State High, Logan Cavill. Cathedral number 1 is in lane 5, Henry Chin. Lane 6, Cathedral number 2, Max Strickland. Lane 7, Kenmore State High School, Lachlan Brooks. And lane 8, Somerset College, Callum Miles. Lucy, do we know if Kimberly Brown, who's at Cathedral...
Yeah, he did.
This is very close, Todd. I think, what do you reckon, lane 6, Cathedral,
Yeah,
Max Strickland?
Lane 6 just in front and not too much.
And the big screen showing fantastic pictures, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. If they can move forward a little bit further, we'll be able to tell. But yeah, I think it is lane
6.
Lane 6 with half a boat length possibly, but
6, 7, 5, 4, 8, 3, 2, 1.
For those playing bingo at home.
So 6 is Max Strickland of Cathedral, Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. Right beside him is Henry Chin, also of Cathedral, in lane 5, and he's putting in a concerted effort there, Henry Chin.
I think he's come through, yeah.
Yeah, and Logan Cavell of Bundaberg State High, coached by Joanne Kensler, moving through there as well. And then across to lane 7, Kenmore State High.
Yeah,
I reckon they're the first 4, but in what order, who knows?
So first 4 go through, and I think they might be the best chance it would be lane 3 of sneaking into that top 4, I would have thought, or maybe lane 8. But
a concerted effort coming from Logan Cavell of Bundaberg State High School and across to Kenmore State High.
Yeah, I think both of those rowers have rode through now. So I think it is Logan Cavell from Bundaberg State High. Looks like he's in front, and if he can hold his form.
Yeah, he's just getting a bit short there, isn't he? And a bit choppy, but he's still got his bow in front. Still got a couple of strokes to go, and I reckon it's a big win for Bundaberg State High School.
Yeah, I would say so. And I'm calling in the yellow boat in lane 7.
Second.
From Kenmore, I think.
And Cathedral in 5, third. Cathedral in 6, fourth is the way I saw it.
Yep.
But you could throw a blanket over them. I think Somerset College has finished 8th. I lost track of the ones over the other side. It was so close there at the end.
It was, yes. So Cathedral getting 2 rowers through from our best estimates there. Well done. But yeah, great row there by Logan Cavell from Bundaberg State High. That'll be a great result for that for the school there.
Race 106 is now official. First was St Luke's Anglican School, Heaps and Clark in 6 minutes 20.51. Second, St Hilda's, number 1 crew. Third, Somerville, number 1. Fourth was Ryan Catholic. Fifth, St Peter's Lutheran College. 6th, Townsville Grammar School. 7th, Somerset College. And 8th was St Margaret Mary's College. That was race 106 is official.
So that'll, in the schoolgirls Year 10 double scull, that'll mean St Pat's will go through as the fastest crew with 6:19, closely followed by St Luke's with 6:20. So that'll be whetting the appetite for this afternoon, that is for sure. But St Pat's in front of St Luke's in the Year 10 double scull.
And the champion schoolboys Year 9 single scull semi-final number 2, same progression, first 4 through. Lane 2, Emmaus number 2, Kobe Liddell, coached by Bonnie and Kim Byrne. Lane 3, Ryan Catholic, William Sulisic, coached by Erin McGuffey. Lane 3, Cathedral number 3, Darcy Hock, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. Lane 5, Kenmore State High, Matthew Burgess, coached by Michael Swainston. Lane 6, Ignatius Park number 1, Thomas Bartels, coached by Harrison Park and Zachary Judge. Lane 7, Kenmore State High, Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston. And lane 8, Ignatius Park number 2, Sebastian Aarons, coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. Great programs going on in Townsville where the senior coaches are mentoring younger coaches here. Kimberly Brown with Stefan, Zachary Judge with Harrison Parks. Wonderful opportunity, and this regatta gives them another great opportunity. And when we're mixing it with national champions in school boy, school girl, and in under 19s, it's a great opportunity to get some really hard racing while still at school and not having to travel too far to get it, Todd.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. It's the North Queensland Regatta up in Townsville there has certainly improved the standard across the board over the last sort of 5 years or so, and that's a great reward for all those Townsville coaches and schools that are actually investing a significant amount of money and resources into their programs, and we're seeing that this weekend, I believe.
What time of the year is that on? I'm retired now. I might drive up to Townsville for that
Yeah,
one.
it's normally the first or second weekend in August, and there's normally a Cowboys game on around that same time. So
I'll have to speak to a higher authority about my
Yes.
availability, though.
But perfect time of year up in Townsville around that time. Yeah, you might have to get the jumper out if it drops below 20 degrees, which it doesn't normally do at that time. But
And it is a Townsville sculler who's leading here. Cathedral number 3, Darcy Hock, is out in the lead. And it's got a nice look back at the rest of the field. Probably Kenmore State High in second there. Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston, out of Centenary Rowing Club, I'd suggest. Then across to Ryan Catholic.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the charge there.
And Kenmore in lane 5 would be
in fourth place.
Fourth place, I think, at this stage. But it's certainly the Cathedral rower, Darcy Hock. Looks like he's got a comfortable win here, and it's going to be really tight for second, third, and fourth. All 4 progressed through, so that looks like we've got our top 4 there. But
the Ryan Catholic sculler just hooked up on the boys there and lost a bit of momentum.
I think that might, no, he might be okay. He's
going to come back, isn't he? I reckon Ryan Catholic will get second.
Yep.
Kenmore State High will get third.
And
no, I got it wrong there. Yeah, Kenmore State High third and fourth, I think.
I think third and fourth. I think you're right. So
Yeah.
threw us out the orange cap on the far left.
Yeah,
I thought.
exactly. And then Ignatius Park will be fifth is the way I see it. But
Yeah.
I believe it's Cathedral, Ryan Catholic, Kenmore number 1, and then Kenmore number 2.
Yes. That's the unofficial placings there, that's for sure. I would be double checking the Rowing Queensland website for those results as they come through.
Yeah, we're just waiting for 107 to come up. And there it goes. Champion School Boys Year 9 Single Scull Semi-Final 1. First Bundaberg State High School Logan Cavill in 4 minutes 14.94. Second was Kenmore State High Lachlan Brooks. Third Cathedral number 1. Fourth Cathedral number 2. Fifth Cathedral number 4. Sixth St Luke's Anglican School. 7th Corinda State High School, and 8th was Somerset College. So Cathedral with 3 there. They finished 3rd, 4th and 5th. And semi-final number 1 of the Year 8 Schoolgirls Quad Scull is about to get underway, and again the first 4 to go through. A notice for everyone, could you please make sure that you take your own shoes and sliders from the beach when you're boating. We've had a few pairs that go missing already, especially a very special pair of bluefish slides yesterday afternoon. If anyone has seen them, please return them to the Rowing Queensland main desk, please. A pair of bluefish slides taken mistakenly from the beach yesterday. So champion Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull. Lane 1, Stewart Home. Lane 2, St Patrick's Townsville. Number 1 crew. Stewart Home was number 2. St Pat's number 1. Lane 3, St Margaret's number 1. Lane 4, St Margaret's number 2. Lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School number 1. Lane 6, Stewart Home number 1. Lane 7, St Hilda's number 2. And Lane 8, Cathedral number 2. I thought that was a pretty hard semi-final. Then you see in the next one there's Somerville 1, St Hilda's 1, All Hallows 1, Cathedral 1 and St Peter's Lutheran College 1. So they're both very, very tough semi-finals, Todd.
Yeah, it all depends if those 1s and 2s are significant, or if some of the crews, they're actually number 2 might be faster than number 1, but we'll see how this progresses. But it does look like the Brisbane Girls Grammar crew in lane 5 slightly out in front at the moment, but there wouldn't be much between anyone else in the field, I would suggest, for second place. Possibly looking at the seating, it'd be lane 4 and lane 6, either side of lane 5 there, holding on for second place. But lane 7 looks like they're not too far out of it, and lane 3 as well. So looks like a reasonable spread across the field, but I would suggest that the Brisbane Girls Grammar crew look like they're out in front by maybe a boat length.
So no coach listed, unfortunately. Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Clark, Annabelle McLeod, Jenna Hilditch, Brielle Porter, the coxswain. We have had the rowing coordinator, Darcy Ruck, up here a couple of times looking at racing from here, but we don't have a coach listed for this girls' grammar crew that has now opened up some open water over the rest of the field, I'd suggest.
It does, and those people viewing at home or on the banks of the river, you can see on the live stream, the big screen, we've got a tinny going beside these boats, and it's just a fantastic view. It's one of the advantages of having the live stream, being able to scan across to the vision of the boats as they're coming down the river. They're coming straight towards us, which gives us a unique perspective, and then also to be able to scan across and see where they are. But it certainly is the Brisbane Girls Grammar crew out in front in first place. I think it might be the crew in lane 3 now coming through.
St Margaret's, I agree. Yeah, St Margaret's number 1 from St Margaret's number 2. And have a look at the race for 4th. You've got lane 1, Stuart Holmes, lane 6 and 7, Stuart Home and St Hilda's number 2. But no doubt about our winners. Brisbane Girls Grammar School are going to win the race, and Margaret's number 1 will run second. I'm pretty sure, Stuart Home coming over on the far side.
No, I think it's the inside. St Margaret's in lane 4, possibly.
Yeah.
Gee, that's close.
Oh, that's close. But it'll be Girls Grammar, St Margaret's, and Stuart Home number 2, but not sure which order, but they'll be the 4 boats that go through.
First one, your girls are next, mate, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah, cool. Under control? Lane 2, Joe. I just got here. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, we left home on Cardi Road. We have to go home and swap cars. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. No, you've done well then.
Race 108 is official. Champion Schoolboys Year 9 Single Scull Semi-Final 2. Cathedral number 3, Darcy Hock. 4 minutes 08.05. 4:08.05. Second, Ryan Catholic. Third, Kenmore State High. Fourth, Kenmore State High. Fifth, Ignatius number 1. Sixth, Emmaus number 2. Seventh, Ignatius number 2. And that is the result of race 108.
So that Year 9 Single Scull, Darcy Hock there, 4:08. That puts him in a strong favourite going into that final, because the other semi-final, Logan Cavill, was 4:14. So he's got a 6-second lead there, depending on how they went, if they were pushing right through to the finish there. But things are looking good for Darcy Hock there from the Cathedral School, qualifying in first place there for the Year 9 Single Scull.
I went down and spoke to the head coach of Cathedral, Stefan Muhlenberg, wished him well in his impending semi-retirement, he tells me. And he tells me he's been at Cathedral School now for 14 years and has had a massive impact on rowing at that school and overall in Townsville generally, after being at the Western Australian Institute of Sport and then at Noosa for 3 years before he went to Townsville. So we wish him luck with the challenges he's got ahead in the next 18 months or so. As the Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull semi-final number 2 gets underway. Same progression, first 4 to go through. Lane 1, St Peters number 2. Lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar. Lane 3, Townsville Grammar. Lane 4, Somerville House. Lane 5, St Hilda's. Lane 6, All Hallows. Lane 7, Cathedral. And Lane 8, St Peters Lutheran College.
And at this early stage, I'm hazard a guess of lane 6, possibly in front there. The All Hallows crew might be slightly in front, but lane 5. So there's not much in the race as you'd expect at this sort of level of schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull. As we saw in the last race, there was certainly not much between the top 4 or 5 crews. So this will be a battle right through to the end. And about 600, 700 metres to go. Plenty of racing in front of these young rowers.
So All Hallows, the leading boat, we believe, is Jemima Wilkinson, Claudia Munn, Gabrielle Ryan, Danielle Watt, Emily Stafford, the coxswain, and Mike Partridge, the coach. We were saying before about the great footage coming from the tinny from side on, and one of the newish things in rowing is having a drone being able to follow races down. But of course, we can't do that here because of the proximity to the airport. That's the case, isn't it?
That is the case, yeah. Unfortunately, we're a little bit close to the flight path into the Rockhampton airport, but I think we have had some footage and special requests. The Australian rowing team were able to use some drone footage when they were here, so you can get special requests, but for a regatta like today and local regattas, that's a little bit of a challenge. But for some reason, the Australian rowing team, we get a little bit of leniency there, I think, and some fantastic footage when they were here on the river.
Yeah,
and
I can imagine our tech guru here, Adrian Lang, would be loving to cover this regatta with a drone, but of course, tech people can't always have their toys out and about.
Very true, and Tony Kennedy from AV department at the Rockhampton Grammar School also very inclined to some drone work. He's the mastermind behind a lot of the cameras and the shots that you're seeing on your live stream. Been working.
He's here when I leave, and he's here when I get here in the morning. He does a fantastic job, and never a glitch. Everything runs smoothly. We should get him to the national championships, I think.
Oh, he loves a challenge, that's for sure. And every time we're able to host here in Rockhampton, it's another challenge for Tony and his crew to come up with something new. And we've got a roaming camera as well that was roaming around yesterday afternoon.
He even took footage of us, I think, at one stage.
He
How
did.
desperate he was.
He was struggling for content, I believe.
So we've got lane 6 and lane 4. 6 and 4. And then lane 3, Townsville Grammar. So 6 is All Hallows, 4 is Somerville number 1. And I reckon Somerville have just about got their bow in front now of All Hallows. A lot of encouragement coming from the veranda here for the Rockhampton Grammar School too in lane 2. They've got a bit of work to do to get through, but at the moment I think Somerville have got their bow in front in station 4 over the early leaders All Hallows in station 6. And Rockhampton Grammar getting the encouragement, but they need a bit more work because St Hilda's in lane 1, Townsville Grammar and Rockhampton Grammar. 3 into 2 doesn't go.
Doesn't, so well done Somerville there, and All Hallows, 3rd place. Oh, it's so close, that 4th place. I'm not sure between Rockhampton Grammar and Townsville Grammar.
St Hilda's 3rd, and we'll wait for 4th.
It looked like Rockhampton Grammar maybe just in front there, but it was very hard to hear the beep of the finish line.
It's completely unbiased from you as you sit here in your Rockhampton Grammar School shirt and cap.
Fantastic race there. I don't think there's much between Townsville Grammar and Rockhampton Grammar for 4th place there. But what you can guarantee is the crews gave it their absolute best, which is what you want to see out there. And there wasn't much in that second semi-final, so we'll have to wait with bated breath there what the official results will be.
So race 109 is now official. First Brisbane Girls Grammar School, 4:02.95. 4:02.95. Second was St Margaret's number 1. Third was St Margaret's number 2. And 4th was Stewart Home number 2. We're getting the hang of this, mate. We had it right. Yep. 5th was Stewart Home number 1. 6th then was St Hilda's number 2, 7th Cathedral number 2, and 8th St Pat's of Townsville. That was race 109. Race 110 just happened, so we're right up to date. And the champion schoolgirl Coxed 4 Heat 1 is about to get underway at 9:40. So we've got 5 minutes of grace as Lynn McCarthy joins us here in the commentary area. Yes, Mrs. McCarthy, what can we do for you?
It looks like we're in trouble, Ray. got fourth.
Excellent. What, by how much?
Oh, 0.07.
Are you serious? Less than a second. Wow. That's enough.
It's like getting your degree. It doesn't matter if you get 50.5% or 80.
That's right. Yeah, that's it.
All the same. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring you up to date with another result, which is from race 110, 110, which was the second semi-final of the Year 8's Coxed Quad Scull. And the winner in that race was Somerville number 1, the team of McIntyre, Larson, Osadiche, Brummel and Quartermain in a time of 4:07:03. 4:07:03. Second, the team of All Hallows, Wilkinson, Munn, Ryan, Watt and Stafford. This is for schoolgirls, obviously. St Hilda's, the team in third position, the team of Jolly, Layatora, Smith, Harabi and the Cox, Prendergast, Burtonshaw. In fourth place, the Rockhampton Grammar School team of Rabbits Hick, Kent, Olive, Appleton and Lloyd. In fifth place, Townsville Grammar School's McGecky, Cameron, Warren, Moller and Crockless. In sixth place, St Peter's, Yarski, Killen, Owen, Atkinson and Waller. In seventh place, the Cathedral Schools, Chuntai, Klingner, Thorold, Zikor and Hysini. And in eighth place, St Peter's College, Brewer, Kerr, Markovich, Home, Fisher, and Markovich, Home, Fisher and Hall. So that brings us up to speed on all the results we have to hand. Our next race, which is due to commence any time now, we draw your attention to the 2,000 metre mark, scheduled to go at 9:40. It will be the Championship School Girls Coxed 4 in these heats.
Always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends, stayed in bed till Wednesday, fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Leather jacket though is too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think without eyes, her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'll do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache, I'll do it all over again.
Yep. Done. No worries. See you soon. Bye. Yep. Yep, no, saw that. No worries, Dan. Thank you. Bye.
Bob, have you had any scratchings in the schoolgirl fours races?
Of course I have. You should just check it out.
I suppose we could do that.
Yes, sir.
Never thought of that.
Yeah.
Have we been sat in our arse? I believe so.
Well, hang on. Race 112,
Yep.
lane 6.
6, St Peter's Lutheran College.
They're still in, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
According
Yep.
to this.
They haven't scratched with me.
So 1-1-11, we've got 5 teams.
Yep, that's right.
And
Just for the
scratched is St Margaret's. Lane
Oh,
8.
okay. Lane 8.
So obviously they're looking to race. They're obviously looking for St Peter's.
Consolidate. Because you've got 4 there, right? St
Yeah, I
Margaret's
know.
there. Yeah.
But that's going to be Bruce's question. I mean,
St Peter's Lutheran College. have
normally
they-
I would prefer to have them, send them home
Yeah.
and race at the final time. But
Is that in 12?
Yeah.
there's already only 4 in one of them.
Yeah, well, St Margaret's was scratched from there, which left 4.
Yeah.
So he's looking for St Peter's. Would he race it at the final? Would he race it now?
Well, I would prefer the final time, but that's his decision.
But surely Hicksy would have withdrawn them, wouldn't he?
There's 5 there.
Well, I don't know. Where's his missus?
St Peter's aren't scratched according to this.
Sorry? They're
There's-
scratched now.
Oh, have they?
I don't know. No.
No, they're still
I'm
all
trying
in.
to ring the rowing master now. Mate, has your schoolgirls 4 gone out? Oh, okay. So heat 2, the number 2 crew. Okay. All right. Thanks, mate. Right. Oh, Bob, dickhead, you've walked away. They're out. He hasn't scratched.
Which one's that?
Number St Peter's number 2. And Bob walked away. I'm going to get the answer for you.
Just when I called the start order for that last one, ladies and gentlemen, St Margaret's in lane 8 are a scratching. So there will be 4 teams coming down the...
At Higgins, we invest in our people each and every day through a variety of programs. First and foremost is a development program where we allow people to get better at what they do day in, day out on their jobs. We also have a development program to allow them to work through different pathways within the organisation so they can start as a painter and work their way up even to branch manager if they wish to. Development of our people is such a critical component. It gives them the satisfaction of knowing that we care about them and that we want them to do as well as they can do.
During my time at Higgins, I've come from a painter to foreman, project manager, business development manager, and currently the branch manager. The senior management team have provided me with an individual development plan that has been tailored to my skill set, that has seen me also collaborate and be mentored by other individuals within the business and leaders in their field.
My favourite thing about working at Higgins is the people. Whether it be my staff, who are absolutely excellent, or my clients that I deal with every day, I just love being able to communicate with people and enjoy my job. My key roles in my position as branch manager is to not only manage the sale process and our relationship with our clients, but also help our ops team to deliver an unbelievable project every time for our clients. The construction industry is quite often thought of as a male-dominated industry. For me, it's about your capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If you want to get in there, just go for it. I've been in this industry for 4 years and I love it.
One of the great things about Higgins is it's not a hierarchical organisation. Everybody is on equal footing, and that really gives a sense of we're all in this together.
My advice to anyone who'd like to join the painting industry, no matter where they're from, who they are, just go for it. If you're passionate about it, come and join a great industry and get to be a part of a great company if you come to Higgins.
I'm Ethan Gill and I'm a Year 11 student at the Rockhampton Grammar School. I started in grade 10 and I've been here for a little over a year.
Ethan is a fine example of a definitive boarder. He comes from a provincial town, Billawheeler, and there are educational opportunities there, but it's his family's choice to have Ethan here at the Rockhampton Grammar School.
My family owns 2 properties, just outside Billawheeler and another one halfway between Monto and Billawheeler. I switched to Rockhampton Grammar because I wanted to be a doctor.
We have a large number of students who come to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10. They do it so that they're really well prepared for their senior studies.
For students who have been educated in the middle school in their hometowns and might be considering a switch to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10, there's a lot on offer.
I chose Rockhampton Grammar because it would provide me with the best opportunity for learning.
We want to make sure that they have great study habits, because by preparing for that in Year 10, they're really well prepared to enter into an exciting learning pathway in Years 11 and 12. They'll need to be able to analyse, use their knowledge meaningfully to be able to express themselves accurately in their work to be really successful in their Year 12 final exams.
The change to Rockhampton Grammar School was fairly easy. All the people are easygoing and good to get along with. Here I met my mate Andrew. We play cricket together and yeah, we get along very well. What I love about Rockhampton Grammar is the opportunities that I've had with extracurricular activities. To be with your mates constantly, it's like a big family. For the students considering switching in Year 10, I would say this: the Rockhampton Grammar School provides a wide variety of opportunities for what you are willing to do in the future and anything that you want to do after school.
Now, at the moment, it still looks like lane 6. Lane 6, the crew from Brisbane Girls Grammar School of Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Banks, and Emily Hurst. Look like they're pretty comfortably in front at the moment. About 7:50 to run. Looks like second at the moment would be lane 4, as the St Hilda's crew, followed by St Peter's in lane 5, with lane 7 St Margaret Mary's just a touch off the pace at the moment. So as Ray said, we're not exactly sure how this is going to work now. It was going to be first 3 would go through, but we're just hoping to get confirmation on how the progression to the final is going to work. We've just heard from the jury, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to have to wait on a decision about how the teams progress. So you can see that this particular heat is originally marked with 1, 2 and 3 to progress through, and it was going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the next one, but we're just not going to, we'll hold off on results to that until we get the absolute official word, so that crews are going to know where they are, and therefore we'll know who will be entered into race 141 this afternoon, which will be the final for the Schoolgirls Cox 4. But in the late stages of the race, into the last 200 metres, as you can see, it's lane number 6, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School, with a comfortable lead from lane number 4, the St Hilda's crew, with the St Peter's Lutheran College in the middle, looking like they're going to go through. And we just see now the St Margaret Mary's crew coming down lane 7. I suspect you're going to find the placing's unlikely to change from that at the moment. So we'll just call them across the line. You can see the team from Brisbane Girls just using the power and the strokes, rating very comfortably to go across the line. So we'll call them first, rating at 20, warm-up rating really. And then the second across the line in St Hilda's. Just a bit of a wild stroke there from St Peter's Lutheran, but won't affect the result at the moment. So coming across in third position in the first heat. And the placings will be rounded out by St Margaret Mary's College. In progress down the river, as you can see at the moment, in lanes 4, 5, 7 and 8 is the second heat in the Schoolgirls Cox 4. In lane 4 is Somerville's team of Phoebe Bromell, Alice Reddy, Annie Rofen, Imogen Walker and Sadie Ridgway. Their coach is Peter Zanleiter. In lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Sarah Hopkins, Olivia Barr, Hannah Pinson, Michelle Cluley, and they're coxed by Isabel Scarrett. In lane 7, Townsville Grammar School, Skylar Corliss, Ella Walkenfeld, Yasmin Rose, Erin Keogh, coxed by Lane Scott, and their coach is Taylor Donald Wales. And in lane 8, the St Hilda's team of Alex Jurchich, Gemma Jensen, Kanina Murta, Jazz Ingle, and they're coxed by Mia Harvey and coached by Ross Lindstrom. So just about the 650 metres there. And just starting to see probably lane 5, the crew from lane 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, lane 4. Lane 4, the crew from Somerville House, opening up a bit of a leave, although some competition coming from St Hilda's in lane 8. And then fairly close, perhaps, if anything, Brisbane Girls would have their nose in front of the team from Townsville Grammar. But now, as they get a bit closer, it's starting to look like, well, it's holding, actually, the lane 4, the Somerville House team.
Coached by Peter Zahnleiter, who's old enough to have rode in my vintage and has coached at Churchy for a long time, coaching the Somerville First 8 this year. Done a very good job there. And St Hilda's on the far side, also going nicely, Simon.
Yeah, it's the outsiders have it at the moment.
Somerville over St Hilda's. Then back to, what do you reckon, Girls Grammar?
I think
and
so.
Townsville Grammar.
Townsville, yeah, that sounds like it'll round this. These are the ones we're going to have to wait for official placings on, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have just that those couple of late scratchings, and we need to decide what boats are going to progress.
So repeating the early call, please, if you are intending to withdraw, do it early. Don't wait till the last minute so the message can get through to the starter and, more importantly, to the regatta referee. This particular event could have been a straight final of 8 boats at the scheduled final time. Would have saved a fair bit of time. As with the next race, the Champion Schoolboys Double Scull. Heat 2 only has 4 crews in it, so under the rules, one of those crews should be eliminated. And it looks like Heat 1 is underway with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it. So yes, we'll have the first 4 from Heat 1 and the first 3 from Heat 2 will go through in the Schoolboys Double.
So just coming back to the race in front of us, race 111, the first heat, and it's going to be St Hilda's fairly comfortably across the line, couple of boat lengths in it. And Somerville first, St Hilda's second. Girls Grammar in third, and Townsville Grammar coming in fourth. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong race. happens.
And heat one of the champion schoolboys doubles well down the course. Simon in lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar, Leeson and Godwin. Lane 5, Cathedral number 1, Pratchett and Talbot. Lane 6, Townsville Grammar number 1, Hayes and Donald Wales. Lane 7, Ignatius number 2, Larson and Lau. And lane 8, St Luke's Anglican School, Reynolds and Mortimer.
Certainly looks like 6 and 4 perhaps.
I agree. Rockhampton
6 and
Grammar
4.
in 4 and Townsville Grammar in 6 would be our 2 leading boats. And then very little to choose between the other 3, Cathedral, Ignatius Park and St Luke's, with just the 1 crew to be eliminated from this heat.
So the Townsville Grammar crew pretty much with a comfortable lead now. Rocky Grammar in lane 4, holding on to second as lane 5 and lane 7. The crews from Cathedral and Ignatius battling it out at the moment, with St Luke's Anglican in lane 8, just a touch off the pace as they pass the 500 metre buoy. So at the moment it looks like that's pretty much going to be the way Heat 1 is going to finish. This is scheduled to have 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress. The final this afternoon will be race 142. 142 for the final. But it So, as predicted, it's going to be Townsville Grammar's Gerard Hayes across the line first. Gerard Hayes and Lachlan Donald Wales, that is. At this stage, the Rockhampton Grammar crew of Marshall Leeson and Riley Godwin are going to come in second. And then we'd imagine the St Ignatius number 2 team of Lachlan Larson and Noah Lau. The Cathedral Schools, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Talbot coming in 4th. And 5th place will be St Luke's Anglican, Tobias Reynolds and Dane Mortimer.
And the second heat is underway with just the 4 boats. So under the rules, 1 crew should be eliminated. We have Ryan Catholic in lane 5, Roman Robertson and William Sulicic, coached by Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In Brisbane State High School, Tom Gadaloff and Matthew Brosnan, coached by Cameron Stevenson. Lane 7, Ignatius Park, Riley Williams and Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks. And Townsville Grammar, James Turnauer and Conroy Terry, coached by Corby Green. Ignatius Park have a handsome lead looking from here at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, seem to be comfortably in front. Bit of a battle for second between the team from Townsville Grammar School and Brisbane State High. And then back to lane 5 with Ryan Catholic.
So for those of you who are sports buffs, today the 19th? Yes, of September. Yep. So on this day in 1986 was when Dean Jones made 210 runs off 330 balls in his 3rd test match in India and lost something like 8 or 9 kilos in weight and ended up in hospital. Remember, his organs were shutting down. So it was this day in 1986. The late Dean Jones scored an iconic 210 against India in Madras.
It's hard to believe that's 35 years ago.
Yeah, well, I was a much younger man then.
Yeah. I think I still had hair then.
Yeah. I think there's a thing on Facebook. What don't you have now that you had when a teenager? And my answer was hair.
Yeah. What I want to know, when it stops growing on your head, why it wants to come out of your ears. It's one of the great mysteries of the Western world. But anyway, first world problems.
So a good race for second and third, and Ryan Catholic have tailed off in fourth place and appear to be destined to be eliminated. But Ignatius Park, Riley Williams and Zachary Skipper racing it all the way to the line. They've still got the beat up to about 26 or 27, I'd say. But rowing quite nicely. Their blades, even from here, look as though they're nice and parallel. And doing it comfortably in front of Brisbane State High in second place and Townsville Grammar in third. And destined to be eliminated will be the crew from Ryan Catholic from Townsville. Still plenty of encouragement from the schoolmates down on the bank. And a wonderful vibe walking around the crowd, Simon, catching up with old friends.
Absolutely. Well, there's more distance than it looks sometimes, doesn't it? As they
Absolutely,
get close. Like
yeah.
That's a daylight second, really.
It's a very impressive win for Ignatius Park, coached by Harrison Parks. Brisbane State High second, coached by Cam Stevenson. Well done to Cameron. Both go at the same time because there's a bus runs past the door and all that sort of stuff.
Take you back to the 2,000 metre mark for the first semi-final of the champion schoolgirls Year 11 single scull. It's set to start now. In fact, they may well be away by the look of that. In lane number 1 is Rockhampton Girls Grammar School's Callie McRae. In lane number 2, the Cathedral College's Georgia Slack, who's coached by Dan Healy. In lane number 3, the Cathedral School's Scarlett Woodry, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, St Peter's Lutheran's Giselle Graham. In lane 5, the Cathedral School's Sarah Scobie, again coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Brisbane State High's Sophie Malcolm, coached by Jessie Rigby-Jones. In lane 7, Somerville House's Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Peter Zahnleiter. And in lane 8, Brisbane North State High School, Jane Wake, coached by Thomas Laven.
So a high quality field, and they've made their way through here by doing well in their heats. So heat winners in the middle lanes, and that would be Giselle Graham and Sarah Scobie. And all to race for over the 2,000 metre distance. National champions, Sophie Malcolm in the under-19 single, Eliza Bridgefoot in the under-17 quad scull, Cox quad scull at Lake Barrington in Tasmania early this year. And some of the other entrants in this race also raced at the national championships. first two swam and home 20 metres in front of the third and fourth court, and the first two stood there and clapped them in and then cuddled the other two when they finished. And my son went down and said, where can you measure that on that way?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
It's true. Who have you found out?
Simon Roddick is not the regional manager, he's the branch manager.
He's the what manager? Branch manager.
Tell him we promoted him, but it was knocked back by head off.
And race 139, Richard Meikle.
39.
Merchandise sales.
Manager? No sales manager, that's it. Yeah, we'll give him a title.
Yep, and race 145. Rosewood's not doing it, enters that one.
Just at this distance, it looks like lanes 7 and 5 and 4 seem to be travelling pretty well at the moment. As Ray said, these are place things, so you expect the middle lanes to be travelling well. But at this distance, it's it does still look like anybody's race from here at the moment. In fact, Cathedral College's Georgia Slack in lane 2 just seems to be keeping up somewhere in there anyway. What we're looking for here is first, second, third and fourth will progress to the final in race 143 this afternoon.
5, 6 and 7 are going very strongly along with Cathedral's Georgia Slack, I'd suggest. So Sarah Scobie, Sophie Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. As I said, Sophie Malcolm won the under-19 single at the National Championships, and Eliza Bridgefoot was in a winning quad scull. And Bridgefoot's going strongly in lane 7, I think, Simon, don't you think?
Yeah, starting to trying to figure out as they loom a bit larger in your sight. If you've got a view down there, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that first puff of wind. They're just going through there, so the breeze was expected to pick up to about 22, 25 kilometres around 2 o'clock this afternoon, with the occasional gust a bit bigger, but at the moment still very, very pleasant conditions to be out on course.
And Eliza Bridgefoot wearing the predominantly blue Somerville outfit, whereas the green one stands out very, very prominently indeed. This one is predominantly blue with the green stripes and green chevrons maybe, I'm not sure how it's described. And she in lane 7, I reckon, is just narrowly in the lead over Cathedral Sarah Scobie, Sophie Malcolm, and then, as Simon suggested, Cathedral's Georgia Slack and Callie McRae of Rockhampton Girls Grammar School doing a good job over there in Station 1. These three in the middle there, certainly the two in lane 7 and 5 for Simon, Sarah Scobie in 5 and Eliza Bridgefoot. They've got a little margin over Sophie Malcolm. And then back, I reckon, St Peter's Giselle Graham in lane 4.
Yeah, she seems to have just opened up a bit, although, as you said before, Callie McRae from Girls Grammar rowing in lane 1.
Doing a good job.
Is keeping up pretty well there too. Although, as it gets a bit closer, you're going to see the 4 places possibly coming from 4, 5, 6 and 7.
And which is about right on the progression from heat to semi-finals. Your lane is determined by where you finished in your heat. And that's about 4 and 5 would have been heat winners. So 5's probably in front along with 7. And that's Sarah Scobie, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg, and Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Peter Zahnleiter. Absolutely flat water there as Scobie just goes into a little shimmer on the water. Terrific race between these two.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Win and you'll be in lane 4 or 5. Run second and you'll be in either 3 or 6 for the final. And I'm suspecting Sarah Scobie. What do you think? It's close.
Sarah, I'd say, but the Somerville rower of Eliza Bridgefoot.
Scobie first. Bridgefoot second.
And
third and fourth is close, with St Peter's Giselle Graham just going off course there a little. She and Sophie Malcolm. Sophie Malcolm will be third. St Peter's Giselle Graham will be fourth. They're all through to the final. And looking to finish fifth will be Callie McRae of Rockhampton Girls Grammar School. It's only a couple of entries from Rockhampton's Girls Grammar School, but in the 80s when Frank Hick was coaching there, 70s and 80s, there were always crews from Rockhampton Girls Grammar School rowing at the national championships, and Callie McRae, I reckon, has finished fifth just in front of Georgia Slack of Cathedral. Then follows Cathedral Scarlett Woodbury, and in 8th place Bundaberg State High, Jane Wake.
And certainly Girls Grammar just really reintroducing the rowing program this year, so it's great to see them back on the water. Race 116 on course now, the second semi-final, and this the Schoolgirls Year 11 single scull. In lane 2, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Remy Neville, coached by Donna Muller. In lane 3, Trinity Lutherans' Ellie Clifford. In lane 4, Stuart Holmes' Isabel Allen, her coach is Richard Patterson. In lane 5, Brigidine College, Gemma Thompson. In lane 6, the Cathedral School's Abigail Cox, her coach is Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 7, Somerville House's Minyea Bishop, coached by Peter Zahnleiter. And in lane 8, Rockhampton Grammar School's Faith Maynard, coached by Robin Fay.
The Stuart Holmes sculler Isabel Allen has got the bow side oar over the boys there, but she's just attempting to straighten up now. It's fraught with danger rowing there so close to the boys, and you can easily pick up the spoon will pick up a buoy line, and the next thing you're in the water. But it's a fantastic race there at the moment. Again, 6 and 7 are prominent, but 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4 and 5 wouldn't be half a length between first and sixth, I reckon, here.
Not making it easy from up here, that's for sure, but fantastic racing here in this, the second of the semis.
Unfortunately, the only sculler off the pace a little is the local hope here, Rockhampton Grammar's Faith Maynard. She's back in 7th at the moment, but any of the other 6 could finish in the first 4 inside the last 500 metres. A cracking race.
And certainly 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress to the final, race 143 this afternoon.
It looks like Minyea Bishop of Somerville may have got her bow in front based on what I've just seen from the television screen. But of course, again, they need to be exactly at 90 degrees to what's going on, otherwise you get a false sense of what's happening.
Yes.
So Minyea Bishop in Somerville in lane 7. But Sunshine Coast Grammar, Remy Neville over in station 2 is very much in the mix as well. Abigail Cox of Cathedral, Gemma Thompson of Brigidine College, Stuart Holmes, Isabel Allen and Ellie Clifford. So again, 6 scullers going for 4 spots.
And a worthy race for a semi-final. It's going to be a good final.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd reckon, Ray? But
so Donna Muller of Sunshine Coast Grammar coaching Remy Neville. A number of schools here at this regatta with Donna coaching them out of Maroochy River Rowing Club.
So 200 metres to go. So
wow.
Our scullers will be at that stage where it's important to get there in that first 4. So no one will be leaving very much on the course.
A cracking race. So Minyea Bishop in lane 7, Abigail Cox in 6, Gemma Thompson in 5, Isabel Allen in 4, Ellie Clifford in 3, and Remy Neville in lane 2. Absolutely locked together. It's who can survive this last 50 metres or so.
Gee, Remy Neville's putting in a...
Absolutely. She's flying. Remy Neville and Sunshine Coast Grammar on the far side of the course. Minyea Bishop on this side. Maybe Abigail Cox and Gemma Thompson starting to feel the pinch a little here.
Oh,
And I reckon on the far side, Sunshine Coast Grammar, Remy Neville will get across first. She will. Trinity Lutheran's Ellie Clifford will be second. And then Somerville House Manea Bishop will be third. And I have no idea who's finished fourth.
That was very, very close. What a
Good,
great race.
tough effort from Remy Neville down there.
Wonderful effort.
On the eastern bank. Well done to her and Donna Muller, her coach. Ellie Clifford in second place. Manea Bishop, we believe, is third, but Simon will bring you the official result when it comes to hand of race number 116, Champion Schoolgirls Year 11 Single Scull Semi-Final number 2.
Just got a break for about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving the start back to the 1,500 metre mark. Our next race will be race 117, the Year 10 fours, Coxed fours. There's 2 heats in this, and they 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress from both race 117 and 118. We're starting to get some results come through, ladies and gentlemen, but they're slowly waiting for them to get the official tick. And we will try and use this time to find out from race 111 and 112 which crews are actually going through to the final this afternoon. So as soon as we find that, we will let you know. But we've got provisional results up, but we're just waiting for the tick to appear in the window. 2 minutes to go to the start of race 117, which will be the Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 Coxed 4. In lane 3, this is conducted over 1,500 metres. In lane 3, St Margaret's Crew of Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher and Gillian Cook in the Cox seat. In St Hilda's in lane 4, which will be Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender and Annabelle Montgomery with Mika Free, the Cox there. Their coach is Ian Hawley. In lane 5 will be St Peter's Lutheran College, Brianna Duval, Neve Searles, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis and Olivia Axelson in the Cox's seat. All Hallows will take the number 6 gate, and that crew is Anna Beloso James, Charlotte Casey, Juliet Golds, Tabitha Sully, and their Cox is Hermione Curtis, their coach Dino Castellano. And in lane 7, in Heat 1, will be the Somerset Colleges, Lauren Taylor Girdler, Georgia Daly, Eliza Strong, Lillian Tan, and their Cox is Jack Hodge. So we're not underway yet. On the clock, it's just turned 10:25, so expect to start there soon. And just waiting for confirmation on race 111 and 112. We do have some later ones than that, but there's nothing surer than the sun will come up tomorrow that Ray and I'll get confused if we start doing them out of order. So you might just have to bear with us on that one.
Two regional council appointees and 5 people from business. Well, to me, they should make Mark Stockwell probably the chairman and 4 or 5 other people from a business and sport background can piss off all these guys. Yeah.
Sports one and accommodation.
Yeah, and appoint a bloody good CEO.
They can't help themselves. Absolutely can't help themselves.
Well, at Pine about a month ago, we opened this new shed. And Dutton was there because it was a pork barrelling money from a couple of years ago when the Lords were on. And he said, "Oh, that's beautiful here." And I said, "Yeah, John Coates wanted to have the Olympics here." I said, "But it looks like it's going to go to Wyaralong Dam and the mayor's there." And he said, "Yeah, we've got nothing in Moreton Bay region." And Dutton says, "Well, I'll look into this, because he lives up the road now in Dobra, 20 k's up the road, And a woman who's been running it, who went with Palaszczuk to Tokyo, her daughter Cox did some maidens at Toulon. She told me she had more phone calls from interested rowing people than any other sport. Everybody wanted to have a say on where the rowing should be.
Actually, got correct weight.
But it'll say the placing, but it might not say who's progressing.
No, I was trying to get through and have a look at the heat. It's not up yet. Well, we can give you half the information, ladies and gentlemen. We now know what the placings are, but we don't know what the progression is going to be. So the results for race 111, the first heat in the schoolgirls Coxed 4, that was won by Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the team of Waglan, Lucas, Hill, Duncan Bates and Hurst in a time of 8:18:09. 8:18:09. Second in that heat was St Hilda's, the team of McTaggart, Stridham, Hemming, Chandler and Free. Third was St Peter's Lutheran, Millard, Graham, Gabanzo, Harp and Canto. In fourth place, St Margaret Mary's team of Preen, Barr, Aarons, Williams and Foyle. Now that we've said that, I notice the tick has just been removed, so we might say that's back to being provisional. We will see if there's any difference there. Provisionally, I'll give you race 112. The crew there, first across the line, was Somerville's Bramell, Reddy, Rowan, Walker and Ridgway in a time of 8:14:56. Second, St Hilda's, Jurix, Jansen, Murta, Ingle and Harvey. Fourth, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Hopkins, Bar, Pinson, Cluley and Scarrett. And fourth place, Townsville Grammar Schools, Corliss, Watchenfeld, Rose, Keogh and Scott. So once again, we'll confirm that they are correct and we'll give you the starters for the final this afternoon.
In this event on the course at the moment, race 117, Champion Schoolgirls Year 10, Coxed 4. First 4 through to the final. Lane 3, St Margaret's leading. Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice and Gabby Cypher. Gillian Cook is the coxswain of that crew. Then across to, in second place, I reckon it's probably St Hilda's, just narrowly over All Hallows and St Peter's and Somerset College in Station 7 in fifth place and in danger of missing out on the final.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right there, Ray. It looks like lane 3 and 4 and lane 6 would be fairly comfortable at the moment.
So if the local girl Gabby Cypher are now attending St Margaret's, coach stroking this St Margaret's crew by the, well, that's the way it appears on my program. So it's certainly the St Margaret's crew that's leading. I reckon it's almost down the page order at the moment,
Yes,
Simon. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's close between 5 and 6. St Peter's Lutheran College and All Hallows for that third place. But certainly St Margaret's leading St Hilda's at this juncture. Then the battle for third and fourth, which will get you into the final. And Somerset College, like the boy with the wheelbarrow, they've got the job in front of them.
Yes. Yes, when you get this far out in a coxed boat, you'd like to hope you were going to say fairly close to the middle and make it across the line.
Exactly, although the recent 3-mile race down in Brisbane, one of the women's crews happened to wipe about 6 feet off the front of a Toowong boat when it ran into a perfectly stationary aluminium buoy. St Margaret's, it is down the page order.
That's very easy, that one.
St Margaret's first, St Hilda's second, St Peter's third, All Hallows fourth, and Somerset College in fifth place and will be eliminated.
The jury's still doing some work on the results of race 111 and 112. We hope to get confirmation. The placings are correct, but it's just the progression we are concerned with. Take your attention back now to the 1500 metre mark, to the start of the second heat, race 118, the second heat in the Schoolgirls Year 10 4 Coxed. In lane 4 is the team from St Margaret's, the crew of Charlotte Pete, Inga Mellor, Manon Brown, Tiggy Wake and Lucia Owen in the Cox's seat. In lane 5, it just started now, so they're heading home. Lane 5, St Pat's Townsville, the crew of Olive Drury, Emily Black, Lily Bragg, Sarah Burke and Ella DeMello in the Cox seat. They are coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 6 will be the All Hallows crew of Saffron Dennell, Alexandra McAnally, Alice Anderson, Sarah Hislop and Bridget Obertha. In the Cox seat, their coach is Dino Castellano. In lane 7, Brisbane State High School's Zoe Waldron, Abby O'Dwyer, Sophia Turan, Jenny Tran with the coach, Finn Genevieve Clare, and the coach is Ben Birchall. And in lane 8, the Somerville crew of Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope, coxed by Catherine Cairns and coached by Reese Jones. Have a couple of other results for you now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the results of race 113, which is the first heat of the schoolboys double scull. The winners there were the Townsville Grammar team of Hayes and Donald Wales in a time of 7:23.02, 7:23.02. In second place, Rockhampton Grammar's Leeson and Godwin. In third place, Ignatius's Larson and Lau. In fourth place, the Cathedral Schools Pratchett and Talbot. And in fifth place, St Luke's Anglican School, Reynolds and Mortimer. That was the results for race 113. We turn our attention now to race 114, which was the second of those heats in the schoolboys double scull. That was won by the Ignatius crew of Williams and Skip in a time of 7:35.39, 7:35.39. Second, Brisbane State High School's Gadaloff and Brosnan. In third place, Townsville Grammar's Tunor and Terry. And in fourth place, Ryan Catholic's Robertson and Sulicic. Race 115, which was the Schoolgirls Year 11 single scull. That was won by the Cathedral College's Sarah Scobie in a time of 8:43.22. Second was Somerville's Elisa Bridgefoot. Third was Brisbane State High School's Sophie Malcolm. Fourth, St Peter's Lutheran's Giselle Graham. Fifth, Rockhampton Girls Grammar School's Callie McRae. In sixth place, the Cathedral College's Georgia Slack. In seventh place, the Cathedral School's Scarlett Woodbury. And in eighth place, Bundaberg North State High School's Jane Wake. That was the result of race 115.
And the race on the course, Somerville House are leading. This is a Coxed 4. These crews, other than St Pat's, would have been rowing quad sculls all season. So Somerville, I believe, won the Head of the River in the Year 10 quad, but they're here rowing Coxed 4, so a different dynamic, as you know, Simon. Over St Margaret's, who are currently in second place. Then a very close fought contest between St Pat's of Townsville, All Hallows and Brisbane State High. But on the western bank, Somerville leading from the eastern bank, St Margaret's in Heat 2 of the Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 Coxed 4.
So you'd be suggesting, Ray, that lane 4 and lane 8.
Yeah, currently, is that what I believe? Those two seem to have cleared out from the rest of the field.
St Margaret's and Somerville. 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress to the final, which will be race 144 this afternoon. So there is one boat here will be eliminated. This is the second of these heats. Then we'll move to the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 single scull. That'll be another race from the 1500 metre mark. You can see the rowers out there now.
So don't forget at 12 noon, the Commonwealth Bank will be open for business, which is code for the bar will be open. So at 12 noon, the licensed premises will kick into gear. And please support the fundraising efforts of the Rockhampton Grammar School rowing program. But on the course, little to choose, Simon, between the extremities of the course. St Margaret's on the eastern side of the course. Maybe have their bow in front of Somerville on the western side. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a canvas in it at the moment, but it is very close.
And the crew in the middle, the All Hallows crew, destined to miss out on a place in the final, I would suggest.
Just hard to tell with that angle from Tony Kennedy in the boat.
To me, I've got St Margaret's. Oh, near shipwreck there for St Margaret's, but they've still got the lead over Somerville in second place.
So, yes, that'll be first for St Margaret's in lane 4.
Then a close contest between State High and St Pat's of Townsville. Maybe St Pat's getting the upper hand here. Yes, State High have just lost the run there, and St Pat's will finish in third place, as you were. State High 4th and All Hallows 5th, and eliminated as the semi-final of the Champion Schoolboys Year 10 single scull gets underway from the 1,500 metre mark.
So we've, yes, we go back to the Year 10 single scull for boys. In lane 1 is Brisbane Boys College Rudra Potlapali. In lane 2, Brisbane Grammar's John Morrissey. In lane 3, St Luke's Anglican Zachary Freeman, coached by Joseph Black. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar School's Austin McClellan, coached by Corby Green. In lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School Harrison Baldwin, coached by Joseph Black. In lane 6, Townsville Grammar School's Will Pascoe, coached by Corby Green. And lane 7, Brisbane Boys College David Granson. And rounding out in lane 8 will be Gregory Terrace's Cooper O'Rourke.
I think we've had a pretty serious mishap in lane 4 here. I would suggest Aston McClelland may have tipped out of the boat and is now back in the boat and rowing on, because he's about 1,000 metres behind the rest of them. So unfortunate for him, that's what I'm suspecting may have happened. So the pace in lane 5, of course, Aston McClellan was a heat winner. That's why he was in lane 4. So tragedy for him. And it is the lane 5 scull of St Luke's Anglican School, Harrison Baldwin, coached by Joseph Black, who's leading. From lanes 3 and 6, St Luke's Zachary Freeman and Townsville Grammar Will Pascoe. Townsville Grammar, Aston McClellan, as I said, unfortunately, I would think has fallen in and is now recovered and is rowing down the course. I apologise for getting a little distracted there. We were just talking to the Regatta secretary, and I think it's Zachary Freeman from St Luke's who's got away across the line first by the look of it. My apologies for not bringing you that. We'll bring you the official result shortly.
Yes.
What happened, Len? Who won?
Yeah. Yes, we were going pretty well, but someone rattled some car keys and our attention was taken. So we'll...
Our sincere apologies for not bringing you the last 100 metres of that race, but other things were being resolved.
So we can give you the result of the second semi-final in the Year 11 single scull, race 116. And the first place there was Sunshine Coast Grammar School's Remy Neville in a time of 9:03.26. 9:03.26. In second place, Trinity Lutheran's Ellie Clifford. In third place, Somerville's Minyaya Bishop. In fourth place, Stuart Holmes' Isabel Allen. In fifth place, Cathedral Schools, Abigail Cox. And sixth, Brigidine College's Gemma Thompson. And in seventh place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Faith Maynard.
For those of you who are watching in the live stream, we love a little bit of praise, Simon. Love hearing you on the live feed. This is awesome to be able to watch the racing from the middle of Moreton Bay. So thank you for the feedback. No negative feedback is required, but any positive feedback is gratefully appreciated.
What a world we live in.
Exactly.
The Rockhampton Rowing School Championships in the middle of Moreton Bay.
Exactly. Well, it was only last year, I think, the chairman of Rowing Western Australia was watching the national championships from somewhere in Africa. He's in gold mining, or diamond mining, I think it was, and he was in the Belgian Congo or somewhere like that watching the national championships. So, technology, bit hard for us old blokes. So the second semi-final looks as though it's underway. Have you given them the field there, Simon?
Yes, race 120 in lane 2 is Brisbane Boys College, Hamish McGregor. In lane 3, Ignatius from Townsville, Sonny Crawford, coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 4, St Luke's Anglican School, Saxon Blair, coached by Joseph Black. In lane 5 will be Trinity Lutheran's Robert Vanderpoel, coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 6, Townsville Grammar's Jack Valentine, coached by Corby Green. In lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar School's Fletcher Hewitt. He's coached by Austin Cox and John Smythe. And in the 8th lane will be Trinity Lutheran's Troy Heron, coached by Sam Duncan.
Vanderpoel was in the final of one of the singles at the Nationals this year, and Heron was in a B final, and they were in a quad scull that finished 4th at the National Championships this year. So they've got some rich history, and it's a good quality field in Year 10 single scull semi-final number 2 with the first 4 to advance. We'll love to bring you race 119, the one from where we were distracted when it's available, for our own benefit as much as yours.
So just coming past the 1 kilometre mark, the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like lane 5. I'd agree with that, Ray. And how's lane 8 going?
Yeah, I reckon it's the 2 Trinity Lutheran boys that are in front. Robert Vanderpoel in lane 5 certainly looks to be leading. He's got the umpire's boat following him, but his partner from the quad, Troy Heron, out in station 8, is also very much in the mix at this juncture. They're both coached by Sam Duncan. And seem to have the look back at the rest of the field. They're certainly in front of Townsville Grammar, Jack Valentine, and Rockhampton Grammar, Fletcher Hewitt. And then across, maybe the St Luke's sculler, Saxon Blair, could be up in about 3rd place, I'd suggest, at the moment. But the 2 Trinity Lutheran scullers very prominent as they come through 500 metres to go.
Just had a sneak peek at the weather forecast, and the wind isn't going to be as strong as they initially thought, probably heading for about 22 kilometres, 2022, about 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. So holding off well, and just a pleasant breeze, you'd call it at the moment, out on course. You look at the trees, and there's scarcely a leaf moving.
Still only about 25 degrees, Simon.
Yeah,
so
it's perfect, isn't it?
Beautiful Rockhampton day. And that's one of the reasons the Olympic team came here for the training. Certainly was warmer in Rockhampton than it was in Canberra. Combined with the beautiful conditions and a fully buoyed course and the ability to row 40 kilometres upstream, there are a number of factors that led to them conducting their training camp here. I'm not sure where World Championships will be in future. I know I've discussed with Wayne Diplock that pre-Paris, they may go to a training venue that I sourced out in 2015 in Spain. So, you know, from Italy across to Spain and then up into Paris for the Olympic Games. And, of course, 2032, how old will these Year 10s be in that time? In 11 years? Yeah, perfect age. These Year 10ers will be perfect age to represent Australia at the Olympic Games in 2032 in Queensland, wherever the venue might be.
I think Paris is going to sneak up on us since we had the extra year. Yeah, just hearing you say it.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Darcy Ruck and Fiona Albert earlier today, and we said only 3 years for the next Olympics. Only 3 years.
Yeah.
When you're 67,
yeah.
You're hoping those 3 years go slowly, I can tell you.
Not that only.
So Robert Vanderpoel's got a nice lead here over the rest of the field. Plenty of interest in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. his clubmate Troy Heron, or his schoolmate Troy Heron over in Station 8. Still in the mix there, but pushing through. Saxon Blair of St Luke's Anglican School also in contention for a place in the final, but impressive sculling from Robert Vanderpoel. He's taken the rate right down, conserving the energy. He's had a big program. That is a leisurely stroke rate at the moment,
and not wasting a stroke. Just a blade of water, no more. Not rushing the slide, just ambling across the line.
Letting the boat run between strokes, getting every benefit out of the effort he's putting in. I reckon St Luke's Saxon Blair's got his bow in front for second place at the moment. And sprinting is the Ignatius Park sculler, Sonny Crawford. And he's trying to get through across in the first four, and will do so. It'll be Trinity Lutheran and Ignatius Park. I'm not sure which order. So it'll be Trinity Lutheran, St Luke's, Ignatius Park, and Trinity Lutheran will be the first four. Certainly Trinity Lutheran in 5 is first. St Luke's Anglican School in lane 4 is second. Third and fourth still up for debate, but it will be Ignatius Park and Trinity Lutheran number 2.
Move now back to the 1,000 metre mark, ladies and gentlemen, for the start of race 121. This is the first heat of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull. This is a Coxed event and sponsored by our friends at Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. There are 3 heats in this, so the first and second across the line will progress automatically to the finals, and then the next 2 qualifiers will be done on fastest times across all 3 heats. Race 121 scheduled to start now. In fact, not quite, but it looks like they're certainly ready for it. I'll just run you through the crews. In lane 2 is Somerville number 1, Rosie Riley, Felicity Bishop, Jasmine Gunn, Alexandra Inwood and Charlotte Ringett, who is the Cox. In lane 3, St Margaret's Mackenzie Thompson, Emma Fay, Alexandra Gladman, Sky Clifford and Sophie Manley in the Cox's seat. In lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Georgia Mackay, Sophie Crane, Charlotte Zenfeld, Astrid Thomas, coxed by Scarlett Bennett. In lane 5, St Hilda's 2, Abby Long, Gemma Kowalshay, Holly Birtwhistle, Ella Ramsey, Xanthia Island in the Cox seat, and they're coached by David Hamilton. St Peter's Lutheran are in lane 6, Maya Church, Yvette Mexted, Tiara Rayner, Lara Al-Zadin, Esther Luton in the Cox's seat there. Lane 7, Brigidine College, Kira Stewart, Rose Hudson, Lucy Kin, Malalia Kurukatoga, and Juliet Hudson in the Cox's seat there. They are coached by Timothy Skipper and Tanya Bramer. And filling the field out in lane 8 is Trinity Lutheran 1, Lily Fruin, Isabel Clifford, Molly Lomax, Scarlett Wood, and their cox is Byron Welsh.
And they're underway in the Champion Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull. The first 2 directly to the final and the next 2 fastest crews. So there will be 3 heats of this event sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. And lane 8's got away well, Trinity Lutheran, but it's a bit too early to make any bold predictions in a 1,000 metre race.
Yeah, certainly. Geez, it's pretty close, isn't it, really?
5, 6, 8, I think.
Yeah,
8, 6,
there.
5, something like that. But one of these races where the first 2 only go through, if you're 3rd and 4th, you need to maximise your effort. Try and post the fastest time of those boats that haven't finished in the first 2. As Simon alluded to earlier, you could get 3rd and 4th from the 3rd and 4th from the same heat could be the next 2 fastest if you're in a particularly fast heat and you're not far away from the placings. Lane 5 pushing through there.
Yes.
Along with lane 8. So lane 5 is St Hilda's number 2 crew. Dave Hamilton, their coach, hanging over the rail here looking anxiously. Abby Long, Gemma Kowalchuk, Holly Birtwhistle, Ella Ramsey, Xanthia Hand, the coxswain of that crew. And they're going stroke for stroke now with the crew in lane 6. St Peter's Lutheran College, Maya Church, Yvette Mexted, Tiara Rayner and Lara Izardin, Esther Luton, the coxswain of that crew. And still lane 8, the early leaders are in the mix there, the Trinity Lutheran crew of Fruin, Clifford, Lomax, Wood and Byron Welch, the coxswain.
5 and lane 2 by the look too, Ray's sort of.
Yeah, the Somerville House crew, not to be outdone. Rose Riley, Felicity Bishop, Jasmine Gunn, Alexandra Inwood and Charlotte Ringway. So pushing out now is the St Hilda's crew. Dave Humbleton looking far more relaxed now than he was 500 metres ago. And the Somerville crew flying over on the eastern bank. Somerville House have lifted the rate. They've got the beat right up there.
Yeah.
And they are mowing down the leading boat, the St Hilda's number 2 crew. And a great race for third. And as we've accentuated, you need to post a time if you're not in the first 2. I reckon Somerville have just about got their bow in front now of St Hilda's. St Hilda's has lifted the rate as well. Somerville and St Hilda's stroke for stroke. St Hilda's.
St Hilda's by half a canvas.
Over Somerville. It's only the heat, Dave. Settle down. Third is St Peter's Lutheran College. Fourth then will be Trinity Lutheran, I believe. But a cracking race for a heat row. Those first 2 boats through to the final. St Hilda's number 2 and Somerville number 1.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to race 122, which is the second of 3 heats in this, the Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Sculls. In lane 2 is St Hilda's 1, the crew of Piper Holtzbaum, Annabelle Boots, Lana Thika, Eva Pinkerton and Cox by Kylie Carrigan. Their coach is Anthony Cook. In lane 3, the Rockhampton Grammar School's Greta McCosker, Georgia Brennan, Aisha Stewart, Carolyn Sparks and Bridie Doyle in the Cox seat. They're coached by Kynwyn Fay and John Smythe. In lane 4, All Hallows 2, Eloise Stone, Caitlin Craig, Tia Koskarski, Willa Battersby, and they're coached by Gracie Gascoigne. Cox by Gracie Gascoigne, sorry. In lane 5, St Margaret's 2, Alice Baxby, Bella Burton, Charlotte Jackson, Grace Marchant, coxed by Emma Douglas. In lane 6, the Stewart Home crew of Eloise Hill, Eva Hoskins, Molly Coventry, Lucy Hedberg, and they're coxed by Brooke Tate, coached by Lucy Hope and Emma Tucker. In lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran College number 1 with Neve McDonald, Jess McGowan, Laura Kenny, Mac Burley, coxed by Alexandria Colton. And in lane 8, Trinity Lutheran 2, Isabella Roberts, April McIntyre, Chloe Fielding, Charlie Newman, coxed by Sophie Clifford. So you can see those boats are well underway now. This is a 1,000-metre race. So 150 metres into it and looks pretty straight across the line. Once again, maybe lane 6 in an early starter with Stewart Home, but pretty hard to tell now.
So that wind you were talking about has not turned up yet, thankfully, and conditions have really flattened out. They're even better than they were at the start of the day, and the racing is responding in near perfect conditions.
So what do we see, Ray? Do you think lane 7, lane 2 maybe?
Yeah, 7 and 2 are certainly the two that I think are prominent. St Hilda's number 1 in lane 2 and St Peter's number 1 in lane 7.
Lane 6, the team from Stewart Home seem to be keeping the pace up.
There's the middle of the field there, so lane 5, just off the pace a little, the St Margaret's crew. 2 and 3, Rockhampton Grammar in the mix there. The crew coached by Kyneman Fay and John Smythe. Kyneman, of course, a national champion in the single scull in a day, interstate single scull champion in a day as well. Been a long-time resident back in her home city when she was Kyneman Frisch back last century. So lanes 2, 6 and 7. Very much in the mix here. 2, 6 and 7. St Hilda's in 2. 6 Stewart Home. And lane 7 is St Peter's Lutheran College. They're the 3 crews in the mix, although St Peter's now have moved about a half a length back from the Stewart Home crew. So 2 and 6, I think, are our leading boats. But difficult to line them up.
Yes.
Looking head on. Stewart Home number 1, Eloise Hill, Eva Hosking, Molly Coventry, Lucy Hedberg, Brooke Tate, Lucy Hope and Emma Tucker coaching that crew, both old girls of the school. And on the inside lane, or the far side lane, St Hilda's number 1, Piper Holtzbohm, Annabelle Boots, Lana Thieker, Eva Pinkington, Kylie Carrigan, and their coach Anthony Cook.
Yes, certainly.
The beat is up in that Stewart Home crew. There's no doubt about that. They are rating the roof off the Stewart Home crew, but they need to, because I think St Hilda's have got their measure over in Station 1. Yes, in fact, they'll win by a bit of clear water. St Hilda's will be first. Stewart Home in 6 will be second. And the 2 St Hilda's coaches high-fiving here. Settle down, boys. It's only the heat. And very difficult to choose between lanes 4 and 7 for third place, as you were lanes 3 and 7 for third place. I'm not sure who will be third and fourth between Rockhampton Grammar and St Peter's Lutheran College, but they'll be relying on times because first and second only qualify directly to the final. Do we have that 119 yet, Simon?
We've actually just got a bit of a technology issue and the system is down, so we just can't get the results. I'll see if we can bring that up again, but while we're waiting for the computer to get its zeros and ones in order, connection to server closed, so I think we should try and turn it on and off at the wall. Race 123, the third heat this afternoon for the schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull. In lane 3 will Bridgetine College, Aofi Cherney, Ruby Price, Madeline Reddy, Charlotte North, coxed by Gracie Bradford and coached by Tanya Bramer. In lane 4, All Hallows Ones, Annabelle Dalheimer, Zara Shaw, Grace Valentine, Nell Murphy, coached by Penny Kirk, and their coach is Joseph Patterson. In lane 5, St Margaret's 1, Olivia Richardson, Hilary Davis, Ava Mulholland, Lucy Denning, coxed by Anna Jordan. In lane 6, Somersault College's Noah Chester Haviv, Sage Stevenson, Esme Fink, Maya Pierce, and they are coxed by Audrey Sirocco. In lane 7, Stewart Home 2, the team of Grace Louise Moffat, Charlotte Moore, Amy Betts, Alice Marriott, coxed by Amelia Davies, and their coach is Grace Gaston. And in lane 8, the Townsville Grammar team of Nina Jerome, Lane Scott, Naomi Kutash, Yasmin Eaton, coxed by Kate O'Dempsey and coached by Emma Green. So as they're coming down there, you can see the All Hallows crew in lane 4. Look to be in front, probably from lane 5, the St Margaret's crew, and then over to lane 7, who's the Stewart Home crew. Just remembering that it's 1 and 2 go direct to the final in this one, ladies and gentlemen, and then the final places in that final, the last 2 places in that final will be filled on times from the 3 heats. So as we said, it is important for all crews, if you're coming third, to try and do it in the best possible time you can. But as we come down the course now, you can see lane number 4, the team from St Margaret's 1, looking fairly well, not fairly comfortable. Sorry, All Hallows. in
All
lane
Hallows
4.
look as though they've got their measure of St Margaret's, don't
St
they,
Margaret's,
Simon?
indeed they do. And then lane 7, the Stewart Home Crew, seems to be in third, but the two to progress from this, you can see them there in front of you. The All Hallows Crew in first, and then St Margaret's in second. We'll be waiting for confirmation of the other sides to go through. Third across the line is going to be the team from Stewart Home. Fourth, Townsville Grammar. We'll move back to Somerset College for fifth, and rounding the field out in lane 3 will Bridgetine College. Change of pace now. We're going to move to race 124. So just need to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, after race 127 at 11:20, we are going to have a break, and then we'll start to get into some more racing after that. So 4 more to go before we have a pause in the proceedings. Race 124 is going to be the Championship Schoolboys Year 8 Double Scull. In lane 1 will be St Luke's Anglican School pair of Campbell Baldwin and Harry O'Connor. Their coaches are Dane Mortimer and Phoebe Ellum.
Can we have our tech giro, Adrian Lang? Could you come up and help the 2 old people in the commentary box, please? Well, the 1 old people and Simon.
I think someone needs to put another shilling in the box. We're not... Push button A. Push button A. So where were we? Lane 2, St Peter's Lutheran College, ladies and gentlemen. The pairing in the double scull of Ted Allard and Luca Kendall. In lane 3, Emmaus College's Tristram Vasey and Harry Brandt. They're coached by Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. In lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar School Zachary Camp and Benjamin Bailey. Their coaches Nicholas Story and William Howland. In lane 5, Gregory Terrace 1, Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter. In lane 6, Brisbane Boys College's Frederick Bromell and Henry Wake. In lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran College, Will Yu and Flynn Grizzard. And in lane 8, Varsity Colleges, James Humphrey and Charles Hill, and their coach is James Harkham. So in this race, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final. The rest of the field will be eliminated. That final this afternoon will be race 147. So the crews now, this is, I said before, a 1,000-metre race. Have 2 of them, and then our final 2 before the break will be back to the 2,000-metre start.
Well, honestly, when Duncan Free was 15, he competed in Regatta at Kawongba that I was doing the commentary on, and Reg had put him in a race over, I think it was 1,500 metres, and he'd only ever rode 500 metres before. So, you know, Kawongba's like his little arms. He went and hit up an arm and come out after the race was over. And I'm doing the commentary saying, oh, there's no sign of young Duncan Free, you know, and father, the legend Reg Free, and all this sort of stuff. And he only shared with me, I think it was 2008 at the Olympics, that he'd actually sort of hid because he didn't want to ride at 1,500 metres that his father had ended.
So pretty close across the full lanes at the moment. We've got 8 competitors in this first semi-final of the Year 8 Double Scull. I think yesterday we had 9 heats. So certainly a well-supported class in the rowing here at the Higgins School Championships. By the look of it, just glancing down there, lane number 5 in Gregory Terrace's Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter would seem to have a nose in front at the moment. Perhaps from lane 7 in St Peter's Lutheran's Will Yu and Flynn Grizzard. Although in lane 4 and lane 3, certainly not out of contention. Once again, first 4 through to the final. So, yeah, down to the last 200 metres now to run. And the Gregory Terrace team in lane 5 of Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter seem to be comfortably in front at the moment. Coming second to them, bit of a race on for the minor placings here. So you've got 4 teams shooting out for the 3 places available to it.
So it is the Gregory Terrace crew, Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter.
Yep, looking good. But the next 3 are the ones that are going to count in that. We'll say that Gregory Terrace is comfortably home.
So
perhaps it's going to be lane 3, the Emmaus
Well,
crew.
3, 4, 6 and 7 are all in the mix. I reckon lane 3 will get across second.
3, so
Emmaus.
3 is the Emmaus crew.
Yeah, I reckon lane 6.
Yeah, lane 6, Brisbane Boys.
Gone straight.
And then, yeah, better than us to call who got the 4th position there, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a tight 1-1. We will endeavour to get you those results as soon as we can. Yeah, a bit too top heavy by that time.
25 kilograms ago.
We'll go to race 125, the second semi-final, ladies and gentlemen, and this the Year 8 Schoolboys Double Scull. Again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final with the rest eliminated. In lane number 1 is Rockhampton's Grammar Harrison Core and Clay Rabbits Hick. Their coaches Nicholas Story and William Howland. In lane 2, Varsity College 2 is Mitchell Franz and Taj Poidovan. Their coach is James Harkham. In lane 3, Varsity College's William Crelly and Caden Hatchett, coached by James Harkham. In lane 4 is Cathedral School's Braden Rebgetz and Nathaniel Talbot. Their coaches are Stefan Muhlenberg and Cooper Lewis. In lane 5, again, the Cathedral School's Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy. Their coaches again, Stefan Muhlenberg and Cooper Lewis. In lane 6, Trinity Lutheran's Ben Zorner and Tekel Heron. In lane 7, Ignatius's Seth Chun Tai and Angus Woodhouse with their coaches Harrison Parks and Anthony Gresh. And in lane 8, Somerset College's Thomas Sanders and Benji Liu. So looking down there, I reckon lane 5 is certainly travelling pretty comfortably at the moment. Would be Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy from Cathedral.
Another Stefan Muhlenberg coach crew, this time with Cooper Lewis. And as I said a couple of times, Stefan obviously, as he heads to semi-retirement, is mentoring a lot of coaches in the Townsville area.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, for these crew, the important things to cross that line, 4 or better. 4 or better will progress, so we are going to lose 4 teams out of this. At the moment, you'd be looking for lanes 3, 4, 5 and 7, would seem to be the likely qualifiers for the final at this stage. Certainly lane 5, the team from the Cathedral School, is holding a comfortable lead. You're then going to go back to possibly lane 4 beside them in the other Cathedral School, then lane 3, Varsity College, and then it'll be a toss-up between Varsity College and the team in lane 7 from Ignatius. So coming down, we'll look for the side view here in a minute, the finish view. But oh, that's nice and closer than you were thinking, so pretty sure we're going to say there's the bell for number 5 and 4 and 3 and maybe 7. But once again, best we wait for the official placings on that one. Go back to the 2,000 metre mark, ladies and gentlemen, for our final 2 events this morning. And we're going now to the Rockhampton Schoolgirls Quad Scull. This is a Coxed event. 1, 2, 3 and 4 are going to progress to the finals, which will be race 148 this afternoon. In lane 3, we have the team from Somerville number 1, which is Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rowan, Imogen Walker and Sadie Ridgway in the Cox's seat. In lane 4 will be the St Margaret's crew of Gabrielle Agnew, Ellen Tracy, Morgan Wright, Rosie Turnbull, and they are coxed by Ella Steinberg. In lane 5, Genesis Christian, the crew of Michaela McGinley, Acacia Rich, Ella Smith, Jave Probitz, and they're coxed by Jesslyn Curtis. In lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the crew of Stephanie Burgess, Olivia Barr, Hannah Pinson, Sarah Hopkins, and Isabel Scarrett in the Cox's seat. In lane 7, Stuart Home team of Gigi Kelly, Xavier Horder, Lucy Sullivan, Lucia Allen, Grace Bentley in the Cox's seat, coached by Richard Patterson and Olivia Mendonca. And rounding out the field in lane 8 is St Margaret Mary's College, the crew of Abigail Barr, Nisha Harmon, Savasti Aarons, Maya Williams, Katie Preen in the Cox's seat, and they are coached by Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson. So that will get underway very shortly. I shall take you back. Well, I was just saying, we've been here 20 years, and there's been more principals at Girls Grammar than there have been in Rocky Grammar since 1881. Yeah. It's just madness.
It's just ridiculous.
Madness.
Yeah.
Must get on to Ken Mill if you tell him he's not doing much.
The best one was Maud Bender.
Yeah, like, yeah. They say a couple have missed on there anyway. Yes, hard to win.
Both had more success when Maud Bender was there than what he had with any of the others. They were all trying to, you know.
Back online now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give you some results. This is the results of race 117. The schoolgirls year 10, coxed 4. In first place was St Margaret's, the team of Miles, O'Toole, Rice, Cypher and Cook. They won that event from lane 3 in a time of 6:05.73, 6:05.73. In second place was St Hilda's number 1 team of Corish, Champion, Bender, Montgomery and Free. In third place was St Peter's Lutheran, the team of Duval, Searles, Matthews, Dennis and Axelson. In fourth place, All Hallows, Beloso James, Casey, Gulls, Sully and Curtis. And rounding out that heat was fifth place, Somerset Colleges, Taylor, Girdler, Daly, Strong, Tan and Hodge in the Cox seat. We'll take you now to race 118. Get the results up again, and that was another heat in the Coxed Fours. That heat was won by St Margaret's, the team of Pete, Mellor, Brown, Wake and Owen in a time of 6:07.85, 6:07.85. In second place, Somerville's Bidstrup, Milne, Slatter and Warhope and Cairns. In third place, St Pat's Townsville, Jury, Black, Bragg, Burke and DeMello. In fourth place, Brisbane State High's crew of Waldron O'Dwyer, Turin Tran and Genevieve Clare. And in fifth place, All Hallows crew of Dennell McAnally, Harrison Hislop and Obertha. Race 119, which was the first of the Year 10 single sculls, the first heat there. And the winner there was St Luke's Anglican School, Zachary Freeman, in a time of 6:13.41. In second place, St Luke's Anglican School, Harrison Baldwin. In third place, Townsville Grammar School's Will Pascoe. In fourth place, Brisbane Boys College, David Granson. In fifth place, Brisbane Grammar's John Morrissey. In sixth place, Brisbane Boys College, Rudra Potlapali. And in seventh place, Gregory Terrace's Cooper O'Rourke. Take you now to race 120, 120, which is another of the heats in the Year 10 Boys single scull. The winner there was Trinity Lutheran's Robert Vanderpoel in a time of 6:05.07, 6:05.07. In second place, Luke's Anglican School's Saxon Blair. In third place was Trinity Lutheran Troy Heron. In lane 4, place 4 was Ignatius's Sonny Crawford. Place 5, Rockhampton Grammar School's Fletcher Hewitt. In place 6 was Townsville Grammar School's Jack Valentine. And in 7th, Brisbane Boys College, Hamish McGregor. We have also the official time for race 121. Race number 121, ladies and gentlemen, the heat of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull, a Coxed event. In first place was the St Hilda's crew of Long, Kowalishay, Burt Whistle, Ramsey and Illan in a time of 3:53.54. In second place, the Somerville crew of Riley, Bishop, Gunn, Inwood and Ringett. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran's Church, Mexted, Rayner, Al-Izzadeen and Luton. In fourth place, St Margaret's Thompson, Fay, Gladman, Clifford and Manly. In fifth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Mackay, Crane, Zenveld, Thomas and Bennett. In sixth place, Trinity Lutherans, Fruin, Clifford, Lomax, Wood and Welsh. And in seventh place, Brigidine Colleges, Stewart, Hudson, Kin, Curricatoga and Hudson.
And race 126 is underway. Simon, the champion schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, sponsored by our principal sponsor Higgins Coatings. And the first 4 will advance to the final. Lane 3, Somerville number 1 crew, Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rogan, Imogen Walker and Sadie Ridgway. Lane 4, St Margaret's Gabrielle Agnew, Ellen Tracy, Morgan Wright, Rosie Turnbull, Ella Steinberg. Lane 5, Genesis Christian College, Michaela McGinley, Acacia Rich, Ella Smith and Jave Proberts, coached by coxed by Jesslyn Curtis. Lane 6, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Stephanie Burgess, Olivia Barr, Hannah Pinson, Sarah Hopkins, Isabel Scarrett as the coxswain. Lane 7, Stuart Home, Gigi Kelly, Xavier Horder, Lucy Sullivan, Lucia Allen, Grace Bentley, the coxswain. The coaches Richard Patterson and Olivia Mendonca. And St Margaret Mary's College in Lane 8, Abigail Barr, Nisha Hammond, Savasti Aarons, Maya Williams, Katie Prian, the coxswain, and the coaches are Harrison Parks and Saskia Matheson.
It looks like a fairly close race at the moment too, Ray, although it looks as if lane 3 and lane 7 may just be starting to sneak ahead from here.
Absolutely, I concur with you there. Lanes 3 and 7 with the first 4 to go through. So Somerville in 3 and Stuart Home in lane 7. So these are most likely year 12, possibly year 11, but most likely year 12 girls. And those 2 boats, they probably rode at the recent Head of the River in Brisbane, representing Somerville House and Stuart Home.
Just while we've got a couple of secs, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just run you through the results for race 122. Another heat of the Year 9 Quad Sculls. In first place was the St Hilda's crew of Holsbourne, Boots, Theka and Pinkerton and Carrigan, and they completed the course in a time of 3:51.85. In second place was the Stuart Home crew of Hill, Hoskings, Coventry, Hedberg and Tate. In third place was Rockhampton Grammar's McCosker, Brennan, Stewart, Sparks and Doyle. In third place, St Peter's Lutheran, McDonald, McCowan, Kenny, Burley and Colton. In fifth place, All Hallows, Stone, Craig, Kaskarski, Battersby and Gascoigne. In sixth place, St Margaret's, Baxby, Burton, Jackson, Marchant and Douglas. And rounding out in seventh place, Trinity Lutherans, Roberts, McIntyre, Fielding, Newman and Clifford.
So this race starting to shape now. Somerville's clearly the leaders over the crew from Stuart Home, then back to the battle for third and fourth. Both will go through, however, between St Margaret's in Station 5 and Genesis Christian College in Station 6. Then back to St Margaret Mary's College and Brisbane Girls Grammar School are in 6th place.
Oh yeah, don't forget that. Bloody hell.
Well, I've no excuses for winning.
What are we up to? Where are the sheets going, left to right, are they?
Yeah, we're up to that one. And anything that doesn't have an R on it, we haven't announced.
So Somerville House, all the way win coming up for them. Good polished performance. Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Anna Rogan, Imogen Walker, Sadie Ridgway. Second will be the crew from Stewart Home. Gigi Kelly, Xavier Horder, Lucy Sullivan, Lucia Allen, Grace Bentley. Third will be St Margaret's in Station 4. Fourth will be Genesis Christian College. All those boats will advance through to the final. Fifth currently is St Margaret Mary's College of Townsville. And sixth is Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And our last race before the break is a collection of speedboats up there, Todd. Are they all going skiing, or is that the SES we saw yesterday, or what?
Yeah, it looks like it could be the SES again. So doing some routine work, I imagine, or some practice.
Good, mate, you? We had a message earlier. Simon, we had a message from the middle of Moreton Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Someone watching the live streaming
Is that right?
in their boat out in Moreton Bay.
Yeah. It has come across so well.
That's good.
So well.
It's good, isn't it? Makes a big difference.
Yeah, well, the only thing is you can't have a drone here because of the proximity to the airport. But other than that, we're doing a bloody good job, I can tell you.
It's a great job. Couldn't have done it without Simon's support.
So this is the last race before something of a break, and I don't have the resumption time in front of me, but I'll find it shortly. But it looks to me like Brisbane Girls Grammar School's our leading boat here, Todd. Michelle Cluley, Nancy Duncan Banks, Sophie Lucas and Ellen Hill. Coxed by Emily Hurst. Now, having said that, this is a schoolgirls quad scull. Ellen Hill and Nancy Duncan Banks won the women's under-19 pair at the National Championships and 8 when rowing for University of Queensland Boat Club.
Yeah, very impressive, and I enjoy listening to you, Ray, in terms of knowing all of the stats and all of the data of the variety of students that are out there.
Now I'm retired, I've got more time to do research.
But this will be a great race leading into the lunch interval.
They're well clear, aren't they, that
They sure
Brisbane
are.
Girls Grammar
Yeah.
School crew?
And some earlier races today. So race 123, Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull. In first place was the All Hallows crew with a time of 3:56 in lane 4. They were across in first place. Second place was St Margaret's 1 in a time of 3:59.50. And in third place, Stewart Home 2 in 4 minutes and 5 seconds. So the first two go through there. So All Hallows and St Margaret's teams will go through to the final. And next fastest in those races will be looking very closely. So the Stewart Home 2 crew and Townsville Grammar were fourth place in that race 1-2-3.
So 1-2-7 on the course. Girls Grammar leading from, that's Brisbane Girls Grammar leading Rockhampton Grammar School. Stroked by Laura Cypher in second place, just in front of Townsville Grammar, stroked by Erin Keogh. And then back in fourth place would be the St Peter's crew, coached by stroked by Gabby Kenny. And at the rear would be the Trinity Lutheran crew, stroked by Ellie Clifford. Number of these young ladies have done a few laps already. It'd be interesting to see who covers the most kilometres over the weekend. But at the moment, doing it very handsomely indeed is the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew in lane 7 of race 127.
That's right. With the first 4 going through, you think it's a clear-cut 4 at this stage, barring any significant incidents out there. But definitely the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew look like the team to beat in this division. And they're just cruising home now, just making sure they get a good solid row in leading into the final, which will be race 148. But the Rockhampton Grammar School crew in lane 5, they look like they're going to hold on for second place, even though there's a couple of 100 metres to go. And then the Townsville Grammar crew in lane 6 look like they're in third place. And St. Peter's in 4th in lane 4.
Just letting the boat run, aren't they? They're extracting cleanly, sitting back, moving the hands away, rocking over. And the coxswain, so confident, she just went through the line and started heading for home. Girls Grammar first, Rockhampton Grammar second, third Townsville Grammar, fourth St. Peter's Lutheran College. They'll make it through to the final. Fifth Trinity Lutheran College. I did say about Duncan Banks and Hill winning the pair and 8, and I saw their coach Blaine Hesseltine on the bank earlier, and I was that busy talking to someone else I didn't say hello.
That's unusual, right?
Yeah, that is unusual. But he did a fantastic job with that junior group at University of Queensland. I think they won the pair 4 and 8 at the Nationals at Lake Barrington this year. And I think he also won the club double scull and is getting serious again and going to bid for a seat in the lightweight double scull for the Paris Olympic Games, I understand.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, that sounds very interesting. And on our computer screen here, it looks like 12:20 might be the resumption of rowing here after the break. So for those, for all of our spectators and rowers and coaches, it's a great opportunity now to get yourself to the canteen and get yourself some nice healthy lunch that they're providing there by the variety of volunteers helping out at this regatta today and over the last few days. We do thank all our volunteers, whether it's the volunteers that are working out on the water as boat officials and those people from Queensland Rowing that are working hard behind the scenes to make sure this event runs extremely smoothly, and the local volunteers as well that are working the canteen and around the area to make sure that this event runs so smoothly. So thank you in advance for everyone's support so far, as we're probably the halfway mark of the championships. A massive day yesterday, finishing with the interregional championship event. And then obviously we've gone through quite a few semi-finals this morning, and we're looking forward to some cracking finals this afternoon, which will be starting at around 12:20.
I love a lot about working with Higgins. I love the variety of work. I love the different types of projects we undertake, being able to increase and scale up our workforce to deliver large-scale projects in a short amount of time. At Higgins, we offer a number of different services: general painting, maintenance painting, national multi-site painting, building services, remedial works, specialised rope access work. We deliver a number of different systems. We've got our worksite review process, which is used across all of our 19 branches. We've got a Higgins Operational Way app, which is used through our contractor and employee base. We also use our Inform and our How online portal, and we also have a number of other contractor management processes that we use to maintain the performance of our contractors.
You can expect a trustworthy, reliable workforce who are all certified appropriately with police checks, working with children. We have a dedicated project manager and administrator, and we offer one point of contact for all of our clients nationally to ensure that we deliver a reliable, consistent service no matter where it is in Australia.
Being Tri-certified gives the customers a level of comfort that Higgins Coatings are meeting the world's best practices and standards in three key areas: safety, environment and quality. Higgins separates ourselves from others with our capability and resources available at a national level and consistency to apply those standards anywhere in Australia. Our safety culture comes from all levels of the business. It's the number one priority for everyone at Higgins. Everybody deserves to go home safely every day, and everybody wants to go home safely every day, and that's what we make sure happens.
Whether you're in Townsville or Cairns, Melbourne or Perth, the consistency of the way the Higgins family delivered for their people is amazing to see, and it's a reason we all come to work and want to be here.
For over 130 years, the Rockhampton Grammar School has produced outstanding young men and women who have been guided by our motto, grow in character and scholarship. Our students emerge into society educated, well-rounded and confident, equipped to pursue their ambitions, secure in their sense of self, armed with the capacity to seize the opportunities and confront the challenges life will place in their way. When you become part of the Rockhampton Grammar School, you're not just joining the best boarding school in central Queensland, you are becoming a key part in a thriving community. A place where you will enjoy your formative years. A place that will become your second home. A place where you and your family will always feel welcome, connected and proud to be a grammarian.
At Higgins, we invest in our people each and every day through a variety of programs. First and foremost is a development program where we allow people to get better at what they do day in, day out on their jobs. We also have a development program to allow them to work through different pathways within the organisation, so they can start as a painter and work their way up, even to branch manager if they wish to. The development of our people is such a critical component. It gives them the satisfaction of knowing that we care about them and that we want them to do as well as they can do.
During my time at Higgins, I've come from a painter to foreman, project manager, business development manager, and currently the branch manager. The senior management team have provided me with an individual development plan that has been tailored to my skill set, that has seen me also collaborate and be mentored by other individuals within the business and leaders in their field.
My favourite thing about working at Higgins is the people. Whether it be my staff, who are absolutely excellent, or my clients that I deal with every day, I just love being able to communicate with people and enjoy my job. My key roles in my position as branch manager is to not only manage the sale process and our relationship with our clients, but also help our ops team to deliver an unbelievable project every time for our clients. The construction industry is quite often thought of as a male-dominated industry. For me, it's about your capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If you want to get in there, just go for it. I've been in this industry for 4 years and I love it.
One of the great things about Higgins is it's not a hierarchical organisation. Everybody is on equal footing, and that really gives a sense of we're all in this together.
My advice to anyone who'd like to join the painting industry, no matter where they're from, who they are, just go for it. If you're passionate about it, come and join a great industry and get to be a part of a great company if you come to Higgins.
I'm Ethan Gill, and I'm a Year 11 student at the Rockhampton Grammar School. I started in grade 10 and I've been here for a little over a year.
Ethan is a fine example of a definitive boarder. He comes from a provincial town, Biloela, and there are educational opportunities there, but it's his family's choice to have Ethan here at the Rockhampton Grammar School.
My family owns 2 properties, just outside Biloela and another one halfway between Monto and Biloela. I switched to Rockhampton Grammar because I wanted to be a doctor.
We have a large number of students who come to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10. They do it so that they're really well prepared for their senior studies.
For students who have been educated in the middle school in their hometowns and might be considering a switch to the Rockhampton Grammar School in Year 10, there's a lot on offer.
I chose Rockhampton Grammar because it would provide me with the best opportunity for learning.
We want to make sure that they have great study habits, because by preparing for that in Year 10, they're really well prepared to enter into an exciting learning pathway in Years 11 and 12. They'll need to be able to analyse, use their knowledge meaningfully to be able to express themselves accurately in their work to be really successful in their Year 12 final exams.
The change to Rockhampton Grammar School was fairly easy. All the people are easygoing and good to get along with. Here I met my mate Andrew. We play cricket together and yeah, we get along very well. What I love about Rockhampton Grammar is the opportunities that I've had with extracurricular activities. To be with your mates constantly, it's like a big family. For the students considering switching in Year 10, I would say this. The Rockhampton Grammar School provides a wide variety of opportunities for what you are willing to do in the future and anything that you want to do after school.
Well, Dad was really the main driver of the business. He was the one who obviously was a good tradesperson, but he was passionate about growing his business. He was born in a small town, Culture in west coast of Ireland, one of 8 children in the middle. They were a very poor family. He left school at 14. He started a painting career, and then in his early 20s came to Australia. He bought a car, which was a van, and that's where the concept of the one man for a van started, Jerry Higgins & Co. And that was in 1949. He was very good at selling. He had an incredible charm. He was very good at, obviously, at delivering a service. But what he needed was a really good backup, and that was Mum was. Mum ran the office. She had 4 children under 3.5. But that didn't stop her working all day in the office and working all night on the business. So she was driven, committed. She had the eye for detail. She was an incredible influence. Through school and university holidays, I'd always worked in the business in any odd job, any area where they needed assistance, whether it was actually stacking cans of paint, delivering materials to jobs, etc. So in my early 20s, I joined in as a supervisor. After a period of time, I became works manager, moved into sales, estimating, and then basically took over as managing director in my early 30s.
I joined the business a long time ago. It was back in 1980 after I left school. I went to study and it wasn't for me, and had a meeting with Dad and my brother John, and they gave me a job mixing paint out in the back shed, as we did in those days. You know, one of the great things about my father, and I guess the legacy he left, was he was tough but he was fair. People respected him and wanted to work for him, as our customers wanted to give him work because they knew they'd get a quality job. We are a multiple generation business. We now have the 3rd generation working in the business today. The great thing about a family business is it attracts families. One of the things we're very proud of at Higgins is the growth we've had since the old man started the business, and that's only the start. I see there's great opportunity for us to continue to grow the business over the next few years.
The business was started by my grandfather Jerry 70 plus years ago. Used to hang around the office when I was a little fella, and now to be working the business alongside my uncle and father, it's a great opportunity. I like the people, I like the challenge. I like what we do. Every day is different. So working in a family business, very lucky to have that opportunity. It's very rare, but to continue on what Jerry, my grandfather, started is a real privilege.
To think Jerry came out here all those years ago with so little, and to build the business that it has become today makes me very proud. It was Jerry's focused and respectful approach to business that resonates within the family and our employees in the business to this day.
What I love about the business is the diversity. I think that it's not only the backgrounds of people from all over the world. I love that there's more women joining the business at all levels. I just love that there's a credible, talented, passionate young people. I see that they are the future. They're the ones who've got the enthusiasm to really take us to the next level.
It's still a very young business. We are 71 years old, been doing it for a long period of time, but I think the average age of the senior management group is between 35 and 40. And I think that just shows that there's a great deal of longevity left in us.
You make me happy. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. You make me happy. Yes, you know you do. You make me happy. Yeah. You make me happy. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. You make me happy. Yes, you know you do, you make me happy, yeah. Leftover loving on the dance floor. I've been this way since 1994. Oh, 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 you do this to me, yeah. Leftover loving on the dance floor. I've been this way since 1994. Oh, 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 oh. You do this to me. You make me happy. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. You make me happy. Yes, you know you do. You make me happy. Yeah. You make me happy.
There are many, many amazing people who have raced for our country before, and so to be able to put on something that they've won before is definitely a big honour.
It's quite incredible to be part of such an amazing team. The camaraderie and unity that you create between your coach, the coxers, the athletes, it's really quite special. It's something that is quite difficult to put into words. So yeah, it's really, really exciting.
During the pandemic and the lockdowns that have been ongoing in Australia, it has been exceptionally hard because the rare times that we do get off, I haven't been able to go home or travel interstate on the fear of being stuck on either side of the border.
COVID's obviously thrown a big spanner in the works, but I think what we've really learnt is how resilient we are as a squad and as an Australian team as a whole. So it's pretty cool to get to the pointy end. It's kind of hard to believe, but yeah, I don't think there'll be any Olympics quite like this.
I'm expecting the unexpected when it comes to these games. I'm having no firm beliefs. The key is going to be adaptive and ready for whatever challenges rise up.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Nice keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let the girl tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Act like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my just caution. Quad. Now.
There is so much competition between ourselves, you know, to get the most out of ourselves and to get the most out of each other. It feels like we are racing every day. So I don't think we've lost that competitive edge at all. Yeah, the world should look out.
For us, it's a pretty special thing that we can go through this very, once in 100 kind of years and moment. I think that uniqueness will definitely make this a more special team.
It's anticipation, not anxiety. Yeah. It's excitement, and it is coming, and we're ready.
In the end, you're still rowing 2Ks, and the goal is the same in mind, that we can cross the line first.
We're piecing together those final bits of getting our catches a little bit faster and getting that timing at the back end just a little bit better before we head over and put together the perfect race.
Wherever we're going, I could not say for sure. Better not knowing, but it's better than before. Here's the cure. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. Possible we're drifting, but it doesn't seem to be. Findable what's missing, but we've never missed a beat. Can't you see? Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Stop the wine. Everybody join the fun line. Ain't nobody left behind.
I'm Adele Mulhose. I've been teaching at Rockhampton Grammar Prep for over 10 years. Parents choose Rockhampton Grammar School because we give the children opportunities to be who they want to be.
When I grow up, I want to become a boss.
My name's Nicole Kennedy. I'm a prep classroom teacher here at the Rockhampton Grammar School. I think parents choose the Rockhampton Grammar School for their children to come to prep because we are very play-based, so they learn to cooperate, to build the foundations before they go into the rest of their primary schooling.
The children are coming in at 4 and 5 years old. They are young, they want to play.
I want to become a policeman.
I love teaching through projects. Last year we had a lot of children that came from farms and properties. They want to write because they want to tell stories about what's happening on their farm. They want to draw their farm so that they can communicate to other children. One little boy could drive a backhoe, so he was teaching the children about the gears in the backhoe.
A babysitter, maybe not a babysitter, a chicken keeper.
I'm Elizabeth Donaldson. I'm a prep teacher at the Rockhampton Grammar School. When you first walk in, you get very much a family feeling here.
My name's Jeff Hagman and I'm the head of primary at the Rockhampton Grammar School. The process for a child to come into the Rockhampton Grammar School involves a meeting with parents. The first 15 minutes of the interview is just talking to the little preppy, and following that I'll give them a little activity and I'll just talk to mum and dad about our school and show them for a tour of the school.
Every Friday we have cooking and the parents come along to help with us with the cooking. They come in and they can do drawing and craft and dress up. We also have PE every day that they go to. We have an Auslan signing choir in the prep cohort. They sign for Mother's Day, music festival and anything else that we get invited to. Rockhampton Grammar is a very multicultural school. I think it's a wonderful way for children to learn that even though we're different on the outside, on the inside our hearts are the same.
And one of the great things that we have on offer here is a chance to buddy up with a person in Year 5.
The buddy system helps to create a bond that lasts throughout their whole school life.
At the end of Year 6, children of Year 6 walk through
and the preps are all lined up ready to high-five the grade 6 people who they have seen as the leaders of their primary school.
But the great thing about our school, the journey doesn't finish there. Following their grade 6 year, they just walk 20 metres further up the hill and continue their education all the way through to Year 12.
Rockhampton Grammar is a perfect school to help your child thrive and shine in their own unique way.
Bags are packed, are you ready to go? This time tomorrow we'll be on the road, riding with you in the sunnier days. I wouldn't want it any other way. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city, and of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Durrumbal people, all to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside or 5-star, feeling the grass between your toes or the fresh mountain air on your face. You'll never be bored, because we never are. Open your eyes to Rockhampton.
What's in a name? For us, it's everything. Over 70 years of paint under fingernails. Hard work in the hot sun. A promise to our local community. Our customers. From our family to yours. This is our story.
Always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young.
So, ladies and gents, we're not too far away from starting our finals for the afternoon. 12:20 is the scheduled start. As you see, the boat officials heading out on the course. And just a reminder that Canteen is still operating with a variety of snacks and food, burgers and wraps and so on there, and a variety of drinks. And the bar is open now, so up on the top deck of the Rockhampton Grammar School main clubhouse, right at the finish line of the course there, you can come up for a variety of beverages, cheese boards and snacks. We've got air conditioning up here if you want to get out of the heat, and you can still watch the live stream inside the clubhouse, or you can come out on the veranda and enjoy the hospitality out on the veranda under the shade of one of the tents, enjoying catching up with friends or family, and hopefully cheering home your son or daughter or your school into the finals races this afternoon. So, cracking afternoon in front of us here at the regatta, and looking forward to some fantastic races. So, please enjoy the hospitality while you're here in Rockhampton, and we'll get started with these races in the very near future.
So, Todd, we're just about to recommence after the lunch break, and we've got a run of finals, and our first race is the Champion Schoolgirls Year 11 Double Scull, and it's sponsored by Movement Improvement Physiotherapy. And Simon Poole, the owner of that corporation, will be presenting the medals. Movement Improvement, it's in the name. And our field in race 128 is, Todd?
We have in lane 1 the Brisbane Girls Grammar School. We've got Charlotte Wagland and Jade Somerville. In lane 2, Cathedral 2, Eliza Gisberts and Grace Adby. In lane 3, Somerville 1, Eliza Bridgefoot and Manaya Bishop. In lane 4, Cathedral 1, Isabel Egan and Abigail Cox. In lane 5, Cathedral 3, Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon. In lane 6, from All Hallows, Kate Jessop and Lucy Hales. In lane 7, from Stuart Home, you've got Georgie Hedberg and Isabel Allen. And in lane 8, from Brisbane State High School, Anya Murphy and Sophie Malcolm. So a great field there. Cathedral looking very strong, having races in lanes 4 and 5.
And lane 2 as well.
Lane 2 as well, that's correct. So those Year 11 double scullers will be very strong in the years to come if they've got 6 of them up there all working together and working hard to challenge each other throughout their normal season and into their state championships.
And it includes the girls who are in the inter-regional crew that won as well. Is Bob, how are we going, Bob? Are we calm now? Is what? Minnie. Manaya Bishop? Minnie, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't use it over the air, but why not? Look at the name, it's a bit hard to pronounce. Manaya? No, we're used to pronouncing. It's the other ones like Alice and Jane that we can't pronounce. We've worked on all the other things. By the way. Hey? Okay. Okay. She's not M-I-N-I. No, she's got a good height. Yeah, right. Gee, Somerville, you're a bloody St. Margaret's man. Oh, mate. Here's the real scandal. Her and Eliza. They joined my year 8 and 9 squad. Yeah. Sent them out in the double, mate, first day. There you go, Bob. You're a talent identification expert. Golden. Oh, right. Well, Katrina Hick, I don't know what her married name is, Bruce.
So we're underway here in the first of our finals of the Higgins Queensland Schools Championships Regatta, and it's fantastic to get to finals. If there was enough emotion yesterday afternoon at the inter-regional finals, I thought, Ray, it was great to see everyone on the riverbank cheering home their regions, and now we move to our schoolgirls Year 11 double scull.
And the 2 Cathedral crews in lane 4 and 5 have obviously earned that right by winning their semi-finals. Somerville and All Hallows would have been second in the semi-finals, and so on as you go out in the V shape. So it's designed for the winners and silvers to be in the middle of the course, but it doesn't always work out that way because some people play some games along the way and they're saving themselves, and sometimes that can come back to bite you on the backside, but not always. But Isabel Egan and Abigail Cox and Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. Both crews coached by Stefan Muhlenberg, and Stefan looking to go out on a high at his last Queensland Schools Championships before having a spell and going back to Germany for some commitments that he has back in his home country.
You'd have to say that the course is looking fantastic at the moment, and there isn't... I wouldn't have thought there'd be any advantage across any of the lanes. The breeze is basically non-existent, so that's always good for competitors. It's the last thing you want to hear is, oh, you got an advantage on the inside lanes or the outside lanes. So should be some great racing this afternoon, and the crowd is building up here on the deck, and we imagine
getting very noisy as well, aren't they?
And that's before we've had any winners yet, Ray. So once
Lanes 4, 5 and 6 have got away well, Todd, in the early stages by looking out with the binoculars. Cathedral 1, Cathedral 3 and All Hallows. The All Hallows crew coached by Gus Rodero. Gus got a gig this year with the Australian team coaching a junior crew, so well done to him. A native of Argentina, Gus Rodero, and working at All Hallows and working with John O'Vola as well at Wintec Racing. And there were three of us in a conversation earlier in the day, and he was the one with the black beard. The other two both had very grey beards. Somerville House, Eliza Bridgefoot and Manea Bishop having a red-hot crack in that second 500 metres and may have their bow in front, as I've labelled a couple of times. The winners of the schoolgirl quad or under-17 quad at the national championships this year for Somerville House, Eliza Bridgefoot and Manea Bishop. And they're in the double scull here. I just heard that they were in a GPS, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club squad in their Year 8 and Year 9 days when Bob Alexander was coaching them, and he was smart enough to put them out in a double scull the first time he saw them. And they're sculling beautifully at the moment in lane 3. So it's 3, 4, 5 and 6. As the script says it should be, is where the pace is being set. So 3, 4, 5, 6 and 8 at the moment, Todd, in the way I see it.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ray. I'm glad you got those binoculars, though. It's a challenge to see all the way down the river there, but it is a great view on the banks of the Fitzroy, looking straight down the course, and we're very thankful that we've got a variety of cameras around that'll give us a side-on view as we get closer to the finish line. But right now, there's not much of a gap across those main race getters, and as we said, lane 8's probably the one that's challenging the middle of the course at this stage.
The best view you'll have is at 3:45 tomorrow afternoon when the 8 schoolgirl 8s are coming towards us. Absolutely spectacular. That's one of the reasons I love coming to this regatta at this venue. And but nearly 700 athletes here competing with 2,100 seats. So despite COVID, another enormous regatta. And thanks to Higgins for their principal support of the Queensland School Championship Regatta. It drifts around. It has been in Bundaberg and it has been at Lake Wyaralong. But it's great to see it regionally here again this year. And, of course, a bit less to travel for the Townsvillians who come this way. Of course, we've been known to have crews from New Zealand compete in this regatta.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be back in the near future. They definitely added a lot of competitive nature, the Anzac spirit to races, and they were extremely competitive from my memory last time.
Mostly out of Waikato region, weren't they? Yeah, from the North Island. But with COVID restrictions, there's no way we're going to have any Kiwis here.
But it is fantastic to have so many visitors coming to Rockhampton and sampling the jewel of Central Queensland, the mighty Rockhampton, and so handy for a lot of spectators to be able to duck back into town and go back to your motel if you need to, and or get whatever supplies that you need. It's only 2 minutes into town and half an hour down to the beach if you need to break up your afternoon. So getting closer now, Ray. Looks like 500 metres out. And
3, 5 and 6, mate. Lane 5, just about in the lead there. Cathedral number 3. So maybe Stefan's numbered them the other way, trying to sell us a pup. But 3, 5 and 6, Somerville House, Bridgefoot, Manea Bishop, Cathedral, Scobie and Simon, and All Hallows, Jessup and Hales, the Gus Rodero coach crew. They're having a crack out there in Station 6. The medals are in those 3 boats. What colour is yet to be determined. And Cathedral number 1, Isabel Egan and Abigail Cox are back in 4th place. Then back to Brisbane State High School, Murphy and Malcolm over in Station 8. Then across to Girls Grammar in 1, Cathedral in 2, and Stewart Home in Station 7. Those 3 crews are off the pace of these leading 5 boats. But pushing through, Cathedral number 3 crew. They've taken the lead there, along with the Somerville House crew.
Yeah, I definitely agree on the left-hand side there. The All Hallows crew look like they're pushing through, but it would be the race for Cathedral here. So Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon the ones to beat here. They look like they've got a boat length at this stage. You can hear the support on the sideline.
Absolutely manic, isn't it? The
is.
support. So it's Cathedral number 3 leading Somerville and All Hallows is the way I see it.
I think you might be right there, Somerville.
But don't ride off the Somerville crew. I've been fooled before by those crews on the far side of the course, but I reckon they're going to get across first. Cathedral number 3 will win our first final. Cathedral 3 will be first. Somerville House will be second, I believe. Yep. And then third will be the crew from All Hallows in Station 6. Fourth then Cathedral number 1. Fifth will be yet to be determined. The Brisbane State High School crew right on the boys. Or the Cathedral number 2 crew. It'll be Cathedral number 2. Cathedral number 2 will be 5th. State High will be 6th. 7th will be Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And 8th will be Stuart Home. So our first school final. We had the inter-regional finals yesterday, which was great racing, but win to Cathedral School, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg in the champion schoolgirls Year 11 double scull, sponsored by Movement Improvement Physiotherapy. Movement Improvement, it's in the name.
Yeah, fantastic start to our finals this afternoon, and congratulations to the Cathedral School there, getting underway with their first gold medal of the regatta. And I think the girls will make their way to the bank, and we'll get them out as quickly as possible and head towards the medal presentation area.
So champion schoolboys Year 11 pair is underway. And we ask the medalists to come in as quickly as they can for the Year 11 double. That's Cathedral 3, Somerville 1 and All Hallows. They could come in as quickly as they can for the medal presentations and come to the medal presentation area. That'd be greatly appreciated.
So the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 pair in lane 1. We have Cathedral, and we've got Pratchett and Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 2, Somerset College, we've got Gray and McClure. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace 2, we've got Lewis and Murphy. In lane 4, Gregory Terrace 1, Spork and Clark. In lane 5, Brisbane Boys, Tucker and Harris. In lane 6, Cathedral 2, Nalder and Larson. In lane 7, Townsville Grammar, White and Beanie. And lane 8, Rockhampton Grammar, Stanky and Napa. So Gregory Terrace have got 2 competitors in this race in lanes 3 and 4. Brisbane Boys would have qualified in one of their semi-finals in lane 5, and then Cathedral, who have already started extremely well. They've got two crews in this race as well. So could it be Cathedral? It's getting our medals to start off their carnival. That's a fantastic effort so far.
This is the race that confused us earlier in the day, where Heat 2 came down first and Heat 1 came down second, and I think they went across the line. And I said, that looks like a Rockhampton Grammar singlet, and it was. That's Carl Stanky and Jed Napa, who are in lane 8.
It does throw us out a little bit with the Gregory Terrace. They're predominantly red and black, and then the Grammar crews are predominantly black and red. So
it's a bit like Collingwood, isn't it? Their home strips black and white stripes, and their away strips white and black stripes.
Very much so. Yeah. Oh, mate, I can't see. 7. So our early predictions would be lane 5 out in front, maybe 7 in second.
Something smells good. Someone's cooking steak over there. Wow.
The barbecue is just wafting from the canteen area across the bar here and on the top deck, and making the race calling a little bit challenging at the moment, Razor.
We're losing our attention. But Townsville Grammar have got away well there. Thomas White and Owen Beanie, coached by Corby Green. over in Station 7. Obviously, our heat winners were Gregory Terrace, Spork and Clark, and Brisbane Boys College, Tucker and Harris. I'm pretty sure these youngsters from... Oh, we've actually got the presentation. I apologise. Our medal presentation for Champion Schoolgirls Year 11 double, sponsored by Movement Improvement Physiotherapy, and Simon Poole, the owner of Movement Improvement, presenting the medals. In third place, representing All Hallows, Kate Jessup and Lucy Hales. In second place, representing Somerville House, is Eliza Bridgefoot and Manea Bishop. And Champion Schoolgirls Year 11 double scull and gold medalist, the Cathedral School from Townsville, represented by Sarah Scobie and Steffi Simon. They're coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalist and thank you to Simon Poole, owner of Movement Improvement.
So I think in lane 5, lane 1, so Brisbane Boys there, Lex Tucker and Finley Harris. And lane 1, Cathedral, Ashton Pritchett and it's Talbot.
Micah Talbot.
Micah Talbot.
And then across to lane 7, Townsville Grammar, Thomas White and Owen Beanie. But the Brisbane Boys College crew, Tucker and Harris, out in the lead. Was lucky enough to catch up with the coaches from BBC earlier in the day, Randall Martin and John Pettigrew, with the coordinator of the rowing program, Zoltan Shepherd. And head of the River Champions from Brisbane this year, and also third in the Australian Schoolboy H Championship, Brisbane Boys College. And silver medal in, I think it was the under-17 schoolboy quad scull. Oh, it's a commanding lead, do you not think, Todd, for Brisbane Boys College?
Yeah, Lex Tucker and Finley Harris there look like they are in a strong position. I'd say a boat length at this stage with about less than 500 to go now. So they just need to concentrate on finishing this race off with some good rhythm and powerful strokes, and they should be right.
They've got the BBC winter coat on. They've got the predominantly white singlet. So I'm always looking for the green, white, black, but I've got to look at the oars to see the green, white, black of Brisbane Boys College.
You have to think Gregory Terrace would be in second place there in lane 4.
Just took a left turn.
Have done, yes. So they're going to try and straighten up a little bit. Lane 1 look like they're challenging, and lane 7 would be...
Still 4 boats in the running for 3 medals, I would suggest, although lane 7 is starting to feel the pinch just a touch. But Brisbane Boys College, Lex Tucker and Finlay Harris seem to have the race within their keeping. Great push from Cathedral number 1 in lane 1. And the Gregory Terrace number 2 crew, Max Spork and Bailey Clark. There's the steering that can, at the end of a 2,000 metre race for schoolboys.
I think the Cathedral crew in lane 1 might be the ones to jump into silver spot here.
Yep, they're coming home quite strongly.
Gregory Terrace are in for a battle there for second, but well done to
Brisbane Boys College. Will get across the line in first place. Interest for silver and bronze. Very close. Gregory Terrace just crossing lanes now, as do the Cathedral School. What do you think?
Oh,
I think Cathedral.
I thought Cathedral possibly, yeah, but...
we're not on the line,
no.
So don't hold us to that, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll wait for the official result of that one.
So Brisbane Boys... We don't have the results.
A call for Adrian Lang. Adrian Lang, we need some tech support if we can, please. Adrian Lang. Certainly a win to Brisbane Boys College in the Champion Schoolboys Year 11 pair. And we're not sure about second and third as yet. Thank you to the personalised watercraft users over there who've respected our regatta and have waited till the end of the race to cross the course. We appreciate that. So Lynn, what have you got for race 129, please? Got no result yet. No, neither do we, other than Brisbane Boys College winning it in lane 6. Lane 5. Actually, lane 5, sorry. Lane 5, I've sold you a pup there, lane 5. I got that. Starting that next race? Yeah. You got the other two? No, we haven't, Bruce. 1 second and 4 third. That's correct. Yeah, that's how we called it, mate. Oh, yeah. So we're going to be a while because these guys have got to go back to right down the other end. Okay. So a little while before the champion schoolboys year 11 pair can be presented. Brisbane Boys College has won the race from the Cathedral School and Gregory Terrace in lane 3. So it was lane 5, lane 1 and lane 4 were the placings in the champion schoolboy year 11 pair. And Todd will now bring you the cruise in the champion school boys year 10 quad scull.
Thank you, Ray. In lane 1, Ignatius 1, we got Bartels, Murphy, Crawford, Mikkel, and Foal is the Cox. In lane 2, St. Peter's Lutheran College, number 1, we got Jovanovic, Blunt, Savakaski, Bell, and Jackson is the Cox. Lane 3, Gregory Terrace, got O'Rourke, Sheehan, Koga, Robinson, and Coogan as the Cox. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys, we got Cashman, Stevens, Granson, Cashman, and Palmer is the Cox. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar 1, got Hayes, Maroof, Pascoe, McAlland, and Corliss, and Green is the Cox. In lane 6, from St. Luke's, we've got Freeman, Baldwin, so that's Oliver Baldwin and Harrison Baldwin, Blair, Hangman, and Black is the Cox. In lane 7, we've got Cathedral 1, we've got Chin, Bryce, Whitehead, Walmsley, and Walmsley. So that's a Cooper Walmsley and Arden Walmsley. And, sorry, Arden Walmsley is the Cox, my apologies. And in lane 8, from Cathedral 2, we've got Patrick, Weekers, Wood, McCriff, and we got Crobler as the Cox. So another fantastic race coming down the river, Ray, and they look like they're past the 1,000-metre mark there.
And this race is sponsored by Central Queensland University, and CQ University is Australia's most supportive, inclusive and engaged university with one of the largest national footprints of any university. proudly offering a wide variety of TAFE and university qualifications. Ranked in the top 2% of universities worldwide for graduate employability, CQ University can help you be what you want to be. Visit cqu.edu.au to find out more.
And Ray, I've got the crew in lane 4 there, the Brisbane boys crew out in front at this stage, closely followed by lane 3, Gregory Terrace, and lane 5, Townsville Grammar would be my best guess at this stage.
Yes, that's true. And Brisbane boys college crew, Cashman, Stevens, Granson and Cashman. The two Cashman boys were in the crew that was placed at the National Championships earlier this year, coached by John Pettigrew. And they've got the look back at the rest of the field here in lane 4. And lane 3 would be in second place, do you think, Todd? And then across to 5 and 7, I would suspect.
Yeah, I think you're right. I do think the medals may be there to be won right now. If those crews can continue on, it's going to be a big effort from probably lane 7 would be the biggest challenge to sneaking in there for a medal. But I do think the lane 5 crew there of Townsville Grammar will possibly hold on there if they can maintain their rhythm and finish through there. But the Brisbane boys, as they're coming in with a couple of hundred to go, look very strong there. I'd say a boat length over the Gregory Terrace crew in lane 3. And maybe another boat length back to Townsville Grammar. So at this stage, it should be relatively easy for us to call them in, but things can change pretty quickly.
But that looks pretty cut and dried at the moment, doesn't it? Lane 7, Cathedral number 1, putting in a bit of a burst, but they've got a good length and a half to catch up, and there's not a lot of water left. Very polished performance by this BBC crew. Their timing's excellent. Matthew Cashman, Thomas Stevens, David Granson and Daniel Cashman, Bo Palmer, the coxswain. And on they go with the job, and they'll win the Champion Schoolboys Year 10 Quad Scull, sponsored by Central Queensland University. Brisbane Boys College first, Gregory Terrace second, third will be Townsville Grammar, fourth will be Cathedral School from Townsville, fifth then I reckon will be St Luke's Anglican School, sixth will be close between lane 1 and 8, Ignatius Park in 1 and Cathedral in lane, Ignatius Park in 1 and Cathedral in lane 8.
Oh, that was very close there, but I think it might have been the inside. Cathedral in 6th, Ignatius in 7th, and St Peter's in 8th.
Medal presentation for the Champion Schoolboys Year 11 pair. And we thank Simon Poole, owner of Movement Improvement, for presenting the medals for this event. In third place, representing St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, Max Spork and Bailey Clark. In second place, representing the Cathedral School from Townsville, Ashton Pratchett and Micah Taylor. Talbot, yes. You're obviously, no, you're not a parent. You've got a Rocky shirt on. And Champion Schoolboys Year 11 pair and gold medalist, Brisbane Boys College, represented by Lex Tucker and Finlay Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists. Now they're coming in for the group shot. Well done, boys. They know how it works. So, Lynn, have you got 4, 3, 5? Okay, that's what we've got as well. Well done. And Simon Ruddick is doing the next one, correct? We just need to keep it around the league, because it's all about the medal presentation. Yeah. Don't worry about that, Race. Champion Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull is our next final, and it's sponsored by MB Plant Hire. Proudly provide professional earth moving, excavation, road maintenance and asphalt services in the central Queensland region. And we thank MB Plant Hire for their support. Amber Brennan and Murray for their support here of the Champion Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull.
So race 131, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull final in lane 1. St Hilda's 4, Abby Long and Gemma Kowalczyk, coached by David Hamilton. In lane 2, All Hallows, Nell Murphy and Grace Valentine, coached by Joseph Patterson. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran, Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood. In lane 4, Stuart Home 1, Eloise Hill and Eva Hoskins, coached by Emma Tucker and Lucy Hope. In lane 5, the Rockhampton Grammar School, Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks, coaches Kywin Fay and John Smythe. In lane 6, St Pat's Townsville, Olive Jury and Lily Bragg, coaches by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nelson Burke. In lane 7, St Hilda's 1, Lena Thricker and Eva Pinkerton, coached by Anthony Cook. In lane 8, All Hallows, Annabelle Delheimer and Zara Shaw, coached by Joseph Patterson. So they're underway here, Ray, and no, maybe not.
I think they were just moving up to
Okay. Looks like they're just moving up to the start at the moment, so things are running very smoothly here with races finishing and people getting to those podiums. So thank you to all our athletes for doing their very best to keep things running smoothly. Yeah.
So Lynn, this race is only 1,000 metres, so we'll have to wait till this one's over. It's underway. Year 8 single, the next one will take twice as long as this one. So yeah. They started now, you think? I thought I saw the bloody umpire moving, didn't you? Yeah. Looks like they're going. Yeah. Yeah, we've got to start, mate. We've got to start. This will be our biggest hope. This is one of our biggest hopes. Is it? Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks. Laura Seifert, we hope. So Grace is home at the moment? Yeah, she's doesn't want to be in Sydney locked down. Oh, why would you? Is she in town or is she out at the farm? A bit of both. Because they only manage the farm, it's not theirs, is it? Which is crazy because they manage it and they're very well off. So what if the people who run it, how much they own it, how much they make? Is that right? So they're doing okay? Yeah. Yeah, because I was looking. Families that manage properties can afford for their kids to go to Dave Waitman won a silver medal in '96. He had 4 boys at Brisbane Grammar School at the one time. Now my understanding is the 4th one was free. But he's in charge of train leasing for the Macquarie Bank. So he probably had the loose change in his... Todd, this is a cracking race out here at the moment. Yeah, there wouldn't be a length between 1st and 8th.
Our Year 9 girls have been a very popular age group in our singles and our doubles, with massive groups in our heats and semi-finals. So you'd expect this to be a very good race, and already you can only see a small margin between the middle crews moving out to lanes 1 to 8. So they are seeded, so you would look to find the winners from the middle lanes, but that's not always the case. But at this stage, I would say lane 4 would be slightly in front. So that's a Stuart Home crew, Eloise Hill and Eva Hoskins. Slightly in front of the Rockhampton Grammar crew, I believe, of Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks, but there wouldn't be too much in it. Maybe half a boat length at this stage. And 3rd place could be anyone there. Lane 3 and lane 6 hazard a guess. So Trinity Lutheran in lane 3 and St Pat's from Townsville in lane 6. But plenty of rowing to go here in this race, that is for sure. And you can hear the tempo lift on the banks here as the crowds and supporters certainly start to lift.
Stuart Home on 35 strokes to the minute. They've got the beat right up.
Yeah. It does look like the Stewart home crew at the moment are really pushing hard. Have they gone too early? We're not sure if they can hold that tempo.
Rockhampton Grammar also on about 35 or 36 strokes to the minute, so it's no pace for the faint-hearted, but it is the Stewart home crew that leads Eloise Hill and Eva Hosking over Rockhampton Grammar, although that's getting closer than it was about 10 strokes ago. But Stewart home put in a couple of dirty strokes, but they quickly recovered. But the local hopes, Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks, are coming at them in the dying stages. Anybody's guess for the bronze medal at the moment. Trinity Lutheran, Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood. Then across at St Pat's of Townsville. And in Station 2, All Hallows. But Stewart home too good in lane 4. Stewart home will get across first. Lane 5, I reckon, will be second. And maybe Trinity will be third in Station 3. I agree, Todd.
Well, what a fantastic race there. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the champion schoolboys Year 10 Quad Scull. The race sponsored by Central Queensland University, and Simon Ruddock of Higgins Coatings is representing Central Queensland University. In third place, Townsville Grammar School, represented by Brian Hayes, Charlie Murriff, Will Pascoe, Aston McClelland and Skylar Corliss. In second place, and silver medalist Gregory Terrace, represented by Cooper O'Rourke, Jed Sheehan, Emmanuel Koga, Tom Robinson, and Tom Coogan is the coxswain. Champion schoolboys Year 10 Quad Scull and gold medalist Brisbane Boys College, represented by Matthew Cashman, Thomas Stevens, David Granson, Daniel Cashman, and the cox is Bo Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and we thank Central Queensland University for their sponsorship and Simon Ruddock of Higgins Coatings for presenting the medals. What I did was just turn my mic off in between Lynn getting on, because you know how important the medal presentations are. Okay, thanks mate, cheers. He sent me a message saying you hear me talking to Lynn on the live stream.
I think it started, so I'll get into it. So race 132, the Championship Schoolboys Year 8 Single Scull, sponsored by Higgins Coatings, who are also a major sponsor here at the Regatta. So thank you very much to Simon Ruddock and Higgins Coatings. In lane 1, Gregory Terrace 2, that's Rowan Clancy. In lane 2, Varsity College 2, Caden Hatchett, coached by James Harcombe. In lane 3, Cathedral, Braden Ribgetz, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 4, Trinity Lutheran 1, that's Ben Zana. In lane 5, from Cathedral, we've got Toby Kennedy, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar, Benjamin Bailey, coached by Nicholas Story and William Howland. In lane 7, Varsity College, William Crelly, and coached by James Harcombe. And in lane 8, Gregory Terrace, Jack Alford.
And we'll bring you the presentation of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Double Scull immediately following the conclusion of the champion schoolboys Year 8 single scull. That gives the medalists a couple of minutes to get to the medal presentation area. So who's winning here, Todd?
It's a very good question, Ray. Looks like the middle of the field, so lanes 5 and 4 would be my first impression.
Toby Kennedy of Cathedral and Ben Zauner of Trinity Lutheran. Zauner, we remember, was a good, tough effort winning his semi-final. Reb Getz of Cathedral and Benjamin Bailey of Rockhampton Grammar also in the mix there at the moment. But clearly the two semi-final winners are leading, aren't they? 4 and 5.
Yeah, they're holding court at the moment, so they look like they're going stroke for stroke. I would say that the inside...
Call for Amber Brennan. Okay, thanks, Amber.
But it does look like a great race here for the gold medal between Ben Zauner there and Toby Kennedy.
I reckon Zauner's got his bow in front now as Kennedy just heads towards those bow side boys. Just needs to be careful. He's just realised he's close to them and is coming back into the middle of the course now.
I think
the far side there.
Rower in lane 8, Jack Alford there from Gregory Terrace. I think he's certainly come through the field here and he's challenging for that bronze position. Lane 3, so just running through those crews again. We've got Gregory Terrace in lane 1, Varsity College in lane 2, Cathedral in 3, Trinity Lutheran in 4, Cathedral in 5, Rockhampton Grammar in 6, Varsity College in 7, and Gregory Terrace in 8. So it does look like the Trinity Lutheran... Ben Zauner there has definitely got a couple of boat lengths now. He's definitely...
he's bolting away in that third 250 metres, the championship quarter of the event. Yeah. And Ben Zauner has put the hammer down and has gapped the rest of the field.
Certainly has. And Toby Kennedy trying to hold on here for silver, I think. It looks like the Cathedral College rower in... Cathedral School rower in lane 3 is pushing through, plus the Gregory Terrace in lane 8.
Jack Alford.
He is certainly pushing through as well. So it looks like Cathedral School, Toby Kennedy's pushing really hard to try and hang on here, but it certainly is. Trinity Lutheran's Ben Zauner's going through for gold medal.
Sculling really well, isn't he? And slightly tricky conditions there. He's sitting tall in the seat, making the most of it, getting the run out of every stroke. I reckon it'll be the Cathedral sculler in lane 5. Will get second and be close for third between Cathedral and Gregory Terrace.
I think Cathedral on the far side.
You think it was Cathedral? We'll wait to hear from our judge.
What a fantastic row there, though. Looked like very well timed there by Ben Zauner.
Medal presentation for the champion schoolgirls Year 9 double scull, sponsored by MB Plant Hire, and we thank Amber and Maury Brennan for their sponsorship of this event. In third place, Trinity Lutheran College, represented by Isabel Clifford and Scarlett Wood. Thanks. In second place and silver medalist, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Asher Stewart and Caroline Sparks. And champion schoolgirls Year 9 double scull and gold medalist, Stuart Home, represented by Eloise Hill and Eva Hosking. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists and thank you to MB Plant Hire, Amber and Maury Brennan for their support of that event. We've done 131, 132, we've got 4, 5, 3, is that correct? Again? Simon Ruddock said it's not our first rodeo.
What a
Cooper's Mile Dale. You've got to harden up a bit and get onto the. You've got to get onto the red, surely, haven't you? Sorry.
What a fantastic start to our finals here this afternoon already. We've only had the 4 finals, but been cracking races. And just a reminder, we've got about 5 minutes before the next start of race 133, the Championship Schoolgirls Single Scull, which will be another fantastic race. And just a reminder that the canteen is still operating in the Emu Park Surf Life-Saving Canteen. Help yourself to the hospitality down there, and if you wanted a celebratory drink to celebrate your son or daughter's efforts and achievements so far throughout this week, you're welcome up here on the deck or inside in the air conditioning to support the RGS bar. So. So, ladies and gentlemen, race 133, the Championship Schoolgirls Single Scull, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. And this is over 2,000 metres and was a very good semi-finals earlier on today. So, in lane 1, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, we've got Nancy Duncan Banks. In lane 2, Genesis Christian College, we've got Jave Roberts. In lane 3, Stuart Home, Xavier Horder, and coached by Richard Patterson. In lane 4, Brisbane State High School, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. In lane 5, Genesis Christian College, Ella Smith. In lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar School's Laura Cypher, coached by Robin Fay. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Ellen Hill. And in lane 8, St. Peter's Lutheran College, Ella Harp.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the champion schoolboys Year 8 Single Scull. The race sponsored by Higgins Coating, and Simon Ruddock is the regional manager or the branch manager of Higgins Coating is to present the medals. In third place, Cathedral Braden Rebgetz. In second place, and silver medalist Cathedral Toby Kennedy. and champion schoolboys Year 8 single scull and gold medalist Trinity Lutheran College Ben Zauner. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and we thank Simon Ruddock of Higgins Coatings for presenting the medals.
Yeah, they're doing. Oh yeah, they left half the food behind. If you weren't up to it, you were. Yeah, and but he's my daughter's a new cup. She's a year 11 girl, but she's only been around 2 years. And performance out of her is very good. I must compliment you guys on the commentary. You're getting.
No, we're trying.
The names, even my daughter's Gisborne's.
Okay. Oh, righto.
You're getting that right too.
We don't always get them right. We'll soon find out if we don't. Well, what do you reckon, mate?
Oh, I can't see from here. Give us an early call.
5 and 6.
So at this early stage of Championship Schoolgirls Single Scull, we think 5 and 6, 1 and 2 are race leaders as they push through the 1,500 metre mark. So that would be Genesis Christian College, Alice Smith, and Rockhampton Grammar's Laura Cypher. Laura had the fastest semi-final time coming into this final, so you'd expect that she would be up in the front there somewhere.
And if you recall at the National Championships this year, Jave Probitz of Genesis, Ella Smith of Genesis, Laura Cypher of Rockhampton Grammar, and Olivia Cook of Rockhampton Grammar got a silver medal in the under-19 quad scull together. So 3 of these girls know each other really well. Ellen Hill won the under-19 pair, rowing with Nancy Duncan Banks. So there's a lot, and Sophie Malcolm won the under-19 single scull. So a very high-quality field in the champion single scull, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. Grant and Simpson Lawyers, your local 4th-generation law firm, serving Central Queenslanders for over 120 years. Also keen participants of rowing for many years.
Certainly, thank you to Grant and Simpson Lawyers. And we are looking forward to the closing stages of this race. And it certainly does look like it's in the middle of the field where the action is at the moment. Thinking lane 6 and 5. 4, 1 and 2.
Yep, lane 6, 5, 4, 1 and 2. Plenty going on. Laura Cypher, Ella Smith, Sophie Malcolm, Jave Probitz, Nancy Duncan Banks, all competitors at this year's National Championships, all medalists at this year's National Championships, here fighting out the champion schoolgirl single scull of Queensland.
And those people watching on the live stream, you notice we've got the handheld camera roaming around and getting some fantastic shots, apart from when they're zooming in on us.
I was going to say, looking at our rough heads, will have put the viewership down a little.
But amazing that's just on someone's phone, wandering around, connecting to the live stream and being able to show that. So we've got some shots now on the big screen of the action inside the clubhouse. Welcome to join us in the air conditioning as the bar staff are working hard. But
So, and a completely unbiased support from the 1,000 metre mark says that Laura Cypher is 2 lengths in front.
that's our spies down halfway down the course there, I think. Thanks, Rob Lang, giving us the information coming through on the phone. So, yeah, great row so far from Laura, and hopefully she can hang on here for the locals who are on the bank supporting her and ready to hopefully cheer her home. And on the live stream, you can see the view from our boat that's out there on the side of the river, getting an excellent shot there of Laura out in front. And you can see it on the big screen on the bank here as well. So what amazing vision that we're able to capture here at this regatta and able to show these close-ups of some of the best athletes going around competing and pushing themselves at this high level. So it does look like Laura Cypher maintaining her lead there in lane 6, representing the Rockhampton Grammar School. I've got lane 4 next, the Brisbane State High School student, Sophie Malcolm, in second place. And in third place at this stage, Genesis Christian College, Alice Smith. So they look like the medalists at this stage. And I certainly think that Sophie Malcolm in lane 4 there is putting a lot of pressure on Laura Cypher in lane 6. And she may even have the lead at this stage, so about 250 metres to go, if that. And it's very close in front here as you can hear the crowd starting to build their momentum and their cheers for their local rowers. I think it might be Sophie Malcolm out in front here in the yellow boat in lane 4. It's going to be extremely close. Laura is pushing really hard here in lane 6. So, Ray, I think this is going to be a grandstand finish here.
Yeah, now I have been labouring the point over the weekend that Sophie Malcolm is the Australian under-19 single scull champion, and she does row beautifully. She uses all of those long levers that she has, and she's got her bow in front in the dying stages. And it will be a win for Sophie Malcolm.
Great row there by both of the girls. Laura Cypher coming in, silver medalist.
And Ella Smith will be in third place.
Yeah, very high standard race there. Well done to all of the girls. Looks like fourth place will be over in...
Jave Probitz will be fourth. Fifth will then be Brisbane girls Nancy Duncan Banks. All of those girls medalists at this year's Australian Championships. Then in sixth place will be St Peter's Ella Harp. Seventh, by the looks of it, will be Stuart Holmes Xavier Horder. And eighth will be Ellen Hill, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, who is also a gold medalist at this year's Australian Championships. So a high-quality field in the Champion Schoolgirls Single Scull, sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. we had a team doctor here as well. He's from Tasmania. He loved to drink. He walked the streets of Rockhampton, the Worlds in Japan. He found a book about sake. He studied up on it. We're Cityville, actually. Cityville motel and apartments. We stayed there.
So race 134, the championship schoolboys pair over 2,000 metres, scheduled to start at 1:20, which it ticks over to now. So they'll be, looks like they've just started making their way down the course at the moment. So we've got 6 competitors in this race. In lane 3 from Brisbane Boys 2, we've got Robbo Robertson and Toby McPherson. In lane 4 from the Rockhampton Grammar School, Riley Godwin and Marshall Leeson, coached by John Smythe. In lane 5 from Brisbane State High School, Liam Humphrey and Moss Murphy, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 6 from Ignatius Park, got Riley Williams and Zachary Skip, coaches Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 7, Brisbane Boys number 1, Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin. And in lane 8, Brisbane State High School, Matthew Bronson and Tom Gadaloff, and coaches Cameron Stevenson.
One of those.
She's an athlete. Ladies and gentlemen, our next medal presentation is for the champion schoolgirls single scull, and the race sponsored by Grant and Simpson Lawyers. And Mr. Hugh Grant, a retired partner, will present the medals. In third place, Cathedral School, as you were, in third place, Genesis Christian College, represented by Ella Smith. In second place, and silver medalist, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Laura Cypher. And champion schoolgirls single sculler and gold medalist, Brisbane State High School, represented by Sophie Malcolm. Sophie's coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalist, and thank you to Hugh Grant, representing Grant and Simpson Lawyers. So this champion schoolboy pair coming down the course, Brisbane Boys College, Rockhampton Grammar, Brisbane State High, Ignatius Park, Brisbane Boys College and Brisbane State High School. And a massive lead to the Brisbane Boys College crew of Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin. Monty Martin stroked the Brisbane Boys College crew that won the schoolboy head of the river in Brisbane and finished third at the Australian Championships this year. He's rowing here with Robert Atkinson, a year 11 boy, Monty Martin, so he's got another year to go in that Brisbane Boys College crew.
And it looks at this stage that it might be the Rockhampton Grammar crew in lane 4, might be in second place.
Certainly appears that way. Riley Godwin and Marshall Leeson, coached by John Smythe.
And the bronze medal looks like a tight battle between lanes 5 and 6, I think, at this stage. Probably
Yes,
6
whoever
out in front.
goes straightest will win that bronze medal, I reckon.
I
So
think
they've
you're right.
both written their names in the course. Ignatius with an IGNAT there, and Brisbane State High have got the SHS just about written in there. But neither of them any match for Brisbane Boys College. The crew out in front clearly, Atkinson and Monty Martin in the champion schoolboy pair.
Yeah, fantastic row here by the Brisbane boys. They are powering through here. So Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin.
Rockhampton Grammar clearly in second place, and Ignatius Park on the improve there. Riley Williams and Zachary Skip. They are clearly now in the bronze medal position, although Brisbane Boys College number 2 crew, Robbo Robertson and Toby McPherson, are having a crack over in Station 3. But an all-the-way win to Brisbane Boys College. Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin, very impressive indeed.
And fantastic row here by the Rockhampton Grammar School crew of Riley Godwin and Marshall Leeson. Coming over the line now for a silver medal. Congratulations, gentlemen.
And in third place will be the crew from Ignatius Park, Riley Williams and Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. Got a bit of a run of 2,000 metre races here. Todd gives an opportunity to get the medal presentations done.
He said he'd think of it overnight, he reckon. Less film of the crowd and more of the race would be good.
Who said that?
Ellis did something.
Congratulations to our championship schoolboys pairs as the final crew comes across the finish line. Just a note for most likely students out there, but there's been a black bass set of headphones handed into the control centre. So if that is you, that'll be pretty important to you, I imagine. So black bass headphones. If you want to go to the control centre under the main clubhouse and identify those if you've lost them in the last hour or so.
Could we have Brisbane Boys College, Rockhampton Grammar and Ignatius Park in for the medal presentations, please, gentlemen? BBC, Rockhampton Grammar, Ignatius Park into the bank for the medal presentations, please, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is for the champion schoolboy pair, and the medals to be presented by Mr. Grant Murphy from National Australia Bank, and Grant is the State Property Manager for the NAB. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Ignatius Park from Townsville, represented by Riley Williams and Zachary Skip. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Riley Goodwin and Marshall Leeson. Champion schoolboy pair of Queensland and gold medalist Brisbane Boys College, represented by Robert Atkinson and Monty Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists and thank you to Grant Murphy of National Australia Bank for presenting the medals.
Righto, race 135, the championship schoolgirls year 11 4, coxed over 2,000 metres, has started. So lane 2, we got Cathedral School, we got Ebby, Geisberts, Simon, Woodbury, and the cox is Crawford, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 3, All Hallows, we got Jessup, Hales, Pryor, Morgan, and the cox is Obertha. And the coach is Augustin Redaro. In lane 4, All Hallows, we got Watt, Gallagher, Dollar, Russell, and Gascoigne is the cox. In lane 5, from Somerville, we got Graham, Bishop, Broadfoot, Salisbury, and Cairns is the cox. In lane 6, St Hilda's 1, Jerkic, Jensen, Mertag, and Ingle, and Harvey is the cox. In lane 7 from St Hilda's, we've got Hemming, Stridham, McTaggart, Chandler, and Free, and Lindstrom is the coach. Sorry, Free was the cox, and Ross Lindstrom is the coach. St Margaret's in lane 8, got Howes, Spooner, Hudson, and Campbell, and Steinberg is the cox as they're coming down the water now.
And this is a sweep race, but as I said earlier, 3 of these Somerville House girls were in the winning under-17 quad scull at the Australian Championships this year, and they've got, what do you reckon, 3/4 of a length lead over the 2 lanes on the right-hand side of them, All Hallows and All Hallows. That's the way it appears to me, Todd.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ray. It does certainly look like Somerville in lane 5 there have got a commanding lead at this stage, and it's going to be a race between the All Hallows crews for 2nd and 3rd. The nearest challenger would be the St Hilda's crew in lane 6, I believe, at this stage.
Now we've got to take care. Is this a green Trinity Lutheran shirt on our left, or is it a green Somerville House shirt on our left here?
I'm not sure. But a fantastic row here. It looks like the Somerville crew are doing extremely well out in front there. They've got a good boat length here, but All Hallows aren't giving up. They're pushing through and challenging the Somerville crew there out in front. It's going to be really challenging between both of the All Hallows crews in lane 3 and 4. Interesting to see how this does play out over the next 100 metres or 50 metres now.
They're certainly fit because Manea Bishop and Eliza Bridgefoot only raced about half an hour ago in a final, and here they are leading all the way in this Champion Schoolgirls Year 11 Cox 4 over the 2 All Hallows crew, both crews coached by Gus Rodero, and looks like lane 4 will run 2nd and lane 3 will run 3rd. Yeah, it's a Somerville House green shirt we've just established.
What a fantastic race there. Somerville very proud of their efforts there.
St Hilda's will be 4th. St Margaret's in 8 will be 5th. St Hilda's in 7 will be 6th. And Cathedral in lane 2 will be 7th. So well done, Tess Graham, Manea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Molly Salisbury, Catherine Cairns is the coxswain of that crew. Very distinctive green boat.
It does make it a lot easier as they're coming down the river.
You see them coming, and the dark blue with the green. I think they're chevrons. I'll get Sam to correct me with that. Chevrons. Thanks, Sam.
That's Lucy, isn't it? Is that Lucy?
No, that's Sam Martin, the rowing master. Well, she's Sam Quinlan these days. I think she was Sam Martin when she was at school, and she might have been Sam Francis, and now she's Sam Quinlan. But I've never seen Mr. Quinlan. 5, 4, and 3. That's what we've got. Grant Murphy's going to do this one as well, and then we've got a run of Simon Daly. Yep. So if we could have the medalists, Somerville House, All Hallows and All Hallows in for the medal presentation, that would be greatly appreciated.
Another 2,000 metres, so we might be right.
With 5 medals. Although he was pretty good. None of them were as good as Simon. It's funny, you know, there's parents who have no fucking, oh, g'day, Ray, is that Rob Salisbury? We haven't been before. Maybe international. You was talking to international this year. Tom Miscartha was there, the girl, the bow girl of the women's. That Somerville House crew is coached by Reece Jones. So he's had a successful regatta as well. So well done to Reece and his crew.
So while we wait for the medal presentations of the schoolgirls Year 11-4, we move into race 136, the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 Quad Scull. Coxed, and that is over 2,000 metres. In lane 1, Brisbane Boys, represented by Bruce, Valadzik, Pratt, Tune, and the Cox is Stokes. In lane 2, Brisbane State High School, represented by Waller, Simpson, Byron, Martin, and the Cox is Barlow, coached by Cameron Stevenson. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace, represented by Lewis, Murphy, Allen, Spork, and Kogan is the Cox. In lane 4 from Brisbane Boys, represented by McGregor, Thine, Owen, Rubens, and the Cox is Palmer. In lane 5, Ignatius Park, represented by Leone, Masters, Crawford, Lau, and the Cox is Foal. And coaches are Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge. In lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, represented by Heron, Vanderpoel, Tarn, and Gugic, and Cox by Giganis. And the coach is Sam Duncan. In lane 7, from Cathedral, represented by Pradhan, Larson, Pritchett, and Talbot. And the Cox is Bennett, coached by Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 8, Shalom, we got represented by Jansen, Rice, Parker, Bury, and the Cox is Pole, coaches by Michelle Rickow and David Roth.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next medal presentation is for the champion schoolgirls Year 11 Coxed 4. And again, the medals will be presented by Mr. Grant Murphy, National Australia Bank State Property Manager. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, All Hallows, represented by Kate Jessup, Lucy Hales, Georgie Pryor, Olivia Morgan, and the coxswain is Bridget Oberthur. In second place, winners of the silver medal, All Hallows, represented by Nicole Watt, Phoebe Gallagher, Ruby Dollar, Edie Russell, Polly Gascoigne. And schoolgirls year 11 Cox 4 champions and gold medalists, Somerville House, represented by Tess Graham, Manea Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot and Molly Salisbury. And the coxswain is Catherine Cairns. And the crew is coached by Reese Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists and thank you to Grant Murphy of National Australia Bank for presenting the medals.
And the Championship Schoolboys Year 11 quad scull in this race currently. It looks like not much in this race would be my first comment. Lanes 7 and 6 on the left-hand side look like they've got a slight lead, but lane 3 there look like they're not too far behind. So that's the Cathedral School in lane 7. Trinity Lutheran in lane 6 and Gregory Terrace in lane 3 would be our first guess. But not far behind them are Brisbane Boys and Ignatius, who are in those middle lanes because they qualified in one of their semi-finals. So you'd expect them to come home quite strong in this second half of the race. Yep. So we think it might be lane 7 now, Cathedral in front of lane 3 from Gregory Terrace. Yeah, Terrace is certainly pushing through, quite challenging the lead at this stage. And
apologies, that crew was not coached by Reese Jones, it was coached by Peter Zahnleiter. So congratulations, Zoom, on another gold medal.
Okay. But we are in for a cracking finish here. It looks like Terrace have rode through there and they're looking quite strong on the right-hand side.
Very nicely in the second half, the Gregory Terrace crew. St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace, to be correct.
It looks like the Cathedral School on the in lane 7 would be my best guess, but I'm certainly thinking that the Brisbane Boys in lane 4 are certainly coming home strong. And lane 6, Trinity Lutheran. So it looks like Gregory Terrace are going to take this out. They've got a good, strong lead there. I'd say a boat length at this stage.
Yeah, but look at the race for second and third. Silver and bronze is still up for Dibs, but Brisbane Boys College, then across to Cathedral and Trinity Lutheran. Then on Brisbane Boys College on the far side. Gregory Terrace first. Oh, who do you think?
Oh, it depends on the angle of the camera, I think.
I think Cathedral have run
second. That was a real challenge.
But we're not on the line. Don't get excited there.
We're surrounded by Cathedral supporters up here, so to keep the peace, we are saying they may be second, but we'll try and get an official word.
We'll leave that to the judge, shall we? Unofficially, but from the judge. First, lane 3, Gregory Terrace. Second, lane 4, Brisbane Boys College. Third, lane 7, the Cathedral School.
Do you want to take over? Yep. So we're in finals. Yes, mate, all finals now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for the start of race 137, which will be the Schoolgirls Year 10 Double Scull Final. This is a race over 1,500 metres, the Double Scull. Set to go in about another minute. In lane 1 will be Ryan Catholic, the crew of Hayley Davis and Courtney Davis. Their coaches there, Erin McGuffey and Simon Davis. In lane 2 will be the All Hallows pairing of Tabitha Sully and Anna Beloso James. Their coach there is Dino Castellano. In lane 3, St Hilda's number 1 will be Annabelle Montgomery and Kyra Bender. Their coach Ian Hawley. In lane 4, St Pat's Townsville, the pairing of Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Their coaches Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School, the crew of Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark. They are coached by John Presler. In lane 6, St Hilda's 2, Lucy Corish and Grace Champion, coached by Ian Hawley. In lane 7, Somerville number 1, the team of Lillian Slater and Madeline Milne. They're coached by Reese Jones. And in lane 8, Stuart Home number 1, the pairing of Georgia Sharp and Gigi Kelly. Their coach Olivia Mendonca.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next medal presentation is for the champion schoolboys Year 11 Quad Scull, a Coxed event, and the medals to be presented by Rowing Queensland board member Simon Daly. And he's been so busy, Kate Morgan, I had to drag him away from all of his responsibilities to present the medals. In third place, the Cathedral School from Townsville, represented by Jaya Pradham, Toshiro Larson, Ashton Pratchett, Micah Talbot, and the coxswain is Trinity Bennett. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Brisbane Boys College, represented by Hamish McGregor, Joseph Tyne, Mitchell Owen, Xavier Rubens, and the coxswain is Beau Palmer. Schoolboy Year 11 Quad Scull champions and gold medalists, St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace, represented by Felix Lewis, Pat Murphy, Sam Allen, and Max Spork, and the coxswain is Tom Coogan. I'm not sure who the coach is. Is it Tim Conrad? Not sure, but Rowing Queensland board member Simon Daly and Gregory Terrace Old Boys Simon Daly presenting the medals. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, just some results for you. The official placings for race 133, which was the champion schoolgirls single scull. In first place was Brisbane State High School Sophie Malcolm in a time of 8:32:37. In second place, Rockhampton Grammar School's Laura Cypher. In third place, Genesis Christian's Ella Smith. In fourth place, Jennifer's Christian's Jav Probitz. In fifth place, Brisbane Girls Grammar School Nancy Duncan Banks. In sixth place, St Peter's Lutheran College Ella Harp. In seventh place, Stuart Holmes Xavier Horder. That was the results for race 133.
And 137 is on the course at the moment. Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 Double Scull. Lanes 4, 5 and 6 is where the action is looking through binoculars, but races changed complexion in the third segment of them. This race is over 1,500 metres. St Pat's, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke in the lead group, along with St Luke's, Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark, and St Hilda's number 2, Lucy Corish and Grace Champion.
Yeah, 7 and 8 look pretty good from here. Also lane 5 seems to be, which would be the rower from St Luke's, Asia, as you mentioned. But certainly 4 and 5 and 7 perhaps. 4, 5, 7. Yeah, it looks about right.
It's the St Hilda's crew that was up there early, just been passed by lane 7. The Somerville crew of Lillian Slatter and Madeline Milne. And they're moving into contention, but it looks to me like the St Pat's Townsville crew have got the lead, albeit narrowly, over St Luke's Anglican School of Bundaberg. They've certainly got the crews on the eastern bank covered.
It's a worthy final.
Absolutely. And the crew in lane 3 is on the improved. St Hilda's, Annabelle Montgomery, Kyra Bender, coached by Ian Hawley. They're not that far away from the medal contention, but it is our leaders are in lane 4, St Patrick's College of Townsville.
All these races are a bit like an auction. It's not where you start, it's where you finish that counts, isn't it? So it's they're starting to make their way down now, but certainly I'd agree with you that lane 4 would seem to have the nose in front at the moment. That is Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke from St Patrick's Townsville, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. And then when you have a look at 7, 5, 3, interesting. Probably lane 5 would be in second spot at the moment. Ray, perhaps, would you think? Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark.
Very much in contention, the crew from St Luke's, that's for sure. But lane 4 looks to have a bit of clear water to me. Simon, don't you think? St Pat's of Townsville leading St Luke's of Bundaberg. So great regional result coming up here. Third place still up for grabs. Somerville House in lane 7 and the crew in lane 3 from St Hilda's on the Gold Coast. But the Townsville crew, St Patrick's College Townsville, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke, holding sway inside the last, 100 metres of the champion schoolgirls Year 10 double scull. Plenty of support on the bank for the crews out there. St Pat's Townsville got the look back at the rest of the field. St Luke's Anglican School of Bundaberg clearly in second place in the fight for third, headed currently by Somerville House, although lane 3 St Hilda's are trying to peg them back.
And
that's close between for third and fourth. It was the crew from Somerville House that finished third over the crew from St Hilda's in fourth place. Fifth, I reckon, is lane 1 Ryan Catholic. Sixth was All Hallows, and seventh, I've lost track of them all there. No, there's the other St Hilda's crew has come through as well, so I missed one there, Simon.
Yeah,
apologies
no help
for that.
to you, I'm sorry. I was chasing up some results just while we're waiting for this next presentation. Give you some results. Race 134, which was the championship schoolboys pair. That was won by Brisbane Boys Grammar. You've seen these presentations, of course, but just to give you the times. Brisbane Boys Grammar crew of Atkinson and Martin in a time of 7:31.65. Second place, Rockhampton Grammar's Godwin and Leeson. Third place, Ignatius's Williams and Skip. In fourth place, Robertson and McPherson. In fifth place, Brisbane State High School's Humphreys and Murphy. And in sixth place, State High's Brosnan and Gadaloff.
Our next event is race 138, the champion school legs, trunks and arms single scull. I think it's I'm not sure if that's a P1 or P3 category. Somerset College Jack Hodge competing here. Eric Horry competed at the recent Paralympic Games for Australia. Hello, we've lost power. No, is it? I think it's everybody. So Eric Horry competed at the recent Paralympic Games for Australia and won the silver medal. The third time Eric has won the silver medal at the Paralympics in what was called once a leg, trunks and arm single scull. I'm not sure if it's P3 or P1 is the category these days, but Jack Hodge of Somerset College will have a row over in that event, but for always developing the para rowing program. It's great to see Jack here representing Somerset College in that event. So it is the P3 category. I've been advised reliably that it is the P3 category. The old leg, trunk and arms is now P3 in para rowing. So Jack Hodge of Somerset College having his row over here in the P3 category. The champion school P3 is the correct term for this category of para rowing. And Jack Hodge of Somerset College, about 500 metres to go. The medal presentation about to take place. The Somerville House girls have already taken their place. For the champion schoolgirls year 10 double scull. And the medals to be presented by Rowing Queensland board member Samara Quinlan. In third place and bronze medalist Somerville House, represented by Lillian Slatter and Madeline Milne. In second place, winners of the silver medal, St Luke's Anglican School from Bundaberg, represented by Asia Heaps and Sienna Clark. Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull champions and gold medalists, St Patrick's College of Townsville, represented by Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. And the crew is coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists. Oh, come on, girls, come together for the group photo. So Jack Hodge having his row over in the champions school P3 category. Well done to Somerset College for their para rowing program, and Jack Hodge aspiring to row at a national championships, I'm sure, in the P3 category.
And travelling quite nicely, Ray, at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's getting plenty of length there, isn't he? Yeah. So I've actually given you a bum steer. Jack is not in the same category as Eric Horry. Eric Horry has no movement in his legs, whereas young Jack here is using leg, trunk and arms and doing a terrific job coming all the way down the course here to win the Champion School P3 category. Six or eight strokes still to go. And as he comes to the line, congratulations to Jack Hodge of Somerset College, Queensland School P3 champion for 2021.
A great effort, Jack. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take your attention back to the 1,000-metre start. This will be the final of the Championship Schoolboys Year 9 Single Scull. In lane 1, the Cathedral Schools, Max Strickland, who's coached by Stefan Mullenberg and Kimberly Brown. In lane 2, Kenmore State Highs, Matthew Burgess, coached by Michael Swainston. In lane 3, Kenmore State Highs, Lachlan Brooks, again coached by Michael Swainston. In lane 4, the Cathedral Schools, Darcy Hock, coached by Stefan Mullenberg and Kimberly Brown. In lane 5, Bundaberg State Highs, Logan Cavill, coached by Joanne Kensler. In lane 6, Ryan Catholic. The rower there is William Sulicic, coached by Erin McGuffey. In lane 7, the Cathedral Schools, Henry Chin, again coached by Stefan Mullenberg and Kimberly Brown. So at lane 8 rounds out that field, Kenmore State Highs, Angus Proctor, coached by Michael Swainston. So you can see the strength in this event with 3 from the Cathedral School, 3 from Kenmore State High, and 1 each from Bundaberg State High and Ryan Catholic. So this is set to commence at 10 minutes past 2. It's 10:07 now. Following this event will be race 140, which is the Championship Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull. And then the final of the Championship Schoolgirls Coxed 4. So some of these rowers will have been through the heat and the semi to earn a place in this final here at the Higgins State School Championships.
Presentation by Simon Daly, board member of Rowing Australia. Our champion school P3 category representing Somerset College is Jack Hodge. Well done, Jack, and great support from Somerset College schoolmates there. Well done.
Last race is at 350 and it's a champion schoolboy 8. What are we up to?
We're up to 139, the champion schoolboys year 9 single scull.
Okay.
We'll run through them. Yep. 3 from Kenmore, 3 from Cathedral, and 1 each from Bundy and Ryan Catholic.
Okay. Politics quiz. Is there a... So you think Richard Meagle, is that what you've got? I don't know, I'm not sure. See how flexible we are?
Yeah. In my case, aided by not really knowing what you're doing.
You have an uncanny resemblance with your hat on, because he has still got something. With a mate of mine who went to Xavier College in Melbourne, and he came up here 2 months ago, he and his wife. They're thinking of leaving the Porsche Cayenne behind at the mother-in-law's and flying home and coming back when they can.
It's complicated getting anywhere at the moment, isn't it?
His wife and my wife met year 8 in final retired, 67 years of age.
Fabulous, isn't it?
Still mates.
Still mates.
Oh, good. Yeah, mate, I believe so. We pronounced one name correctly before. Incorrectly, and the bloke dumped it in Australia.
Which one was that? That would have been me, surely.
No, it was me. I called him Talbot and he was Taylor or something. Like Dickie Derby. They're underway, mate.
So they're off now in race 139, the schoolboys year 9 single scull final. Just run through them again. Cathedral Schools, Max Strickland in 1. In lane 2, Kenmore State High's Matthew Burgess. In lane 3, Kenmore State High's Lachlan Brooks. In lane 4, the Cathedral Schools' Darcy Hock. In lane 5, Bundaberg State High's Logan Cavill. In lane 6, Ryan Catholic's William Sulicic. In lane 7, the Cathedral Schools' Henry Chin. And in lane 8, Kenmore State High's Angus Proctor.
Just a call for Richard Meikle of Nutrien AG Solutions. If you're around, Richard Meikle, could you go to the medal presentation area if you're on the regatta grounds, please?
Yeah, not game enough to call anything here at the moment. Lane 7, perhaps. 7-1 going well, and in front of the umpires in lane 4.
Darcy Hockey won well in his semi-final. Todd made particular point of how quick his time was compared to the other semi-final, and Todd declared him favourite after that.
Yeah, normally the kiss of death, we'd have to admit, the Todd Imprimatur seldom works at Callaghan Park, that's for sure.
Yeah, lane 7 pushing through. Cathedral School, Henry Chin. Another Cathedral sculler. This time coached by, again, Stefan Muhlenberg, assisted by Kimberly Brown. So 1-4-7. How do you think, Simon?
1-4-7. I think Max Strickland over there in one's a bit of a dark horse in this one at the moment.
Again, Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. So Strickland in 1, Darcy Hock in 4, and Cathedral. So it's a Cathedral trifecta at the moment.
At the moment, it is.
Stefan Muhlenberg might have got on Sportsbet to fund the retirement.
Exactly. Max Strickland, of course, got the advantage. He only has to glance one way to see what's happening,
That's
of course,
right.
on the outside.
He doesn't have to look to his right at all, does he? But I still think Darcy Hock's our leader.
Yeah,
but
Darcy
Strickland's certainly right there with him. Then across to lane 7, Henry Chin. They've got the beat right up. I think Hock is underrating 7 and 1. And lane 7, Henry Chin making a bold bid for victory here, ladies and gentlemen. And I reckon Darcy Hock's dropped back into 3rd place at the moment. Lanes 1 and 7 from Cathedral. 1 and 7. 7 will get across first, I reckon, over 1.
Yep.
And lane 4 will be 3rd.
7,
Cathedral
1, 4.
trifecta. Henry Chin, Max Strickland, Darcy Hock's the way I see it. We'll wait for a result from the judge.
That was a cracker of a race. So well done to all concerned, but the Cathedral Schools, hard to do better than that. 1, 2 and 3. Be paying excess baggage on the trip home.
So Nutrien AG Solutions, with more than 180 years experience in the agricultural industry, Nutrien AG Solutions know farming, and their mission is to see our farmers succeed. Reaching every corner of Australia, their team of 4,000 experts work with farmers to solve the challenges that come with growing food and fibre. And we thank Nutrien AG Solutions for their support of the Champion Schoolboys Year 9 Single Scull.
Moving on to race 140, the Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull, a Coxed event. That will be starting from the 1,000 metre mark at 2:20, so a couple of minutes away. Give us time to run through the teams for you. In lane 1 is Stuart Home 2, consisting of the crew of Beth Hewitt, Paige Van Gelder, Gracie Hind, Lily Haddad, Kate Patterson in the Cox seat, and they are coached by Sabina Murchie. In lane 2, St Hilda's 1, Leela Jolly, Georgia Leah Oitawa, Sarah Smith, Sophie Harabi, and Sydney Prendergast Burtonshaw in the Cox seat, coached by Ethan Shields. In lane 3, St Margaret's number 1, Callista Sanday, Zoe Rossiter, Ella Welsh, Madeline Pugh, and Kenna Shepherd in the Cox seat. In lane 4, Somerville 1, Molly McIntyre, Chloe Larson, Dasha Dashak, Sally Brummel, and Imogen Quatermain in the Cox's seat. They are coached by Peter Gell. In lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, the crew of Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Clark, Annabelle McLeod, Jenna Hilditch, and their coach there is Brielle Porter. In lane 6, Cox is Brielle Porter. In lane 6, All Hallows number 1, Jemima Wilkinson, Claudia Munn, Gabrielle Ryan, Danielle Watt, Emily Stafford in the Cox seat, coached by Mike Partridge. In lane 7, St Margaret's 2, Alyssa Hunt, Matilda Charlton, Priya Matters, Georgia Webb, and Phoebe Woods coxing that crew. And in lane 8, it's Rockhampton Grammar's Chloe Rabbits-Hick, Sienna Kent, Sophie Olive, Georgia Appleton, coxed by Isabella Lloyd, and coached by Raquel Mangan and Olivia Maynard. So we're getting ready for a start.
Listen. So this is only 1,000 metres. The next one's from the 2,000, so we should be able to wait until this is over if Higgins will wait with us. So they're underway, Simon, in the Champion Schoolgirls Year 8 quad scull from the 1,000 metre mark.
So in the early stages, it looks like lane 6, the All Hallows crew have come out of the blocks pretty well. Beside them, lane 5, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School, also away with a nice clean start. Bit hard to see at the moment. There's pretty well rowing all across the course at the moment. Actually, this is a good race, Ray. You can look down there. There's just it's very hard to pick who's getting in front at this one at the moment. Maybe lane 5.
Not a split match between them, Simon.
No. Lane 5 perhaps starting to look a bit clearer.
Once upon a time, you used to say you could throw a blanket over, and this one you could throw a pashmina over lanes 1 through to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a look at them there on the big screen going through. They're absolutely locked together. You can just see that green boat just back a little from the, but the angle, of course, changes. But when they're 90 degrees to them, you see how close the race is. Lane 5 might be starting to show out. Do you think, Simon?
Yeah,
Brisbane Girls Grammar School
starting to put the pressure on now by the look from what's that, about 400 metres out. So certainly you'll see all these girls lift their rate as they come into that last 250 metres on the red boys. They will have had their race plan mapped out, and just
so
see
it's
them
very close for the silver and bronze medal there. Lanes 3 and 4, Somerville and St Margaret's behind the leading crew, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Clark, Annabelle McLeod and Jenna Hilditch. Not sure who's coaching this crew. It's not listed. If we could find out from someone from Fee Albert or Darcy Ruck who's coaching this Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew, it would be most helpful. But they've got the lead. Somerville and St Margaret's trying to peg them back. St Margaret's have moved into second place now, and then on the other side, All Hallows in Station 6 are challenging Somerville for the bronze medal.
So rating about a 31 there.
While you're waiting to have your MRI, you've downloaded the Stroke Me app, haven't you?
Downloaded
Yes.
the app. Yep.
The Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew, they're just deviating in their path just a little, but they've still got a big enough lead to get across the line first. Just a slight head breeze there. They've dropped the rate.
Lane 3
They need to
coming
sit
through.
back on it and finish the strokes. St Margaret's coming at
So,
them.
yeah,
and
Margaret's
Somerville
at the
House there in the middle. And Somerville under pressure from All Hallows. Girls Grammar first.
St Margaret's second.
And then I believe Somerville would have been third.
I think Somerville would have got there, but we can wait for the judges. So that result should be in first place, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School number 1 of Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Clark, Annabelle McLeod, Jenna Hilditch and Brielle Porter in the Cox's seat. Second will be St Margaret's, Callista Sanday, Zoe Rossiter, Ella Welsh, Madeline Pugh and Kenna Shepherd in the Cox's seat. And third, Somerville House's Molly McIntyre, Chloe Larson, Dasha Osadachek, Sally Bramell and Imogen Quartermain, who coxed them home.
And the medal presentations for the champion schoolboys Year 9 single scull, sponsored by Nutrien AG Solutions, and Rowing Queensland Chief Executive Ian Holzberger will present the medals. In third place, Cathedral School, Darcy Hock. In second place, and silver medal, also Cathedral School, Max Strickland. Schoolboys Year 9 single scull champion and gold medalist, the Cathedral School, Henry Chin. All three scullers coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Kimberly Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalist and thank you to Nutrien AG Solutions for their support of that event.
Next race, ladies and gentlemen, will be race 141, 141, the championship schoolgirls Coxed 4. We'll turn your attention well up the course to the 2,000 metre mark. This is scheduled to commence at 2:30, so we've got 5 minutes until the official start time. Running through the cruise in that, there'll be competitors in 7 lanes. In lane 2 will be St Peter's Lutheran College number 1, Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Jessie Garbanzo, Ella Harp and their cox Milena Canto. In lane 3, St Hilda's 1, Alexi Jurcic, Gemma Jansen, Kanina Murta, Jazz Ingle and Mia Harvey, their cox there. They are coached by Ross Lindstrom. In lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar Schools 1, Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Bates and their cox Emily Hurst. In lane 5, Somerville House, it'll be Phoebe Bramell, Alice Reddy, Annie Rowan, Imogen Walker, Sadie Ridgway in the cox's seat, and they are coached by Peter Zanleiter. In row 6, lane 6 will be St Hilda's, the crew of Eliza McTaggart, Jamie Sturdham, Pippa Hemming, Emma Chandler and Mika Free, who'll be coxing them. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School 2, Sarah Hopkins, Olivia Barr, Hannah Pinson, Michelle Cluley and Isabel Scarrett in the cox seat. And Townsville Grammar in lane 8 will round out that field with Skylar Corliss, Ella Weichenfeld, Jasmine Rose, Erin Keogh, their cox Lane Scott, and they are coached by Taylor Donald Wiles. So. It's wonderful to know that people are watching this all around Queensland on the live stream. They're getting both audio and pictures from the entire day. And I was down in the box before, and there's a number of hundreds of people who are joining in the regatta from presumably all around Australia.
So our next medal presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is for the Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull Championship of Queensland, and sponsored by Bernie's Pie Shop, and Joe Clifton of Bernie's Pie Shop will be presenting the medals. In third place, and bronze medalist, Somerville House, represented by Molly McIntyre, Chloe Larson, Dasha Ozachuk, Sally Bramell, and the coxswain is Imogen Quartermain. In second place and silver medalist, St Margaret's Anglican School. Represented by Calissa Sanday, Zoe Rossiter, Ella Welch, Madeline Pugh, and the coxswain is Kenna Shepherd. Schoolgirls Year 8 Quad Scull champion and gold medalist, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Represented by Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Clark, Annabelle McLeod, Jenna Hilditch, and the coxswain is Brielle Porter. Darcy, who's the coach? Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
Looks like that race is underway. This is race 141, the Championship Schoolgirls Coxed 4. A final over 2,000 metres. In lane 2 will be St Peter's Lutheran. In lane 3, St Hilda's. In lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. In lane 5, Somerville House. In lane 6, St Hilda's. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School 2. And in lane 8 will be Townsville Grammar.
Certainly looks like there could be a couple of vacant lanes there, Simon, so we'll have a look on our screen and see what we can find out.
The screen says just number 1 out. Oh, 2 scratchings. Actually, St Hilda's in lane 6 are out.
St Hilda's in lane 6.
Are out, so it'll be lane 2, St Peter's, lane 4, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Both St Hilda's.
Both St Hilda's crews are out. Yes, that's what I can see out there. I just couldn't identify who it was.
So then we'll bring that back to lane 5 will be Somerville, lane 7 Brisbane Girls Grammar School, and lane 8 Townsville Grammar.
Call for David Lloyd from PKF. David Lloyd of PKF, if you're on the regatta grounds, could you go down to the medal presentation area, please? David Lloyd representing PKF. If you could go down to the medal presentation area, that would be greatly appreciated. PKF is the leading accounting, audit, tax and business advisory firm with 4 offices in Queensland. Contact Rockhampton local David Lloyd to talk about how PKF can help you and your business.
So at the moment we'd be saying that St Peter's Lutheran in lane 2 and Brisbane Girls Grammar School in lane 4 may just have the edge on the field at the moment, but they're down around the 1300 metre mark, so we'll learn more the closer they get. So what will we say? Ray, St Peter's in lane 2, maybe 3. No, it might be...
Looks like that early effort has told a little on St Peter's.
Yes.
The crew this side of Brisbane Girls Grammar School, I'd suggest, is leading.
Yeah,
Charlotte
like
Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Banks. As I said, Hill and Duncan Banks win a couple of national championships this year at under 19 level, coached by Blaine Hesseltine, and maybe Blaine's coaching this crew. Charlotte Wagland and Sophie Lucas. Emily Hurst, the coxswain of Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And either side of them are probably where the silver and bronze is. Somerville, Phoebe Brommel, Alice Reedy, Annie Rogan, Imogen Walker, Sadie Ridgway. And St Peter's, Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Jessie Garbanzo and Ella Harp. Coxed by Melina Canto. So girls grammar looking to lead all the way here. I think they took over from St Peter's after about 500 metres, and they've gapped both Somerville and St Peter's and the other two crews, girls grammar number 2 and Townsville grammar. No match for the three crews on the eastern side of the course. So girls grammar doing it nicely, I would suggest, Simon. Nicely clear girls grammar over the crew from Somerville House in second place.
Sitting on about a rating of 33 at the moment.
Yep, I got 32 myself, 32, 33. Girls grammar clear of Somerville House in second place in Station 5, and St Peter's Lutheran College number 1 crew in Station 2 are currently in third place. Then follows Brisbane Girls Grammar number 2 crew and the crew from Townsville Grammar, coached by Taylor Donald Wales, are in 5th place.
And certainly a couple of boat lengths in front, and having been coached to row all the way until you hear the hooter.
And stroked on the bow side, the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew. Cut a bow sider in half and make 2 stroke siders. That's how it works.
Yeah. Never even knew there was a stroke side existed. So the placings will come through with first the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew of Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, Nancy Duncan Bates and Emily Hurst in the Cox seat. Second place to Somerville, number 1, Phoebe Bramell, Alice Reddy, Annie Rowan, Imogen Water, Sadie Ridgway in the Cox's seat, coached by Peter Zanleiter. And in third place, St Peter's Lutheran College, the crew of Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Jessie Gabanzo, Ella Harp, and their cox, Melina Canto. Our next race, ladies and gentlemen, will be 142, the final of the schoolboys double scull. Be contested over 2,000 metres. In lane 2 will be Townsville Grammar. The pairing of James Turner and Conroy Terry. They are coached by Corby Green. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar School's Marshall Leeson and Riley Godwin, coached by John Smythe. In lane 4, Ignatius's Riley Williams and Zachary Skip, their coach Harrison Parks. In lane 5, Townsville Grammar School's Jared Hayes and Lachlan Donald Wales, they're coached by Corby Green. In lane 6, Brisbane State Highs, Tom Gadaloff, Matthew Brosnan, and their coach is Cameron Stevenson. In lane 7, Ignatius is Lachlan Larson and Noah Lau, their coach Harrison Parks and Patrick Cudmore. And in lane 8, the Cathedral Schools, Ashton Pratchett, Micah Talbot, and their coaches are Luke Thomas and Stefan Muhlenberg. That race should be underway.
The champion schoolboy double scull, which is about to get underway, is sponsored by Leeson Cattle Company. And we understand Scott and Dana Leeson, the owners of the Leeson Cattle Company, will be here to present those medals for the champion schoolboys double scull. We thank Scott and Dana Leeson for their support of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have the medal presentation for the champion schoolgirls Coxed 4, and the race has been sponsored by PKF, leading accounting, audit, tax and business advisory firm, and David Lloyd, audit manager, will be presenting the medals, and we thank PKF and David Lloyd for their support of this event. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, St Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Lily Millard, Giselle Graham, Jessie Garbanzo, Ella Harp, and the coxswain is Melina Canto. In second place, and winners of the silver medal, Somerville House, represented by Phoebe Brommel, Alice Reedy, Annie Rogan, Imogen Walker, and the coxswain is Sadie Ridgway. Schoolgirls Cox 4 champions and gold medalist, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, represented by Charlotte Wagland, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill, and Nancy Duncan Banks. And the crew is coxed by Emily Hurst. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and our thanks to David Lloyd, Audit Manager of PKF, for the support of this event.
So drawing your attention up the river again to race 142, the Championship Schoolboys Double Scull. At the moment, our best guess is Townsville Grammar in lane 5. May just be opening up a bit of a lead. In fact, nearly no doubt about it. Rocky Grammar in lane 3, probably next best positioned. And then it would be 7 or 4, possibly, which would be Ignatius 1, Ignatius 2. So still lane 5, the rower from Townsville Grammar, or the rowers, sorry, Jared Hayes and Lachlan Donald Wales, keeping their nose in front. The Rocky Grammar crew in lane 3 of Marshall Leeson and Riley Godwin, certainly still in contention there. At the moment, though, it would look like those are the two crews that are leading as we come up to the 500 metre mark. 500 to go. So that looks like if nothing changed, that'd be your placings there. It'd be 3, 4 and 5. Yeah.
Yeah, Rockhampton Grammar look as though they're running second at the moment, Simon, but beside them Ignatius Park are going well, as is Ignatius Park in Station 7. So certainly Townsville Grammar look like they're leading Gerard Hayes and Lachlan Donald Wales, coached by Corby Green. There's no doubt that they're the leading crew. And I think Rockhampton Grammar are comfortable in second now.
Looks like a fairly clear second.
Marshall
at the moment,
Leeson
doesn't
and
it?
Riley Godwin, coached by John Smythe. And then Ignatius Park, Riley Williams and Zachary Skip, coached by Harrison Parks. I reckon we can put down the glasses, mate.
Yes, I think that's just a little bit too far for the Grammar side to be able to trouble the Rockhampton Grammar to trouble the Townsville Grammar side. And as you say, Ray, I think that will be the finishing order.
And the second Ignatius Park crew in lane 7, I think will run in 4th place. So it's a good effort from Ignatius Park, as has, Townsville Grammar first, Ignatius Park 3rd and 4th. So a great effort, and Rockhampton Grammar. So it's an all-regional medal tally here in this particular event. Townsville Grammar first, Rockhampton Grammar second, Ignatius Park number 1, 3rd, Ignatius Park number 2, 4th. 4th then will be Townsville Grammar number 2 crew. And then yet to finish a Brisbane State High and Cathedral number 1. Yep, that's what we got.
Yes, so
Call for Scott and Dana Leeson. If you're on site, could you come down for the medal presentations, please? Scott and Dana Leeson. If you're on site, could you come down for the medal presentations, please? We really appreciate the support of our sponsors, but we also like them to be here to be acknowledged for their support by presenting the medals.
another race for decision over the 2,000 metres, ladies and gentlemen. This will be race 143, the Championship Schoolgirls Year 11 Single Scull. In lane 1 will be Stuart Holmes' Isabel Allen. She is coached by Richard Patterson. In lane 2 will be Brisbane State High number 1, Sophie Malcolm. Her coach is Jessie Rigsby-Jones. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran's Ellie Clifford. In lane 4, the Cathedral School's Sarah Scobie, coached by Stefan Muhlenberg. In lane 5, Sunshine Coast Grammar's Remy Neville, coached by Donna Muller. In lane 6, Somerville 1, Eliza Bridgefoot, coached by Peter Zanleiter. We have scratching in lane 7. And in lane 8 is St Peter's Lutheran College, Giselle Graham. So they are underway at the moment. You can see those boats starting to work their way down.
Seven's out. Can you see that line? Yeah. So, and one's there.
Sorry, Stuart Home number 1 in lane 1 have been scratched. They are a late scratching. So that team of Isabel Allen, Isabel Allen is out of that particular event. So the 6 crews coming down the river.
One would think Sophie Malcolm was able to win the Open Single Scull. She should be able to win the Year 11 Single Scull, but I'm under the understanding she didn't win the Year 11 Single Scull at the Brisbane Head of the River Regatta. So maybe her form's picked up again over the last couple of weeks. She's certainly impressive when she won the National Under-19 Championship. She was impressive today as well.
So we're going
Ladies and gentlemen, we look like we're ready for a medal presentation for the champion schoolboys double scull, sponsored by the Leeson Cattle Company, and we thank Scott Leeson, owner of the Leeson Cattle Company, for being here to present the medals. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Ignatius Park from Townsville, represented by Riley Williams and Zachary Skip. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Rockhampton Grammar School, represented by Marshall Leeson and Riley Godwin. Schoolboy double scull champions and gold medalist, Townsville Grammar School, represented by Jared Hayes and Lachlan Donald Wales, and coached by Corby Green. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and thank you to Scott Leeson of Leeson Cattle Company for presenting the medals and for sponsoring the event.
Just while those photos are being taken, we direct your attention back to just this side of the 1,000-metre mark as the schoolgirls Year 11 single scull makes its way down. At the moment, it looks like lane 4. Lane 4, who'd be Sarah Scobie from the Cathedral School, would seem to have a slight advantage at this moment. Although, having said that, lane 2, the Brisbane State High School rower Sophie Malcolm, is certainly by no means out of it either. So 2 and 4 at the moment, the ones to watch as they approach the 750 mark.
And Sophie Malcolm timed her run beautifully in the open single scull, came from behind to dominate the second half of the race. She's got very long levers and she uses every inch of the length that she has in those long arms and legs, and has got her bow in front, I'd suggest, Simon.
Yes, I think you're right, Ray. Certainly lane 2, Sophie Malcolm leading as we go into the that little red buoy you see down there, the 500-metre mark. So Sophie Malcolm sitting pretty comfortable at the moment by the look of that. Looks like she'd have a boat length or two on our rower, Sarah Scobie from the Cathedral School.
I'm feeling very safe here. The SES are doing a lot of manoeuvres this weekend.
Yes.
So the bronze medal may well be on the outside lane. Giselle Graham of St Peter's. What do you think there?
Yeah, certainly she's travelling pretty well. Yeah, I'd say you'd have to be right there, Ray, actually. So at the moment it looks like 2, 4 and 8.
As we see this side shot there, and Sophie Malcolm highballing it out in front. No one else is in the picture. And there's a St Peter's sculler coming into view now, Giselle Graham. She may well be in second place. Sculling well, Giselle Graham.
She is, isn't she? Once again, no wasted effort.
No. Getting plenty of length. But I still think that the Cathedral Sarah Scobie's very much in the mix for a medal here. If we concentrate on what we're seeing on the screen as opposed to what we can see looking out the window.
Yeah, exactly.
So Sophie Malcolm holding on to that lead. Sarah Scobie of Cathedral and St Peter's Giselle Graham. They're the medalists. In what order? Yet to be determined. I reckon she's just dropped the rate there, Sophie Malcolm. I think she's feeling very comfortable with the position she's in.
Giselle Graham from St Peter's Lutheran just seems to have dropped the rate a little bit there too.
Yeah, I reckon she's in third place and not under threat for that bronze medal, and probably doesn't think she can get into second place.
Knack will be just staying in front of lane 5. Our rower from Sunshine Coast Grammar, Remy Neville. who's in 4th place, but as you say, Ray, not threatening anyone in particular at the moment. But here she comes, coming down to the finish line now. Brisbane State High School, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Jessie Rigby-Jones, coming first in the Year 11 single scull.
Second will be Sarah Scobie of the Cathedral School, coached again by Stefan Muhlenberg, and third will be St Peter's Lutheran College, Giselle Graham. They're our medalists in the schoolgirls Year 11 single scull. And well done to those young ladies. Fourth will be Sunshine Coast Grammar, I believe. Remy Neville, good effort from her. Somerville House, Eliza Bridgefoot, she'll sleep well tonight. And Trinity Lutheran's Ellie Clifford will finish in 6th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the 1500 metre mark, you can see the start due at, well, it's just underway actually, 3 o'clock. The champion schoolgirls, Year 10, Coxed 4. In lane 1, just checking that we have no late changes to that. No, Field's right. So in lane 1, All Hallows, the team of Anna Beloso James, Charlotte Casey, Juliet Goulds, Tabitha Sully, coxed by Hermione Curtis and coached by Dino Castellano. In lane 2, St Pat's Townsville, the crew of Olive Dury, Emily Black, Lily Bragg, Sarah Burke, Ella DeMello the cox and coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. In lane 3, St Hilda's 1, Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery, with Mika Free the cox and their coach Ian Hawley. In lane 4, St Margaret's team of Charlotte Pete, Inga Mellor, Manon Brown, Tiggy Wake and Lucia Owen in the cox seat. In lane 5, St Margaret's, Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher and Gillian Cook coxing that crew. In lane 6, Somerville number 1, the team of Amy Bidstrup, Madeline Milne, Lillian Slatter, Madeline Warhope and Catherine Cairns coxing that combination. Their coach is Reese Jones. Lane 7, St Peter's Lutheran number 1, Brianna Duval, Neve Searles, Robin Matthews, Bridget Dennis and Olivia Axelson in the cox seat. And rounding out the 8 competitors in this event will be the Brisbane State High School quad of Zoe Waldron, Abby O'Dwyer, Sophia Turan, Jenny Tran and Finn Geneve Clare in the cox's seat. That crew coached by Ben Birchall. Just coming up on the 1,000 metre mark. Coming.
So, like I said, she didn't win.
Just having a look downfield at the moment, it looks like the fairly close run race at the moment, looking like lane 5 and lane 4 perhaps. We do need that person not to get a rude surprise. They're in lane 1.
looking with the binoculars, this is a very close race.
Yeah,
I know people are sick of us saying this, Simon, but lanes 3, 4, 5 are locked together, and now Ian Turner about a half a length clear of 6 and 7 who are locked together. So St Hilda's, St Margaret's and St Margaret's. St Margaret's year 10s both won their semi-finals. A cruise stroked by Tiggy Wake and Grace Cypher. Gabby Cypher, I should say. Yeah, Grace is a bit old for year 10s, I would have thought.
Stuart would have something to say about that one, I suspect. But
So with 427 metres to go in the champion schoolgirls, can we hold the medal presentation until this race is over, please? Champion schoolgirls year 10-4 drawing it to its conclusion. I'm sorry, ladies, but we'll only be about 1 minute and 35 seconds.
certainly lane 5 looking reasonably comfortable though, under a bit of a challenge from lane 3.
Lane 3, the St Hilda's Cruise, Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery, Mika Free, the coxswain of that crew, but the leading boat, St Margaret's, Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher, Gillian Cook. Then the bronze medal still up for contention. St Margaret's are probably holding third at the moment. The Charlotte Pete, Inga Mello, Manon Brown, Tiggy Wake crew. But they seem to have run out of petrol tickets. It's just whether the other crews can catch them.
Yes, certainly 5, 3 and 4 at the moment.
With 230 metres to go, Simon. They're inside the red boys.
Yep. She's all stops out now. You can see the team in the fifth lane there, the St Margaret's team, just keeping that rating nice and high, leaving nothing to chance. On the outside, though, lane 3 is certainly making them work for what they're going to get here this afternoon, I would suspect.
And the second St Margaret's crew are holding off the challengers for the bronze medal. Somerville are probably fourth in lane 6, and I reckon All Hallows on the far side of the course there on the eastern bank may well be in 5th place, along with the crew from St Peter's in station 7. But the drive to the line will be St Margaret's first, the Gabby Cypher stroke cruise. Second will be St Hilda's. Third will be St Margaret's. Medal presentation for the champion schoolgirls year 11 single scull. The medals to be presented by Mr Ian Holzberger, Chief Executive of Rowing Queensland. In 3rd place, St Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Giselle Graham. Did you hear what he said? I think. In 2nd place and silver medalist, Cathedral School, represented by Sarah Scobie. Schoolgirls Year 11 single scull champion and gold medalist, Brisbane State High School, represented by Sophie Malcolm. Sophie is coached by Jessie Rigsby Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
Five races left and marquee events they are too, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 145, 145, the Championship Schoolboys Year 10 single sculls over 1,500 metres. You can see them out on the water now. In lane 1 will be Brisbane Boys College 2, David Granson. In lane 2 will be Trinity Lutheran 2's Troy Heron, coached by Sam Duncan. In lane 3, St Luke's Anglican School, Harrison Baldwin. His coach is Joseph Black. In lane 4, Trinity Lutheran 1, Robert Vanderpoel. His coach is Sam Duncan. In lane 5, St Luke's Anglican School, Zachary Freeman, coached by Joseph Black. In 6, St Luke's Anglican School, Saxon Blair, coached by Joseph Black. In lane 7, Townsville Grammar School's Will Pascoe. His coach is Corby Green. And in lane 8, Ignatius's Sonny Crawford, coached by Harrison Parks and Zachary Judge.
The Year 10 single scull is sponsored by Acumentis, and Acumentis is Australia's only independent property valuation and advisory service firm listed on the Australian Stock Exchange, providing best in-class service and local knowledge. Acumentis, formerly known as Taylor Byrne, is proud to sponsor the Queensland Schools Rowing Championships and support the local Rockhampton community. And we thank Acumentis and Damien Burley, their National Director, for their support of the Year 10 Single Scull Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is for the Champion Schoolgirls Year 10 Cox 4. And again, rowing Queensland Chief Executive Ian Holzberger to present the medals. In third place, bronze medalist, St Margaret's Anglican School, represented by Charlotte Peat, Inga Mellor, Manon Brown, Tiggy Wake, and the coxswain is Lucia Owen. In second place and winners of the silver medal, St Hilda's, represented by Lucy Corish, Grace Champion, Kyra Bender, Annabelle Montgomery, and Cox by Mika Free. Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4 champions and gold medalists, St Margaret's Anglican School. Represented by Kaya Miles, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice, Gabby Cypher, and Gillian Cook is the coxswain. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take your attention back to the rowing course for race 145. At this stage, it looks like we've got lane 4 with lane 7 and lane 3 perhaps at the moment. Just a bit hard to see, but lane 4 is, of course, Trinity Lutheran's Robert Vanderpoel,
who won a final already earlier in the day.
Rowing well to his right at the moment, we've got St Luke's Harrison Baldwin.
And Troy Heron also of Trinity on his right side. And then on the left is Townsville Grammar Will Pascoe. I reckon they're where the medals are, Simon.
It'll be in there somewhere by the look of this. They're certainly opening up a bit of a comfortable gap with the rest of the field at the moment.
St Luke's Zachary Freeman's probably in 5th place, I would suggest. And then maybe St Luke's Saxon Blair. And then back to Ignatius Sonny Crawford and Brisbane Boys College David Granson. But another all-the-way win and a good win to Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran. As I said earlier in the day, he had a very good national championships at Lake Barrington in Tasmania earlier this year, back in March, and has continued on that good form.
I think we're going to be pretty right.
4-3-2, what do you reckon?
4-3, yep.
Looks like St Luke's Harrison Baldwin, coached by Joseph Black, holding down second. And Trinity Lutheran Troy Heron, also coached by Sam Duncan, holding down the bronze medal position at this point. 4th then will be the Townsville Grammar School. So good race there, and the Year 10 single scull, sponsored by Acumentis, has gone to Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast.
We'll move now to race 146. We've got 4 races left for the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Championship Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull, a Coxed event sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. In lane 1, this is conducted over 1,000 metres. You can see the boats up there. Ray and I have a chance of seeing what's going on in these ones. Makes it a bit easier. So in lane 1, St Peter's Lutheran College 1. Will be Neve McDonald, Jess McOwen, Laura Kenny and Mac Burley. Their cox is Alexandria Colton. In lane 2, Stuart Home 1 of Eloise Hall, Eva Hosking, Molly Coventry, Lucy Hedberg and Brooke Tate in the cox seat. They are coached by Lucy Hope and Emma Tucker. In lane 3, St Margaret's 1, the crew of Olivia Richardson, Hilary Davis, Ava Mulholland, Lucy Dunning, coxed by Anna Jordan. In lane 4, St Hilda's 1, Piper Holtzbaum, Annabelle Boots, Lana Thika, Eva Pinkerton, coxed by Kylie Carrigan, and their coach is Anthony Cook. In lane 5, St Hilda's 2, the crew of Abby Long, Gemma Kawalishay, Holly Birtwhistle, Ella Ramsey, Xanthia Island in the cox seat, coached by David Hamilton. In lane 6, All Hallows 1, Annabelle Dalheimer, Zara Shaw, Grace Valentine, Neil Murphy, Penny Kirk in the cox seat, and their coach is Joseph Patterson. Somerville House will be in, Somerville 1 will be in lane 7. The crew of Rosie Riley, Felicity Bishop, Jasmine Gunn and Alexandra Inwood. They are coached by Charlotte Ringett. And in 8th lane will be Rockhampton Grammar's Greta McCosker, Georgia Brennan, Aisha Stewart, Carolyn Sparks, coxed by Bridie Doyle and their coach Kynwyn Fay and John Smythe.
So just 4 races to go, Simon, and we should make it till beer time.
I hope so. In fact, Clayton Cook, if you're listening after your daughter's excellent win there, you can come up and buy me that beer that you've been promising for 4.5 years.
So those pesky coaches from St Hilda's are back. Dave's still sitting down at the moment. He's not up hanging over the rail like he was in the heat earlier today.
So a minute to go to the start of this race 146, the Schoolgirls Year 9 Quad Scull. Very competitive in the heats to get into this one, so we're looking forward to a spectacular final. You can see some of the 8s starting to make their way up river. That will be race 149, the Championship Schoolboys 8. sponsored by Higgins Coating, as is the Championship Schoolgirls Quad Scull 148, also sponsored by our major sponsor Higgins Coatings. As I said before, race 146, which is underway now, starting to make their way down from the 1,000 metre mark. Looked like a fairly clean start, Ray.
Yes, mate, they've all got away well, and plenty of interest in the Year 9 Quad Scull. Sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. Proudly Central Queensland providing specialist orthodontic care to patients of all ages and happy to support sporting clubs. Happy to support sporting excellence in the local community. With practices in Rockhampton, Gladstone and Yeppoon, their practice offers a range of treatment options and age is no barrier, so there's hope for you and I. Contact Lupton Stewart Orthodontics to find out our options for a better smile by calling 1300 BRACES, B-R-A-C-E-Z, or visiting luptonstewart.com.au.
Yes, 4 in front at this stage. That's the crew from St Hilda's number 1, stroked by Eva Pinkerton and Cox by Kylie Carrigan. But boy, oh boy, there's
not a lot in it. The side-on shot shows how close it is.
My goodness, look
Anthony
at that.
Cook and David Hamilton both getting nervous now. Yep, Dave's up. He's got the hands on the rail. Anthony's joining him.
Oh, no, that's a race.
Yep. So lanes 4 and 5, coached by Anthony Cook, lane 4, Dave Hamilton, lane 5, and a cracking race developing. I reckon lane 4 have got their bow in front, but 6 of the other 7 boats have got about 3/4 of a length covering them. And the side-on shot, you can see the blue boat, the green boat, the white boats, plenty of colour out there. You can see the lead, though, still with the St Hilda's number 1 crew in station 4.
So coming down to the last 250 metres, this is the money end of the whole show. So
lane 2 on the charge.
Oh, yeah.
Stewart home. So lane 4, St Hilda's number 1, Stewart home number 1 in lane 2. St Hilda's number 2 in lane 5. And pushing through there in the middle is the St Margaret's number 1 crew. And don't ride off All Hallows in station 6.
Oh, wow.
St Hilda's number 1 have got about a half a length maybe over Stewart home in station 2. They are charging. They've got the beat up. Then back to the second St Hilda's crew. Then follows All Hallows. I reckon St Hilda's number 2 have got All Hallows back.
Oh.
St Hilda's number 1 and Stewart home stroke for stroke.
Stewart home, boy.
And have a look at lane 1. St Peter's are joining in. Stewart home and St Hilda's stroke for stroke in the dying stages. St Hilda's getting.
Oh,
St Hilda's have got there. Just in front of Stewart home.
By half a canvas.
And I haven't had time to look back for third. I'm sorry, Dave.
We got too carried away. What a fantastic race.
And St Peter's Lutheran College have got the bronze medal in station 1. St Hilda's number 1 first, Stewart home number 1 second, St Peter's number 1 third.
The race of the day, would you think, Ray?
Absolutely. That was a cracker. Gets the old adrenaline flowing for an old fart on the commentary microphone.
It's fantastic.
Medal presentations for the champion schoolboys Year 10 single scull, sponsored by Acumentis, and Damien Burley, the National Director of Acumentis, will present the medals. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, Trinity Lutheran College, represented by Troy Heron. In second place, winner of the silver medal, St Luke's Anglican School, Bundaberg, represented by Harrison Baldwin. Schoolboy Year 10 single scull champion and gold medalist, Trinity Lutheran College, represented by Robert Vanderpoel. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists, and thank you to Damien Burley, National Director of Acumentis, for their support of this event.
Jump up together, guys. Jump up, mate. Just waving a thumbs up, eh? If you're going to, you know how you're going to
the Championship Schoolboys Year 8 Double Scull. This event is sponsored by Movement Improvement Physiotherapy, and they have been working with our athletes here this afternoon, providing treatment to those in need.
It's a great slogan, movement improvement, it's in the name.
I'm happy to endorse them.
Someone smarter than me came up with that, that's for sure. So Year 8 double scull from the 1,000-metre mark?
Yes, and we could just run through the teams for you. In the double scull in lane 1, Ignatius Seth Chun Tai and Angus Woodhouse. They're coached by Harrison Parks and Anthony Gresh. In lane 2 will be Brisbane Boys College, Frederick Brommel and Henry Wake. In lane 3, Cathedral School 2, Braden Rebgetz and Nathaniel Talbot. Their coaches Stefan Muhlenberg and Cooper Lewis. In lane 4, Gregory Terrace 1, Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter. In lane 5, Cathedral School 1, the pairing of Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy, again coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Cooper Lewis. In lane 6, Emmaus College 1, the pairing of Tristram Vesey and Hallie Brandt, their coaches Bonnie Byrne and Kim Byrne. In lane 7, Varsity College 1, William Crelly and Kyden Hatchett, their coach is James Harcombe. And rounding out that field in lane 8 is St Peter's Lutheran College, the crew of Will Yu and Flynn Grizzard.
And the medal presentations for the champion schoolgirls Year 9 quad scull. And in this race, sponsored by Lupton Stewart Orthodontics, and thanks to Tim Stewart, who's representing Lupton Stewart Orthodontics. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, where are they? St Peter's Lutheran College. St Peter's Lutheran College, represented by Neve MacDonald, Jess McOwen, Laura Kenny, Mac Burley, and the coxswain is Alexandria Colton. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Stuart Home, represented by Eloise Hill, Eva Hosking, Molly Coventry, Lucy Hedberg, and the coxswain is Brooke Tate. Schoolgirls Year 9 quad scull champions and gold medalists, St Hilda's from the Gold Coast, represented by Piper Holtzbohm, Annabelle Boots, Lana Thierker, Ivor Pinkerton, and the coxswain is Kylie Carrigan, and the coach is Anthony Cook. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists, and we thank Tim Stewart of Lupton Stewart Orthodontics for their support of the Queensland Schools Championship Regatta.
Take your attention back down the course, ladies and gentlemen, to race 147, the Movement Improvement Physiotherapy Schoolboys Year 8 Double Scull. It looks like, just from where we sit here, it looks like lane 6 has got away. 5 and 6 looking pretty good at the moment. So very close race at this stage, actually looking down the course at the moment. So here we go. It's starting to look like, yeah, certainly lane 6 travelling pretty well. Lane 4. Four. Oh, a bit hard to pick at this stage, Ray. When you look down there, it's yeah. Well, just come past the 500 metres and in the middle. Yeah, Gregory Terrace in 4. Looks
Gregory
like
Terrace right in the mix, but so is Ignatius Park and Brisbane Boys, Brisbane Boys College specifically in lane 2. And lane 5, the Cathedral School, Warrington and Kennedy are right there as well in this Year 8 Double Scull, sponsored by Movement Improvement Physiotherapy. When you see the red and black, all you locals get a bit excited thinking it's Rockhampton Grammar, but it's Gregory Terrace on this occasion.
It does get reasonably confusing, that's for sure.
St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, I should say. But it is the Gregory Terrace crew that's got their bow in front of lane 5, the Cathedral crew. So Terrace, Rowan, Clancy and Hamish Setter.
Then back to maybe lane 2.
I reckon lane 2, Brisbane Boys College, Frederick
Brisbane.
Brommel and Henry Wake are right in the mix for a medal there. They're being matched by lane 3, Cathedral, Braden Rebgetz and Nathaniel Talbot. And don't write off those over in lane 7, Varsity College.
Yeah.
Putting a charge on here. And Cathedral and Gregory Terrace hanging on to the lead they established early. But have a look at the Cathedral crew coming at them. The race is not over, Simon.
No, not yet. And the
Cathedral have cranked it. Have a look at them go, the Cathedral crew. Gregory Terrace hanging on to the lead. Cathedral have just about joined them, just about gone past them.
That's bow ball for bow ball.
Then back to Brisbane Boys College in lane 2. It's going to be so close on the line. Cathedral have got up. Cathedral have got up over Gregory Terrace.
Wow.
And maybe Varsity College third. We'll have to wait to hear from the judge on that one. They came home like a steam train.
My goodness. No, we're just waiting to hear over the judges tell us the official numbers. But certainly beautifully rowed by the Cathedral team of Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy.
Trial start for the NTC. Not until January at this point.
5, 4 and 7. So third place will be Varsity College, the team of William Crelly and Kyden Hatchett. Second place was Gregory Terrace number 1, Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter. And first place in lane 5, Cathedral A lovely win for Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy, coached by Stefan Mullenberg and Cooper Lewis.
Well, Simon, with 2 to go, I reckon you and I have earned a beer, and Todd, of course. Todd Welch has done a great job with us today.
No, absolutely been a great day of rowing here today.
And the weather forecast.
Yeah.
You're not very good at it.
No, I'm going to have to write them a rude letter because the breeze
22 kilometre an hour winds that you promised me this morning.
And gusting to 35, I might add. I didn't bother mentioning that.
It's an imprecise science, you know.
It is, but certainly you could not ask for better. At this time of the afternoon to have conditions like this, you can see just a tiniest bit of wind before it just glasses out. Virtually all the way up the course. So we got 2 races to go. The next one for decision will be race number 148. The Championship Schoolgirls Quad Scull, a Coxed event sponsored by Higgins Coating, who have been fantastic in this support of both local and state rowing here. We'll just run through those crews for you. In lane 1 will be St Peter's Lutheran College 1. The crew of Zoe Moorhead, Isabel Cramner, Alice Jansen, Gabby Kenny and Melina Canto in the Cox's seat. In lane 2, St Margaret's, Gabrielle Agnew, Ellen Tracy, Alice O'Toole, Jemima Rice and Ella Steinberg in the Cox seat. In lane 3, Rockhampton Grammar School's Faith Maynard, Sophia Lloyd, Alexandra Appleton, Laura Cypher, Austin Alloway their Cox, and their coach Robin Fay. In lane 4, Somerville number 1, Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rowham, Imogen Walker and Sadie Ridgway coxing that crew. In lane 5, Brisbane Girls Grammar School number 1, Michelle Cluley, Nancy Duncan Banks, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill the stroke there, and Emily Hurst coxing them home. In lane 6 will be Stuart Holmes Coombe of Gigi Kelly, Xavier Horder, Lucy Sullivan, Lucia Allen, coxed by Grace Bentley. Their coaches are Richard Patterson and Olivia Mendonca. In lane 7, Townsville Grammar's Skylar Corliss, Ella Weichenfeld, Jasmine Rose, Erin Keogh, Jack Valentine the Cox, and they are coached by Taylor Donald Wales. And in lane 8, Genesis Christian, Michaela McGinley, Acacia Rich, Ella Smith, Jav Provitz, and Jeslyn Curtis the Cox for that side. So 2 races left this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them sponsored by Higgins Coatings. And this race due to start in two minutes.
We've got a medal presentation before that. It looks like we've got some keen medalists there, Simon. And the Year 8 double scull sponsored by Movement Improvement. It's in the name, and Simon Poole is going to present those medals. Ian Holzberger is. Where's Simon? Too busy working on people's bodies. In third place, winners of the bronze medal, Varsity College, William Crelly and Caden Hatchett. In second place, winners of the silver medal, St Joseph's College, Gregory Terrace, represented by Rowan Clancy and Hamish Setter. Schoolboy Year 8 double scull champions and gold medalists, the Cathedral School from Townsville, represented by Ethan Warrington and Toby Kennedy, and the crew coached by Stefan Muhlenberg and Cooper Lewis.
It is a fantastic backdrop for a presentation, isn't it? You take that one straight home to the pool room.
So please congratulate our medalists, and thank you to Simon Poole of movement improvement physiotherapy. It's all in the name.
So looks like we've just waiting for a start in race 148, the Schoolgirls Quad Scull, sponsored by Higgins Coatings. Got 2 minutes to the start there. Looks like we're rowing now, actually. See yours flashing up there, so that race is underway, starting at the 2,000 metre mark. Just a reminder, everybody, that we kick off again with more rowing tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning. Another great day of competition. Thank you very much for your attendance. It's been great to see the crowds here supporting all the athletes that we have from around the state. And certainly thanks to our sponsors. We must mention again the Rockhampton City Council and Advanced Rockhampton for the work they have put in the foreshore here, in the boat launching and recovery areas, and just making the place very, very tidy. And probably haven't mentioned them all day, but the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, local club here, are partners in this event with the Rockhampton Grammar School. It's great to see two organisations in the town, so Rocky Grammar with a very large rowing program and Rocky Fitzroy looking after other schools around the place to enable them to participate in this sport we all love. So about 1750 down by the look of that in this race 148, the champion Schoolgirls Quad Scull. Bit far away for me to start making predictions, but certainly looks pretty close, pretty tight at the moment. So Ray's got the binoculars out, but Lane 5 in front. That'd be Brisbane Girls Grammar School, where number 1 Quad Scull of Michelle Cluley, Nancy Duncan Bates, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill and Emily Hurst.
So certainly Nancy Duncan Banks and Ellen Hill won the under-19 pair and 8 at this year's National Championships, and were in the 4 that won as well. So they cleaned up at the National Championships in sweep rowing. This is a sculling event, however. They're joined by Michelle Cluley and Sophie Lucas, and Emily Hurst is coxing the crew. I'm not sure of Emily's parents, but Hurst is a very famous name at Brisbane Grammar School. I myself was coached by the late Norm Hurst back last century. And Brisbane Grammar School won the Head of the River last year rowing a boat called the Norm Hurst.
No. As long as I've got nothing they name after you, that's all I worry. That's all I worry, as long as it's not called Irwin syndrome.
5 and 4 look to be our leaders, and Blaine Hesseltine here looking like a worried coach like some of the others we've had up here. Anthony, can you calm Blaine down? He's looking like you did about half an hour ago. Bloody lightweight rowers, you're all the same.
So
Lane 8 going okay.
Lane 8 cruising along. That'd be the Genesis Christian, although angle might be a bit deceiving here. Certainly the action's in the middle of the course.
Certainly Lane 5 is leading. There's no doubt about that.
Lane 5, Lane 6 possibly in second spot at this rate, or in Lane 4. So
6, 5, 4, 3 are right in the money there.
yes, we hold the middle again. The field as again the wings, as we'd say at an auction. Yeah, I think Lane 5, the crew from Brisbane Girls Grammar School, just starting to sneak about a boat length in front now. And the second position looks like it's been fought out at the moment. It looks like Lane 4, but Lane 2 seem to be sneaking up a bit as well. So
the side-on shot there, and we're not sure exactly where the boat is, but the side-on shot shows the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew well clear. Somerville boat right there as well. Those green boats stand out. There's no doubt about that. But at the moment, none of them are a match for the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew in Station 5 that are heading up this Champion Schoolgirls Quad Scull, sponsored by Higgins Coatings, our naming rights sponsor for this Higgins Queensland School Championship Regatta.
The Brisbane Girls team rating about 33 at the moment, so pretty good pace at this stage of the race. Just getting down towards, that's about 300 metres out. They'll hit the 250-metre boys in a few more strokes.
And I think Somerville have moved clearly into second now, don't you, Simon?
Yes, looks like Somerville are there.
Maybe then across to Rockhampton Grammar, possibly.
Possibly by the look of that.
And then back to lane 6, the Stewart home crew also in the mix there. No doubt about our leaders, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Two of the athletes, 3-time national champions at the Australian Championships at Lake Barrington earlier this year in the under-19 pair, 4 and 8. And they're about to add the Champion Schoolgirls Quad Scull to their list of achievements for 2021.
Looks like the battle's on for third here between the Rocky Gamma crew in 3 and
lane 6 Stewart home.
6 Stewart home. So we'll just... Rocky Grammar look like they've still got a nose in front at this stage, but coming under a fair bit of pressure there.
That's a crew coached by Robin Fay, Faith Maynard, Sophia Lloyd, Alexandria Appleton and Laura Cypher. Austin Alloway, the coxswain of that crew. Girls Grammar first, Somerville House second. The fight for third. I reckon Rocky Grammar have got third.
Yeah, they've got it. They've got it. So.
Stewart home will be fourth. Then fifth will be close. I reckon it'll be St Peter's Lutheran College, fifth in front of Genesis Christian College, sixth, and Townsville Grammar will be in seventh place. So just waiting for the official, but we're... As we called it, lane 5 first, lane 4 second, lane 3 third. And Coach Blaine Hesseltine has now left the area. So a minute to the start of the marquee
event here today, ladies and gentlemen, or one of them, race number 149, the Championship Schoolboys 8, sponsored by Higgins Coating. That will kick off from the 2,000 metre mark as I'm speaking to you. It's due to commence at 3:50. Just run through the 7 crews that are competing in this afternoon. In lane 2, the team from Brisbane Boys College, BBC's number 2, 8, Thomas Stevens, David Granson, Kai Vladusic, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Flynn Bruce, Regan Pratt, Hugo Patterson, and that boat is stroked by Ethan Stokes. In lane 3, Gregory Terrace, the team of Ged Sheehan, Tom Robertson, Felix Lewis, Max Spork, Emmanuel Koga, Sam Allen, Pat Murphy, Bailey Clark, and their cox is Tom Coogan. Brisbane Boys 1, the team of Finley Harrison, Edward Deering, Lennox Tune, Robbo Robertson, Robert Atkinson, Toby McPherson, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, and their cox is Lachlan McLean. In lane 5, Ignatius, Riley Williams, Joe Murphy, William Leone, Lachlan Larson, Benjamin McDougall, Riley Masters, Zachary Skip, Noah Lau. Their cox is Jude Foyle, and their coaches Harrison Parks and Lachlan College. In lane 6, the team from Townsville Grammar, consisting in the bow seat Brian Hayes, Lucas Brown, Aston McClelland, Daniel Kim, Conroy Terry, James Turner, Gerard Hayes, Lachlan Donald Wales, their cox Sabir Nayar, and their coaches Jaden Livick and Corby Green. 2 to go. Lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar School, Fletcher Hewitt, Joshua Sparks, Bradley Taylor, Ben Worth, Carl Stanky, Jed Napper, Riley Godwin, Marshall Leeson, and their cox is Jessica Cook. They are coached by John Smythe, Max Napper, and Austin Cox. And in lane 8, ladies and gentlemen, St Peter's Lutheran College number 1. The team of Sebastian Jovanovic, Oliver Blunt, Sam Sukolovsky, Archie McPhee, Angus Gardner, Oscar McIntyre, Aled Thomas, Dominic Bell, and their cox, Elliot Jackson. So we are racing now, ladies and gentlemen. That race is underway. This is the final race of the day. At its conclusion, we would ask, they'll invite you up to the bar.
Rod Hewitt just said he was going to shout.
Oh, gee. Is this a month with an R in it? Couple of schools of thought on the probability of that up here by some of the older hands, but...
Oh, there you go. Rockhampton Grammar 8 win this. There's a shout on, apparently. Well done. John Singleton shouted the bar when he won the Golden Slipper. So, you know. So 7/8s ended. Are they all there? I haven't looked.
All there, and I think so. 1, 2, 3.
So head of the ribbon champions Brisbane Boys College, but it's not the same crew as my understanding. And
so certainly no scratchings.
That crew, the Brisbane Boys College crew that won the head of the ribbon, was coached by Randall Martin and local boy Scotty Laidler, local as in from Longreach, just up the road.
Geez, it's fairly tight up there as they work their way down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Nothing. One of the great sights of rowing, ladies and gentlemen. Competitive eights belting it out down the course.
Lanes 2 and 3 and 4 are right together there. Brisbane Boys College number 2, Gregory Terrace, and Brisbane Boys College number 1. The Monty Martin stroke crew would be the number 1 crew. Randall Martin, his dad, coaching, along with Scotty Laidler. Scotty not here this weekend. And then Gregory Terrace, Tim Conrad coaching that crew, I would imagine. Whether they're some of this year's first 8, potential first 8ers for next year. Brisbane Boys College second crew, probably John Pettigrew involved with that crew, or John and Randall involved in both of these crews. And further out in lane 6, the Townsville Grammar crew are having a red hot crack as well. Townsville Grammar, coached by Corby Green and Jaden Livok.
Stroked by Lachlan Donald Wales,
who's done a few laps today, and young Aston McClellan, who we think fell in earlier in the day, so he's recovered well. As the Brisbane Boys College number 1 crew put their bow in front now, I reckon.
Yes, I think you're right there.
On the charge, lane 6, Townsville Grammar. They're, I reckon, in bronze medal position at the moment.
These boats rating around the 33, 34. Yep. Makes it a long 2 kilometres at that.
Brisbane Boys College pretty sharp, though. Look at those entries.
Yeah.
Over Gregory Terrace, the Townsville Grammar crew in that photograph we're seeing from the side there. In a very dark coloured boat. I'm not sure what brand of boat that is, but it's a very grey, black looking boat. So Gregory Terrace are not done with yet. They're keeping the Brisbane Boys College crew honest. Townsville Grammar in 3rd place. And then back to the Brisbane Boys College number 2 crew. Then follow St Peter's Lutheran College, Rockhampton Grammar, and Ignatius Park in the middle of the field.
250 metres to go in today's racing, ladies and gentlemen. And the crew's in 4 and 3. 4, 3 and 6.
BBC have got a canvas over Gregory Terrace. Their blade work just looks a little bit neater than Gregory Terrace at the moment. And then Townsville Grammar and the Brisbane Boys College number 2 crew. Wonderful sight seeing 7/8s. We'll see 8 fabulous schoolgirl 8s coming down tomorrow at about this time. As Brisbane Boys College add to the championships for the year, they'll win the Higgins Schoolboy H Championship of Queensland. Brisbane Boys College number 1 crew in lane 4 will be first. Great row from them. Gregory Terrace will be second. Townsville Grammar came home strongly to get in 3rd place. 4th will be Brisbane Boys College number 2 crew. And have a look at the race for 5th. Just a bit of a sideways shift there from Rockhampton Grammar, along with Ignatius Park. And maybe Ignatius Park will get there. No, Rockhampton Grammar.
Rocky
will be 5th.
Rocky
Ignatius Park 6th, and St Peter's Lutheran College 7th. Champion Schoolgirls Quad Scull medal presentation. Medals to be presented by Simon Ruddick, who's representing Higgins Coatings, and we again thank Higgins for their sponsorship of this championship regatta. In 3rd place, winners of the bronze medal, Rockhampton Grammar School. Faith Maynard, Sophia Lloyd, Alexandria Appleton, Laura Cypher, and Austin Alloway is the coxswain. In second place, winners of the silver medal, Somerville House. Tess Graham, Alice Reedy, Annie Rowan, Imogen Walker and Sadie Ridgway. Schoolgirl Quad Scull champions of Queensland and gold medalist Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Michelle Cluley, Nancy Duncan Banks, Sophie Lucas, Ellen Hill. The coxswain is Emily Hurst and the crew coached by Blaine Hesseltine. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists and thank you to Higgins Coatings for their support of the regatta.
Take the opportunity to thank our safety crews from Emu Park Surf Lifesaving. Many of them are involved with the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. I see them here many mornings a week and then go and row surf boats on the weekend, but do patrols, really keep it. And we really thank Emu Park for their help.
And acknowledge the boat race officials under the presidency of Bruce McCarthy, who've done 2 outstanding days. 1 day to go tomorrow, boys. You can start later. It's 7:10 tomorrow. Kept the regatta on time and kept the competitors safe and the racing fair. So well done to our boat race officials, headed up, as I said, by the president of the jury, Bruce McCarthy, and his wife Lynn, who runs the medal presentations like clockwork. So the champion school boys 8s, sponsored by Higgins Coating, and again Simon Ruddock to present the medals, and we thank Higgins Coating sincerely for their generous sponsorship of this regatta. So in third place, winners of the bronze medal, Townsville Grammar School. Brian Hayes, Lucas Brown, Aston McClelland, Daniel Kim, Conroy Terry, James Turnauer, Jared Hayes, Lachlan Donald Wales, Sabir Naya is the coxswain, and the coaches Jaden Livock and Corby Green. In second place and winners of the silver medal, St Joseph's College Gregory Terrace, Jed Sheehan, Tom Robinson, Felix Lewis, Max Spork, Emmanuel Koga, Sam Allen, Pat Murphy, Bailey Clark, Tom Coogan is the coxswain, and Simon Daly is the coach. Ladies and gentlemen, champion schoolboy 8s and gold medalist Brisbane Boys College, represented by Finlay Harris, Edward Deering, Lennox Tune, Robbo Robertson, Robert Atkinson, Toby McPherson, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, and Lachlan McLean is the coxswain. And while not listed, I'm hazarding a guess that Randall Martin and John Pettigrew would be coaching this crew.
Well, Ray, another fantastic day. We'll just...
And presenting the Jeep Trophy for this event, thank you to Simon Ruddock of Higgins Coatings, the Jeep Trophy, the perpetual trophy for the Schoolboy H Championship of Queensland. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists as I hand over to Simon Irwin to close the day's proceedings, and I'll have a beer.
Thank you very much, Ray, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great day's racing here today. Thank you for all your help. Thank you for getting people here on time. Thank you to all our volunteers, to our BROs, to everybody in the catering and the cleaning. You forget at an event like this just how many toilets there are to clean during the course of a day. So it's all happened here. We hope to see you all back to kick off at 7 o'clock in the morning. For those that are of the mind to enjoy a beer, the bar is open up here. It'll be open for a few hours, but certainly come on up. Both Ray and I can now attest that they are lovely and cold. So enjoy your evening, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning bright and early. Thank you and good evening.
I love a lot about working with Higgins. I love the variety of work. I love the different types of projects we undertake, being able to increase and scale up our workforce to deliver large-scale projects in a short amount of time. At Higgins, we offer a number of different services: general painting, maintenance painting, national multi-site painting, building services, remedial works, specialised rope access work. We deliver a number of different systems. We've got our worksite review process, which is used across all of our 19 branches. We've got a Higgins Operational Way app, which is used through our contractor and employee base. We also use our Inform and our How online portal, and we also have a number of other contractor management processes that we use to maintain the performance of our contractors.
You can expect a trustworthy, reliable workforce who are all certified appropriately with police checks, working with children. We have a dedicated project manager and administrator and we offer one point of contact for all of our clients nationally to ensure that we deliver a reliable, consistent service no matter where it is in Australia.
Being Tri-certified gives the customers a level of comfort that Higgins Coatings are meeting the world's best practices and standards in three key areas: safety, environment and quality. Higgins separates ourselves from others with our capability and resources available at a national level and consistency to apply those standards anywhere in Australia. Our safety culture comes from all levels of the business. It's the #1 priority for everyone at Higgins. Everybody deserves to go home safely every day, and everybody wants to go home safely every day, and that's what we make sure happens.
Whether you're in Townsville or Cairns, Melbourne or Perth, the consistency of the way the Higgins family delivered for their people is amazing to see, and it's a reason we all come to work and want to be here.
For over 130 years, the Rockhampton Grammar School has produced outstanding young men and women who have been guided by our motto, grow in character and scholarship. Our students emerge into society educated, well-rounded and confident, equipped to pursue their ambitions, secure in their sense of self, armed with the capacity to seize the opportunities and confront the challenges life will place in their way. When you become part of the Rockhampton Grammar School, you're not just joining the best boarding school in central Queensland, you are becoming a key part in a thriving community. A place where you will enjoy your formative years. A place that will become your second home. A place where you and your family will always feel welcome, connected and proud to be a grammarian.
At Higgins, we invest in our people each and every day through a variety of programs. First and foremost is a development program where we allow people to get better at what they do day in, day out on their jobs. We also have a development program to allow them to work through different pathways within the organisation, so they can start as a painter and work their way up even to branch manager if they wish to. Development of our people is such a critical component. It gives them the satisfaction of knowing that we care about them and that we want them to do as well as they can do.
During my time at Higgins, I've come from a painter to foreman, project manager, business development manager, and currently the branch manager. The senior management team have provided me with an individual development plan that has been tailored to my skill set, that has seen me also collaborate and be mentored by other individuals within the business and leaders in their field.
My favourite thing about working at Higgins is the people, whether it be my staff who are absolutely excellent or my clients that I deal with every day. I just love being able to communicate with people and enjoy my job. My key roles in my position as branch manager is to not only manage the sale process and our relationship with our clients, but also help our ops team to deliver an unbelievable project every time for our clients. The construction industry is quite often thought of as a male-dominated industry. For me, it's about your capabilities. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female. If you want to get in there, just go for it. I've been in this industry for 4 years and I love it.
One of the great things about Higgins is it's not a hierarchical organisation. Everybody is on equal footing, and that really gives a sense of we're all in this together.
My advice to anyone who'd like to join the painting industry, no matter where they're from, who they are, just go for it. If you're passionate about it, come and join a great industry and get to be a part of a great company if you come to Higgins.